Welcome to MindShock True Crime. This is your host, Bruce McGuire,
And yeah,
and today we're going over the one and only Jeffrey Dahmer. And this individual, some people don't like calling him human, but this individual entity of sorts, he has been the recent subject of course, the Netflix show, which has got people talking about Dahmer. Dahmer's dissecting Dahmer and his crimes has long been requested on Mindshock. So we will delve deep into Dahmer, his history, his pathology, and various conspiracy theories involving Jeffrey Dahmer and the U.S. government. We have top secret government agent JR of an unspecified agency here with us to provide commentary as well and give us information on if Jeffrey Dahmer was some kind of government operative, either with or without his own knowledge, how that would transpire and how he would be handled by particular handlers. As always, if you enjoy the Mindshock fashion, want to help support Mindshock, help logic and reason spread to a world where it is quickly becoming extinct, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. You can also become a YouTube member right here on YouTube for access to exclusive streams and chats. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. Like and share Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case topic, logical analysis, co-podcast, or requests. You could also be a guest in the podcast depending on your tier. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section. All right, first of all, JR, what are your general thoughts on Mr. Jeffrey Dahmer?
well, I think he was completely nuts. I mean, he even said that he was completely nuts. So, I mean, like, when you, like, are telling, like, the world that you're completely nuts, then, I mean, like...
Well, I have a counterpoint there because people who are usually completely unhinged, they don't know that they're unhinged. So does that suggest a certain mental wherewithal where he did have most of his mental capacities, unless we're going to go into the split personality aspect, which we may or may not discuss later. But if there is no split personality aspect at play, could he just be saying that to, screw around with people as serial killers love to do?
Well, you do raise a good point there, Bruce. I mean, like, the fact is that, like, he knew that, like, cannibalizing it, like, and, like, pouring acid in people's brains was wrong. So, I mean, like, why did he do it if he thought it was wrong? I mean, like, I mean, obviously he had, like, these, like, sexual urges, but I mean, like, for him to act them out in that manner was, I mean, it is fucked up, but I mean, like, it's true what you say, like, he could have just been saying, well, I'm sick, so people would take some sort of pity on him, although his crimes are so barbaric, I don't know how that would have been possible, but he also might have known that.
Yeah, yeah. And I mean, not to fall for false dichotomies, but there's generally, obviously there's exceptions, but generally there's two groups of serial killers. There are those that are so lost in psychosis and hallucinations and detached from reality. Some of them actually think they're doing God's work. They think they're helping the world by killing people and committing their crimes. And then there's another group of serial killers who know full well the evil they're committing and are intentionally committing it, and those are the two main groups. Obviously, there's others. We're not going to go into all of them. There's split personalities. It's some of them unaware of what the other's doing, et cetera, et cetera. But yeah, there's generally these two main groups. And what was your like? When did you first find out about Dahmer and his crimes? Because I know you're quite a serial killer aficionado, even if you're not going to tell us in what capacity within the government, if any of your operations intersected with serial killer operations within the U.S. government.
Yeah, Bruce, I'm not gonna go there, but like I will say that like I learned of Jeffrey Dahmer even before I worked, like for the government itself. I mean, I was like involved with the government, but it was very early on in my career.
And what was your reaction when you learned of Mr. Dahmer and his crimes?
Well, I was like a young kid. Like I just thought it was pretty fucked up. Like I mean, like I was just starting out, and like it was kind of like wow, like how deep does the rabbit hole really go?
Yeah, I mean, he's bottom of the barrel for me as far as serial killers go. I mean, there doesn't seem to be anything redeeming in any capacity about this guy. I mean, other serial killers, you could argue that there's a certain kind of eccentric nature or something to study. I mean, obviously you could study Dahmer for the sheer evil. But yeah, there's a lot to examine here. So let's.
Well, there was also like, I mean, like, look at Ted Kaczynski. I mean, he's a serial killer too, but like he actually had a manifesto and a point. You know what I mean? Like, so it's like even if you don't agree, like, what he did was very horrible and everything else, there was some sort of like, he was cleansing like the world, like, because he thought it would be a better place without those. Like Dahmer was a very self-serving serial killer.
Can you imagine? Can you imagine what Kaczynski's thoughts would be on current society?
Yeah.
What do you think of the theory that
it's actually probably a blessing that like he's locked away, because like if he saw like what like society was really like today, I mean he would be like completely ballistic out there. I mean, as it stood, his crimes like span decades. But yeah, like I mean maybe he knows. Like I don't really know. I mean he's pretty cut off. He's in Florence, right? So I don't think he has access to like, any kind of media.
Well, you would know more than I about Kaczynski and the Kaczynski saga. What do you think about the theories that Kaczynski was actually the Zodiac killer?
Well, based on like his some of his like dealings and like what he was doing, I think it's kind of convenient. Some of like the parallels there.
If you haven't checked out the Zodiac Killer podcast series on MINDSHOCK, make sure you check that out. The most comprehensive and exhausting podcast on the Zodiac Killer and the various theories.
Well, we need to do one on Kaczynski, too. I mean, there was like that whole lawsuit no one ever talks about where like he sued the government for like illegally seizing his house and turning it into a museum.
All right, well, let's focus here. Let's do the breakdown on Dahmer, and then we'll get into some mind-shocking revelations and conspiracy theories surrounding Jeffrey Dahmer and whether or not there was possible government involvement in either his crimes or his death. So straight from the wiki, Jeffrey Lionel Dahmer, born May 21st, 1960, died November 28th, 1994, also known as the Milwaukee Cannibal or the Milwaukee Monster, was an American serial killer and sex offender who committed the murder and dismemberment of 17 men and boys between 1978 and 1991. Many of his later murders involved necrophilia, cannibalism, and permanent preservations of body parts, typically all or part of the skeleton. Although he was diagnosed with borderline personality disorder, schizotypal personality disorder, and a psychotic disorder, Dahmer was found to be legally sane at his trial. Now, hold on a second, JR. Now, so borderline personality disorder, obviously that doesn't mean somebody's legally insane. But when you have schizotypal personality disorder and psychotic disorders, does that blur the line a little bit?
Yeah, I do, but like you also have to look. It does, Bruce, but like you have to look at it from like the perspective of like when they were trying him. Like that was the era that like it was on the fence about the death penalty. There was like a lot of people had like a lot of different emotions. It was a completely different era in terms of the judicial system. Like first and foremost, we actually had one, so like like that has to be looked at that way. But like moreover than anything else, like there was a lot more old school gumshoe people, like and like that was also the same era like OJ like got on. Like there was a lot going on in like the justice department and the justice system itself. There was a lot of upheaval in like the courts. We can go on like specific like early 1990 judicial system podcast.
Well,
but
the only other point I wanted to make on that is he could have also been screwing around with the people diagnosing him because,
Yeah, but like if you look at his face, he looks fucking nuts. Like I mean, you know what I mean? Like
yeah,
it's just like looking at like Ted Bundy. Like he looks fucking crazy. Like you know what I mean? You can tell it. It's in his eyes. Like so. I mean, the fact that they found him sane, I think there was a certain amount of people there that like wanted like him to burn in hell for like his crimes. It was obviously.
Do you think he was being manipulated by like interdimensional demonic entities that were just forcing him to do these things?
I mean, it's possible either that or he was just a fucking nut, one or the other.
Well, why not both?
Oh, I mean, it could be both. I mean, like, the evil demonic spirits, like, they might, like, like, I mean, if you're fucking nuts, like, they can get to you sooner. I mean, look at Trash Can Man from The Stand.
Very possible, very possible. He was convicted of 15 of the 16 murders he had committed in Wisconsin and was sentenced to 15 terms of life imprisonment on February 17, 1992. Dahmer was later sentenced to a 16th term of life imprisonment for an additional homicide committed in Ohio in 1978. On November 28, 1994, Dahmer was beaten to death by Christopher Scarver, a fellow inmate at the Columbia Correctional Institution in Portage, Wisconsin. So let's go into Dahmer's upbringing. Now, most serial killers have a very abusive upbringing, but some of them don't, and that's always interesting to dissect on how some seemingly normal childhoods somehow spawn into extremely evil doings. But let's look at Dahmer's childhood here. Dahmer was born May 21st, 1960 in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, the first of two sons of Joyce Annette, a teletype machine instructor, and Lionel Herbert Dahmer, a Marquette University chemistry student and later a research chemist. Lionel Dahmer is of German and Welsh ancestry, and Joyce Dahmer was of Norwegian and Irish ancestry. Some sources report that Dahmer was deprived of attention as an infant. Other sources, however, suggest that Dahmer was generally doted on as an infant and toddler by both parents, although his mother was known to be tense, greedy for both attention and pity, and argumentative with her husband and their neighbor. As Dahmer entered first grade, Lionel's university studies kept him away from home much of the time. When he was home, his wife, a hypochondriac who had depression, demanded constant attention and spent an increasing amount of time in bed. On one occasion, she is known to have attempted suicide with Equinil. Consequently, neither parent devoted much time to their son, who later recollected that from an early age he felt unsure of the solidarity of the family, recalling extreme tension and numerous arguments between his parents during his early years. Well, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. If you're a man looking to get married, don't get married to someone who's argumentative, because you might end up spawning Satan. I mean, there's lessons to be learned here. Dahmer had been an energetic and happy child, but became notably subdued after double hernia surgery shortly before his fourth birthday. At elementary school, Dahmer was regarded as quiet and timid. One teacher later recollected she detected early signs of abandonment in Dahmer due to his father's absence and mother's illnesses, the symptoms of which increased when she became pregnant with her second child. Nonetheless, in elementary school, Dahmer did have a small number of friends. In October 1966, the family moved to Doylestown, Ohio, where Joyce gave birth in December. Jeffrey was allowed to choose the name of his new baby brother. He chose the name David. The same year, you know what's really messed up, though? If there was some kind of psychology behind that, where he kind of viewed himself as Goliath and David was to slay him and put him out of his misery. You think I'm reading too much into that?
Not necessarily. I mean, it depends. Like, I mean, like, David can also be taken in several contexts. So, that's an interesting, we should explore that further.
The same year, Lionel earned his degree and started work as an analytical chemist in nearby Akron, Ohio. From an early age, Dahmer manifested an interest in dead animals. His fascination with dead animals may have begun when, at the age of 4, he saw his father removing animal bones from beneath the family home. According to Lionel, Dahmer was oddly thrilled by the sound the bones made and became preoccupied with animal bones, which he initially called his fiddlesticks. He occasionally searched beneath and around the family home for additional bones and explored the bodies of live animals to discover where their bones were located. Okay, so this is creepy on a lot of different levels, because most serial killers, I mean, they like to harm animals, inflict pain and death. It seems like Dahmer just liked the sound the bones make.
Yeah, well, like, obviously, like, from a very early age, like, I mean, like, children become sexualized, like, about, like, random things, even if they don't necessarily understand it at, like, a young age. So, I mean, you know, it's obvious, like, that it, like, did something for him, like, very early on.
All right, so here's...
What's more fucked up is that, like, the parents were, like, just cool with it. Like, I mean, like, that's kind of weird, too, like, when you think about it. Like,
well, they might not have been. They might have thought it was just... Because kids play with pretty much anything that's left laying around. So they might have thought it wasn't that harmful, because it's not like he was killing animals.
I know, but, like, most parents, like, if they see you, like, going down a particular path, like, might introduce you to, like, other, like, toys or something, you know? Like...
Yeah, but this was the 60s.
Doesn't mean anything.
All right, well, I was going to say here, so that the advice for parents looking to not be the parents of a serial killer. Do not marry an argumentative woman, and do not ever let your children see you move animal bones. That seems to be the issue here, right? If they had avoided just those two things, do you think Dahmer would have grew up to be what he was?
Well, you can move animal bones. Just move them quietly.
Well, yeah, but you're still playing with fire there. Like, you don't want them to even know about things such as animal bones at the age of 4, because it could lead to down dark paths like we see here. All right, in 68, the family moved to Bath Township, Summit County, Ohio. This address was their 3rd in 2 years, and the Dahmers' 6th address since marriage. Now, do people... That's kind of weird, too. I mean, because that's moving quite a lot of time with young children. I mean, were the parents some kind of top-secret government agents involved in some kind of MK Ultra precursor?
Well, I was just about to say, like, there's a lot of, like, military families that, like, move around all the time, and, like, they have little kids. Like, I think it's also the stability and, like, as to why they were moving. You know, like, if you look at, like, normal, like, military, like, brats, like, so to speak, like, they might move around a lot, but, like, they also are normally surrounded with other kids that are going through psychologically the same thing, where, like, you know, they move around a lot.
What I was getting at is, do you have any knowledge of the Dahmer family, the parents, having any kind of involvement with MK Ultra type program?
I'm not at liberty to talk about it.
All right. Well,
No, I don't.
Let's continue on here. The home stood on 1.5 acres of woodland, with a small hut being only a short walk from the house, where Dahmer began collecting large insects such as dragonflies and moths, and the skeletons of small animals such as chipmunks and squirrels. Some of these remains were preserved in jars of formaldehyde and stowed within the hut. 2 years later, during a chicken dinner, Dahmer asked Lionel what would happen if the chicken bones were placed in bleach. Lionel, pleased by what he believed to be his son's scientific curiosity, demonstrated how to safely bleach and preserve animal bones. Dahmer incorporated these preserving techniques into his bone collecting, and also began collecting dead animals, including roadkill, which he would dissect and bury beside the hut, with the skulls occasionally placed atop makeshift crosses. According to one friend, Dahmer explained to him that he was curious as to how animals fitted together. In one instance, in 1975, Dahmer decapitated the carcass of a dog before nailing the body to a tree and impaling the skull upon a stick in the woodland behind his house. As a prank, he invited a friend to view the display, claiming he had discovered the remains by chance. The same year Lionel taught his son how to preserve animal bones, Joyce began increasing her daily consumption of Equinil, laxatives, and sleeping pills, further minimizing her tangible contact with her husband and children. Adolescence in high school. From his freshman year at Revere High School, Dahmer was seen as an outcast. By the age of 14, he had begun drinking beer and hard alcohol in daylight hours, frequently concealing his liquor inside the jacket he wore to school. Now, to be fair, JR, this might seem like strange behavior in the 80s or 90s. But in the 70s, I mean, how out of place was this really?
Well, all right, first of all, I'm going to say that, like, the father is, like, responsible for a lot of the damage of this family. First of all, he's the chemist. Where the fuck did the formaldehyde come from? Obviously the dad. And then, like, second of all, like, he's teaching his kid how to, like, bleach bones, which, okay, I guess hypothetically in the 60s, 70s, like, that could be looked at like, oh, okay, well, you know, I'm a chemist, so my son is naturally interested in, anthropology. Like, he might have not, like, really known how deep and dark, like, Dahmer's shit went, but obviously the mother was put to bed because he was a pharmacist, like, he was a chemist, so it was like, here, take all this shit. Like, so, like, I think, like, inadvertently the father is, like, kind of responsible. I mean, they didn't know much about, like, Mother's Little Helper and all these other pills, like, like, they didn't know as much that they know today overall of the pharmaceuticals and, like, what they can cause. So, like, yeah, like, in the 80s and 90s, it would be considered odd. Whereas the 60s, there was a certain amount of, the unknown.
Fair points, JR. Fair points. He is known to have mentioned to one classmate who inquired why he was drinking scotch in a morning history class that the alcohol he consumed was, quote, my medicine, end quote. Although largely uncommunicative in his freshman year, Dahmer was seen by staff as polite and highly intelligent, but with average grades. He was a keen tennis player and played briefly in the high school band. When he reached puberty, Dahmer discovered he was gay. He did not tell his parents. In his early years, he had a brief relationship with another teenage boy, although they never had intercourse. By Dahmer's later admission, he began fantasizing about dominating and controlling a completely submissive male partner in his early to mid-teens, and his masturbatory fantasies gradually evolved to his focusing upon the chests and torsos of the focus of his fantasies. These fantasies gradually became intertwined with dissection. When he was about 16, Dahmer conceived a fantasy of rendering unconscious a particular male jogger he found attractive and then making sexual use of his body. On one occasion, Dahmer concealed himself in the bushes with a baseball bat to lie in wait for this man, but he did not pass by on that particular day. Dahmer later admitted this was his first attempt to attack and render an individual submissive to him. Among his peers at RHS, Dahmer became something of a class clown who often staged pranks, which became known as doing a Dahmer. These included bleeding and simulating epileptic seizures or cerebral palsy at school and local stores. On occasion, Dahmer would perform these antics for money to purchase alcohol. Can you imagine if he existed in the social media era? He might have made so much money that he may have possibly not needed to ever actually hurt anybody.
Yeah, either that or he would have used social media as a grooming tool to, like, have, like, much, much, much more access to, like, torsos.
You're really cynical, JR. Like, a guy like Dahmer, is it possible in the social media era he could be one of these Walmart pranksters who just starts having seizures and lines? And
I don't know, you should ask the Amazon review killer, like.
Yeah. Well, the adulation he might have received from random people on the internet, that might have possibly been enough for him. Who knows? But again, I'm not claiming to know one way or another. So,
or he would have been on some necrophilia, like, forum that exists, like, on, like, some .onion somewhere. Like, yeah, okay.
All right. Well, continuing on here. By 1977, Dahmer's grades had declined. His parents hired a private tutor with limited success. The same year, well, we do have to give some kind of brownie points to his parents, don't we? I mean, how many parents actually go out of the way to hire tutors for their children? I mean, obviously some do, but a lot of kids are just, especially that turn out to be criminals. I mean, no, not criminals to the level of Dahmer, but, petty criminals like thieves and various frauds, just really petty criminals. How many of their parents actually went out of the way to hire a tutor to help them when they were in school with low grades?
Yeah, but most, like, petty criminals, Bruce, they start out being petty criminals because, like, they need to put food on the table. Like, that's how a lot of criminals that are involved in theft, like, it starts out of necessity, and then they just get addicted.
Well, let me specify. The percentage of petty criminals who started sliding into criminality as a result of their grades dropping, what percentage of their parents and neglectful parents, what percent of the parents actually went out of the way to get a tutor for them?
I don't know. I mean, like, again, that's subjective. Like, I mean, all right, you make a good point. Like, it shows a nod to his parents that, okay, they were willing to get a tutor to help him with his studies. But on the other end of that, there's parents that are willing to give up their professions in lieu of, homeschooling their children, or are willing
I was
to.
just making the comparison to, for example, let's go to the really extreme example of
All right,
other
like,
serial killers were beaten and starved by their parents. So, there's a big difference here.
okay,
They
yeah, I
weren't
mean,
even allowed to go to they weren't even allowed to go to school. I'm just looking across the whole spectrum and picking out data points so that
well,
way
as it sounds like, like I mean, from like everything, it wasn't like he was chained to the radiator or chained
yeah.
to the boiler like his whole life. He seems to have lived a relatively innocuous childhood, but he had these deep, dark, fucked up fantasies.
Yeah, other than the bones and these, All right, so let's continue here. His parents hired a private tutor with limited success. The same year, so this is 1977, in an attempt to save their marriage, his parents attended counseling sessions. Again, like these are not parents that, beat each other or kill each other or their children like we see with other cases. So I mean, that's
It's
kind of
true. I mean,
interesting.
it doesn't go into how he was like beaten by his father and his mother was raped and like they were both terrified of leaving, and like it sounds like they were old school. It was uh like for better or for worse till death do us part.
I mean, yeah, there's clear intention at improving relationships and a certain amount of care for their children. So they attended counseling sessions, but they continued to quarrel frequently. When Lionel discovered Joyce had engaged in a brief affair in September 1977, they both decided to divorce, telling their. So I guess she wasn't in bed the whole, or I guess maybe she was, but with other
Well, she
people.
was in bed. It's just like she had like
Well, didn't she have to get out of bed to like meet other people? Like, how did they know? Okay, anyway, they both decided to divorce because if she was permanently drugged, she wouldn't even be thinking about having an affair. She'd just be so out of it that wouldn't even be an option. So I don't know. There seems to be gaps in some of these stories. But anyway, they decided to divorce, telling their sons they wished to do so amicably. Lionel moved out of the house in early 78, temporarily residing in a motel in North Cleveland, Massillon Road. In May 78, Dahmer graduated from high school. A few weeks before his graduation, one of his teachers observed Dahmer sitting close to the school parking lot drinking several cans of beer. When the teacher threatened to report the man, Dahmer informed him he was experiencing a lot of problems at home and that the school's guidance counselor was aware of them. Wait a second. All you have to do to drink unlimited cans of beer in the parking lot is tell the teacher that you're having problems at home. That's just a license to underage drink. Do you think that would have worked at any other time other than the 70s?
Probably not, but I mean, like, also you have to figure, like, back in the '70s, you could probably like still like smoke on an airplane, and like, it wasn't like, I mean, even like going earlier back into the '50s and '60s, like people used to drink at work. Like you always see like these old television shows where like they had like a bar in their office. So like, alcohol was not like the evil, demon that it is in today's world. So like, in addition to that, I mean, like, even going back to like, when I was in school, I mean, I could just like walk out of the school. There wasn't any kind of security or like it is today where they got like cops, like, like metal detectors and shit. Like we didn't have any of that growing up. Like, you know what I mean? So, and I'm probably, pretty certain you didn't have that either. It was a different era. It was pre-Columbine. So like,
Actually,
same
I'm
thing.
surprised you don't know this, JR, with the amount of time you spend in DC. I know you're not based out of DC, but you spend a certain amount of time there.
Well, my
The,
actual official office is in D.C. Like, I would normally operate out of a
the
satellite
legal
office.
the legal drinking age is currently 18 for beer and wine in Maryland, North Carolina, South Carolina, Virginia, and Washington D.C. The drinking
Yeah,
age
I know, but
the
like in
drink
certain parts of it, like I mean, that's still pretty highly restricted. I mean, you go to fucking like
can you let me
Italy.
can you
If
let
your
me
chin hits the bar, you can order a drink.
can you let me finish? The legal drinking age is 18 for beer and wine, but it's 21 for liquor. So that's kind of weird. I never really even heard of that. So for beer and wine, it's 18. For liquor, it's 21 in these states. I guess every other state is 21 for everything. But that's actually kind of curious. That's really curious. And let's look at the history of the legal drinking age because I wonder what year weren't like 12-year-olds drinking like 100 years ago or like 100 50 years ago?
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, people were drinking on a regular basis until like we came up with like real solid water purification. So I mean, it wasn't really until I would say the Prohibition era that once that was reinstated that people could drink. It was basically like it is today with marijuana. Like it's with restriction. You're allowed to have a certain amount or whatever.
So,
It's the same thing with alcohol.
So Congress passed the National Minimum Drinking Age Act in 1984, established 21 as the minimum legal purchase age.
Mm-hmm.
So let's look at Ohio.
Well, I mean, like, your parents never let you drink before you turned 21? What the hell kind of family, like, were you raised with? So I'm gonna, like, go, like, pour a drink. You started talking about drinking, so I, like, needed, like, a beverage.
Yeah, so there's actually, there's a few caveats here. So, it says he graduated in May, but depending, if his graduation was before the 21st, he would not have been 18. He would have been 17. However, I did find the Ohio. So basically, back in the day, all the states had drastically different drinking ages. I mean, some states actually had a drinking age of minimum drinking age of 21 for men, but 18 for women. The same state. Just really random stuff. I mean, everything from 16 to 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, just random ages until the National Act. But Ohio specifically, in 1933, the drinking age was 16. In 1935, it was changed to 18 for 3.2% ABW beer, 21 for stronger beer than 3.2%.
You go to a liquor store nowadays, like, the hardest beer you can get is, like, 15 proof.
In the 70s, the age was 18. Yeah, 18 for 3.2%, and then the age is 21 for beer stronger than 3.2%. So that would be during this time period. In 82.
So in other words, he was borderline.
Hold on. In 82, the law was changed to 19 and 21, and then of course all the way to 21. So. Also, Ohio specifically, it states, I believe even today, it's one of the states where anyone can drink with parents or a legal age spouse. So not purchase alcohol. It says anyone. Does that mean a 5-year-old? I'm assuming that probably means 18 and up, but I mean, this is just the Wikipedia.
I mean, it's probably one of those things where, like, the law is written, so, like, if your, like, parents let you take a sip of wine at the table, like, Dyfus is going to break down the door and, like, take you away.
All right, but he was not 18 at the time, but other high school seniors were, so it seems like it wasn't that serious of an offense, because it was mostly, like, just a rule, don't have alcohol at school, not necessarily that an 18-year-old wasn't legal in terms of drinking. So that seems to be why he might have been able to get off, not be reported for drinking alcohol in the beer in the parking lot. So let's continue on here. After that aside, that spring, 78, Joyce and David moved out of the family home to live with relatives in Chippewa Falls, Wisconsin. Dahmer had just turned 18 and remained in the family home. Dahmer's parents' divorce was finalized July 24th, 1978, and Joyce was awarded custody of her younger son and alimony payment. Late teens, early 20s, Dahmer's first murder. The murder of Stephen Hicks. Dahmer committed his first murder in 78, 3 weeks after his graduation. On June 18th, Dahmer picked up a hitchhiker named Stephen Mark Hicks, who was almost 19. Dahmer lured the youth to his house on the pretext of drinking. Hicks, who had been hitchhiking to a rock concert at Chippewa Lake Park, Ohio, agreed to accompany Dahmer to his house upon the promise of a few beers with Dahmer, as he had the house himself. According to Dahmer, the sight of the bare-chested Hicks standing at the roadside stirred his sexual feelings, although when Hicks began talking about girls, he knew any sexual passes he made would be rebuffed. After several hours of talking, drinking, and listening to music, Hicks wanted to leave, and I didn't want him to leave. Dahmer bludgeoned Hicks with a 10-pound dumbbell. He later stated he struck Hicks twice from behind with the dumbbell as Hicks sat upon a chair. When Hicks fell unconscious, Dahmer strangled him to death with the bar of the dumbbell, then stripped the clothes from Hicks's body before exploring his chest with his hands and masturbating as he stood above the corpse. The following day, Dahmer dissected Hicks's body in his basement. He later buried the remains in a shallow grave in his backyard. Several weeks later, he unearthed the remains and pared the flesh from the bones. He dissolved the flesh in acid before flushing the solution down the toilet. He crushed the bones with a sledgehammer and scattered them in the woodland behind the family home. Yeah, clearly there's something wrong with this guy's brain because, I mean...
You think?
Yeah, I mean, that's quite a step beyond most serial killers. I mean, his obsession with just the remains is just, I mean, it's very gruesome. College and Army service. 6 weeks after the murder of Hicks, Dahmer's father and his fiancée returned to his home where they discovered Jeffrey living alone in the house. That August, Dahmer enrolled at Ohio State, hoping to major in business. Dahmer's sole term at OSU was completely unproductive, largely because of his persistent alcohol abuse throughout the majority of the term. He received failing grades in Introduction to Anthropology, Classic Civilizations, and Administrative Science. The only course Dahmer was successful at was a riflery, having received a B- grade. His overall GPA was a 0.45 out of 4. On one occasion, Lionel paid a surprise visit to his son, only to find his room strewn with empty liquor bottles. Despite his father having paid in advance for the second term, Dahmer dropped out of OSU after just 3 months. In January 1979, on his father's urging, Dahmer enlisted in the United States Army. He underwent basic training at Fort McClellan in Anniston, Alabama, before training as a medical specialist at Fort Sam Houston in San Antonio, Texas. He was occasionally reprimanded for intoxication while stationed at Fort Sam Houston. On one occasion, an instance of insubordination resulted in his entire platoon being punished, earning Dahmer a severe beating from his fellow recruits. On July 13, 1979, Dahmer was deployed to Baumholder, West Germany, where he served as a combat medic in the 2nd Battalion, 68th Armored Regiment, 8th Infantry Division. According to published reports, in Dahmer's first year of service, he was on average or slightly above average soldier. Owing to Dahmer's alcohol abuse, his performance deteriorated, and in March 1981, he was deemed unsuitable for military service and was later discharged from the Army. He received an honorable discharge as his superiors did not believe that any problems Dahmer had in the Army would be applicable to civilian life. On March 24, 1981, Dahmer was sent to Fort Jackson, South Carolina for debriefing and provided with a plane ticket to travel anywhere in the country. Dahmer later told police he felt he could not return to face his father. So he opted to travel to Miami Beach, Florida, both because he was tired of the cold and in an attempt to live by his own means. In Florida, Dahmer found a job as a delicatessen and rented a room in a nearby motel. Dahmer spent most of his salary on, do you want to guess what he spent it on?
Alcohol?
Yeah. And was soon evicted from the motel from non-payment. He initially spent his evenings on the beach as he continued to work at the sandwich shop until phoning his father and asking to return to Ohio in September of the same year. Return to Ohio. You know what's weird, though? I mean, you were in the military. Doesn't the military teach you a certain amount of discipline? Because, I mean, he was clearly some level of functioning alcoholic because he was actually rated either average or above average. I mean, if he was completely a non-functional alcoholic, how could he have gotten those ratings? How could he have survived
that? I mean, like, the fact that he was able to do anything at all, being, like, an alcoholic, I mean, like, you know, like, he was a profound alcoholic, obviously, like, you know what I mean? Like, so, I'd say that, like, you know, he was a very disciplined alcoholic. I also find it odd that he was a medic, which is creepy as hell, and the fact that he like worked at a deli where he sliced meat all day. Like that's also really fucked up when you
Yeah, I
think
wonder
about
how
it.
many people have testimony. Well, actually, I don't know. Was he out serving the customers or was he in the back? Either way, that's a certain amount of people that ate sandwiches prepared by Dahmer. Would you trust that food?
No, I wouldn't. I mean, at the very least, he was having a hard on watching somebody else slice the meat. Like that's really fucked up.
Okay, so you, again, like you would think that the military service would have instilled a certain amount of discipline,
Well,
especially.
okay, so I mean, like, see, the thing is like ordinarily, I mean, it's a little different now than it was back then. But like, you know, they don't just give you like a plane ticket. You know, I mean, especially not anymore. You know what I mean? Back then, it was a little bit more less. You know that they. I mean, it's post Vietnam. You know, like so. I mean, I don't know. I mean, like it's. Yeah, I mean, they should have prepared him a little bit better for. Like, normally, when you separate, like, there's a certain amount of preparation you go through before you entered into civilian life. But
Yeah. So after his return to Ohio, Dahmer initially lived with his father and stepmother and insisted on being delegated numerous chores to occupy his time while he looked for work. Wait, so he insisted. Wait, what? He wanted to be
well, okay,
delegated
so
chores?
he might have done that to kind of play up to his father, the fact that he was this disciplined military man too. You don't really know the dynamic between him and his father.
All right, so he continued to drink heavily, and 2 weeks after his return, Dahmer was arrested for drunken disorderly. He was fined at $60 and given a suspended 10-day jail sentence. Dahmer's father tried unsuccessfully to wean his son off alcohol. In December '81, he and Dahmer's stepmother sent him to live with his grandmother in West Allis, Wisconsin. Dahmer's grandmother was the only family member to whom Dahmer displayed any affection. They hoped that her influence, plus the change of location, might persuade Dahmer to quit drinking, find a job, and live responsibly. Initially, Dahmer's living arrangements with his grandmother were harmonious. He had accompanied her to church, willingly undertook chores, actively sought work, and abided by most of her house rules, although he continued to drink and smoke. In early '82, Dahmer found employment as a phlebotomist at the Milwaukee Blood Plasma Center. He held this job for a total of 10 months before being laid off. Dahmer remained unemployed for over 2 years, during which he lived upon whatever money his grandmother gave him. Shortly before losing his job, Dahmer was arrested for indecent exposure. On August 8, 1982, at Wisconsin State Fair Park, he was observed to expose himself on the south side of the Coliseum, in which 25 people were present, including women and children. For this incident, he was convicted and fined $50 plus court costs. In January '85, Dahmer was hired as a mixer at the Milwaukee Ambrosia Chocolate Factory. Wow. Where he worked from 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. 6 nights per week with Saturday evenings off. Shortly after Dahmer found this job, an incident occurred in which he was propositioned by another man while sitting reading in the West Allis Public Library. The stranger threw Dahmer a note offering to perform fellatio upon him, although Dahmer did not respond to this proposition. Was that common? I mean, are you familiar with the West Allis, Wisconsin area? I mean, is that common? I mean, obviously people walk around making comments, but to actually formally put it in writing, I mean, is that a common form of proposition?
I don't think so, Bruce. I mean, honestly, I mean, it's kind of like passing a note, like in study hall too. They were in a library. Like, it's kind of weird.
Yeah, yeah. The incident stirred in his mind the fantasies of control and dominance he had developed as a teenager, and he began to familiarize
Do you
himself
think he
with.
just made that up?
I mean, anything. I mean, I wouldn't trust a single word that guy said.
I mean, like, honestly, like, I mean, think about it. Like, when you pass someone like a note, like, normally, like, it's like, do you want to go for a drink or something? Not like, hey, like, I'll perform fellatio for you. I mean, like, it's kind of like, I don't know. It sounds like you just made that up.
I wouldn't be surprised if 99% of this is made up. The incident stirred in his mind the fantasies of control and dominance he had developed as a teenager, and he began to familiarize himself with Milwaukee's gay bars, gay bathhouses, and bookstores. He is also known to have stolen a male mannequin from a store, which he briefly used for sexual stimulation until his grandmother discovered the item stowed in a closet and demanded that he discard it. How do you think that conversation went? Like, she finds the mannequin, she's like, "Why do you have a mannequin in your closet?"
Well, like, the thing is like, that almost sounds made up, too, because, like, it almost sounds like he was like, oh, well, I tried other means before I started killing people. Because, I mean, like, really, like, the grandmother was, like, old school. Like, how would she know that he, like, had it for sex? You know,
Well,
like,
I mean, it's possible she didn't know that, but she realized he stole it from a store, maybe as for whatever. I mean, this is a supposedly this story is in Lionel's his father's book, A Father's Story, 1994, and so perhaps the father and the grandmother were able to verify that he did indeed have the mannequin. They might have not really known what it was for, but I mean, if you steal a mannequin from the store, I mean, your grandmother might not want you stealing from the store. It might not even be specifically about the mannequin itself, you know? I mean, why would,
true.
I mean, I don't know. We don't know. Or he admitted, oh, what did he say? The mannequin was his boyfriend? Like, I mean, if he's trying to keep that
Well,
from his,
what kind of mannequin was it? I mean, like, obviously he wasn't interested in, like, below the belly button, because, like, he seems focused on the chest. Like, I don't know, like, just seems
well,
kind of
it
weird.
seems like a standard mannequin from a store.
Yeah, but, like, standard mannequins from store, like, aren't anatomically correct.
No, they're not. But whatever. Okay. By late 85, Dahmer had begun to regularly frequent the bathhouses, which he later described as being relaxing places. But during his sexual encounters, he became frustrated at his partners moving during the act. Following his arrest, he stated, quote, "I trained myself to view people as objects of pleasure instead of people," end quote. For this reason, beginning in June 86, he administered sleeping pills to his partners, giving them liquor laced with sedatives. He then waited for his partner to fall asleep before performing various sexual acts. To maintain an adequate supply of this medication, Dahmer informed doctors he worked late nights and required the tablets to adjust to that schedule. After approximately 12 such instances, the bathhouse's administration revoked Dahmer's membership, and he began to use hotel rooms to continue the practice. So it took 12 cases for them to revoke his membership. I
That
mean,
they knew about.
well, yeah, yeah. Well, I mean, does it match? Like they knew about? Well, again, we don't know the order in which all this information was verified. But this is also kind of weird too, because I mean, is it strange to go that many years? Because this is now 86, so it's almost 10 years without murdering anybody. I mean, that's kind of unusual. Serial killers usually escalate pretty frequently.
Yeah.
So, I mean, unless there's way more murders that were never found out about, of like transients or otherwise that he omitted.
Which would make sense.
I mean, it all depends on how you view him and how honest
He,
you view him. People have differing opinions on his honesty.
well, it's not just that. Like, he might have just not, like, admitted those. I mean, like, think about it. Like, he obviously, I mean, there are people, like, like BTK, where, like, they boast about it. Like, it was, like, when he was sentenced, like, he went on for, like, an hour. Like, it was, like, the Academy Awards speech or something. Like, like, Dahmer, like, doesn't seem like he did it for anything else other than the sex.
Well, we're about to get really, really dark here. Shortly after his bathhouse memberships were revoked, Dahmer read a report in a newspaper regarding the upcoming funeral of an 18-year-old man. He conceived an idea of stealing the freshly interned corpse and taking it home. According to Dahmer, he attempted to dig up the coffin from the ground but found the soil too hard and abandoned the plan. I
Yeah.
mean, think about that. Like, think about how many sick people are out there reading, like, let's say the obituaries and thinking about stealing the bodies and having their way with them. I mean, that's kind of creepy, isn't it?
Well, it's also like the fact that his like planning is like pretty elaborate when you think about it. I mean, like even like the first body, like the first victim, like the way the body was disposed of, like was very intricate. And like I mean, like just carrying dead weight around in and of itself is ridiculous. I mean, to dig up a coffin and then like get into it and then like what was he gonna do? Like cover the coffin back? I mean, like that's a lot of work. Like just to like deal with that. I mean, I just think that's fucked up. Like,
yeah.
why just not get a job as like a mortician or something? Like, wouldn't it be easier? Like,
yeah. Well, not to mention, like he also like where's the discipline? Like he said, he again, this is according to Dahmer, so we don't know if this is true. But he said he attempted to dig up the coffin, but the soil was too hard, so he abandoned the plan. Like, I mean, I don't know. All right, moving on. On September 8th, 1986, Dahmer was arrested upon a charge of lewd and lascivious behavior for masturbating in the presence of two 12-year-old boys as he stood close to the Kinnickinnic River. He initially claimed he had merely been urinating, unaware that there were witnesses, but soon admitted the offense. The charge was changed to disorderly conduct, and on March 10th, 1987, Dahmer was sentenced to 1 year of probation with additional instructions to undergo counseling. I think 100 years prior in the Old West, they would have just shot him.
yeah.
I mean, there wouldn't be any of this, like, they're not going to take their chances with escalations or anything. Like, you do anything involving children, you just shoot the guy. Like, there's really nothing to discuss.
Well, in like Roman times, they actually had like strange like. Well, I mean, like that's a whole nother story. But yeah, like I mean, in like the modern era, yeah, like I
Like
mean,
in the Old West, like if you're messing with children, like people just put you out of your misery. Like there's really nothing to discuss.
yeah.
Late 20, I mean, and that would save a lot of trouble, wouldn't it? I mean, I'm not necessarily advocating for that. I'm just pointing out that, like, that would save a lot of trouble and a
Well,
lot
it
of
would have
things.
saved a lot of lives in this case.
Yeah. Late 20s, early 30s, subsequent murders, the Ambassador Hotel. On November 20th, 1987, Dahmer, at the time residing with his grandmother in West Allis, encountered a 25-year-old man from Ontonagon, Michigan, Stephen Tuomi, at a bar and persuaded him to return to the Ambassador Hotel in Milwaukee, where Dahmer had rented a room for the evening. According to Dahmer, he had no intention of murdering Tuomi, but rather intended to simply drug him and lie beside him as he explored his body. The following morning, however, Dahmer awoke to find Tuomi lying beneath him on the bed, his chest crushed in and black and blue with bruises. Blood was seeping from the corner of his mouth, and Dahmer's fists and one forearm were extensively bruised. Dahmer stated he had no memory of killing Tuomi, and later informed investigators that he could not believe that this had happened. So does this point to a split personality? Because is he freely admitting all the other murders, and this is the only one that he claims to have no memory of?
Well, either that or like he like like you said before, like at the very beginning, like he could just be fucking with people.
Yeah.
Like I mean, like
Yeah.
I kind of find it hard to believe, like like he must have had a split personality if that's the case, because like, but it's interesting that his multiple personality like only came out that one time, because like, I mean, like even if like you sleepwalk, right? Like if you knock into something, it wakes you up, so it's like. Either that or he was doing like some sort of really hardcore drugs, or it doesn't make any sense to me.
Yeah, the drug explanation could work as well. To dispose of Tomi's body, Dahmer purchased a large suitcase in which he transported the body to his grandmother's residence. There, 1 week later, he severed the head, arms, and legs from the torso, then filleted the bones from the body before cutting the flesh into pieces small enough to handle. Dahmer then placed the flesh inside plastic garbage bags. He wrapped the bones inside a sheet and pounded them into splinters with a sledgehammer. The entire dismemberment process took Dahmer approximately 2 hours to complete. He disposed of all of Tomi's remains, excluding the severed head, in the trash. For a total of 2 weeks following Tomi's murder, Dahmer retained the victim's head wrapped in a blanket. After 2 weeks, Dahmer boiled the head in a mixture of Soilex, an alkali-based industrial detergent, and bleach in an effort to retain the skull, which he then used as a stimulus for masturbation. Eventually, the skull was rendered too brittle by this bleaching process, so Dahmer pulverized and disposed of it. Intermediate incident. Following the murder of Tulle, Dahmer began to actively seek victims, most of whom he encountered in or close to gay bars and whom he typically lured to his grandmother's home. He would drug his victim with triazolam and temazepam before or shortly after engaging in sexual activity with them. Once he had rendered his victim unconscious with sleeping pills, he killed them by strangulation. 2 months after the Tulle murder, Dahmer encountered a 14-year-old Native American male prostitute named James Doxtator. Dahmer lured the youth to his home with an offer of $50 to pose for nude pictures. At Dahmer's West Allis residence, the pair engaged in sexual activity before Dahmer drugged Doxtator and strangled him on the floor of the cellar. Dahmer left the body in the cellar for 1 week before dismembering it in much the same manner as he had with Tulle. He placed all of Doxtator's remains, excluding the skull, in the tray. The skull was boiled and cleansed and bleached before Dahmer noted it had been rendered too brittle by this process. He pulverized the skull 2 weeks later. On March 24th, 1988, Dahmer met a 22-year-old bisexual man named Richard Guerrero outside a gay bar called The Phoenix. Dahmer lured Guerrero to his mother's residence, although the incentive on this occasion was $50 to spend the remainder of the night with him. He then drugged Guerrero with sleeping pills and strangled him with a leather strap, with Dahmer then performing oral sex upon the corpse. Dahmer dismembered Guerrero's body within 24 hours of murdering him, again disposing of the remains in the trash and retaining the skull before pulverizing it several months later. On April 23rd, Dahmer lured another young man to his house. However, after giving the victim a drugged coffee, both he and the intended victim heard Dahmer's grandmother call, "Is that you, Jeff?" Although Dahmer replied in a manner that led to his grandmother to believe he was alone, she observed that Dahmer was not alone. Because of this, Dahmer opted not to kill this particular victim, instead waiting until he had become unconscious before taking him to the county general hospital. You know what's crazy? Like, how many of these murders actually occurred while the grandmother was in the house?
Well, that and, like, the actual, like, dismemberment process, like...
I mean, this is dark stuff. In September 1988, Dahmer's grandmother asked him to move out, largely because of his drinking, his habit of bringing young men to her house late at night, and the foul smells occasionally emanating from both the basement and the garage. I wonder what he told. I guess he just told her they were like chemical experiments or whatever. Dahmer.
Probably. But, like, everyone said that, like, he always stunk. Like, there was always a trail of, like, death, like, around him, like...
Well, it's kind of weird because just looking at his photos, like, you could almost, like, understand that just from the photos.
Yeah. Yeah.
Dahmer found a one-bedroom apartment at 808 North 24th Street and moved into his new residence on September 25th. 2 days later, he was arrested for drugging and sexually fondling a 13-year-old boy whom he had lured to his home on the pretext of posing nude for photographs. See, again, like, you know, in the Old West, like, you just shoot these people. Like,
yeah, but, like, even in the modern era, like, they would have, like, you know, I mean, like, where the hell were they in, like, the 80s? I mean,
this was almost this is 1988. This is almost the 90s.
Yeah.
I mean, this is crazy. And this isn't some backwoods hillbilly town. Like, you know, like, this is just weird. Isn't it surprising that, like, the police officers didn't, like, beat him to death, like, after discovering this? Like, what's going on?
They just weren't doing their jobs, obviously. Like, I mean, seriously. I mean, like, at this particular, like, in that point in history, like, obviously, like, he should have, like, faced some sort of justice for that.
Or at least, like, yeah, I mean, this is kind of crazy because supposedly this is not, I mean, it doesn't say too much about this 13-year-old, but if this is like a 13-year-old with a family, you'd think the family members would take care of business, like, you know?
True.
Dahmer's father hired an attorney named Gerald Boyle to defend his son. At Boyle's request, Dahmer underwent a series of psychological evaluations prior to his upcoming court hearing. These evaluations revealed Dahmer harbored deep feelings of alienation. A second evaluation 2 months later revealed Dahmer to be an impulsive individual, suspicious of others, and dismayed by his lack of accomplishments in life. His probation officer also referenced a 1987 diagnosis of Dahmer suffering from a schizoid personality disorder for presentation to the court. On January 30th, 1989, Dahmer pled guilty to charges of second-degree sexual assault and of enticing a child for immoral purposes. Sentencing for the assault was suspended until May. On March 20th, Dahmer commenced a 10-day Easter absence from work, during which he moved back into his grandmother's home. Yeah, if you're the grandmother, like, do you even allow this guy back into your home? Like, let's say you really believe that he's not evil, and this is all just mental issues. Like, you send him to a mental facility. Like, you don't, like, why? It's just kind of weird. Like, why is he out and about free where he can harm more children?
Well, I mean, like, you're also, like, she's the only one that, like, like, he had any kind of, like, relationship with, but, like, he, like, fondles little boys and, like, jerks off, and, like, like, who was she? I mean, like, we're, like, looking at it like she was, like, this sweet little old grandma. Like, I mean, she could have been, like, Ma Barker for all you know.
I mean, I did not know her personally, I cannot say. 2 months after his conviction and 2 months prior to his sentencing for the sexual assault, Dahmer murdered his fifth victim, a mixed-race 24-year-old aspiring model named Anthony Sears, whom Dahmer met at a gay bar March 25th, 1989. According to Dahmer, on this particular occasion, he was not looking to commit a crime. However, shortly before closing time that evening, Sears just started talking to me. Dahmer lured Sears to his grandmother's home, where the pair engaged in oral sex before Dahmer drugged and strangled Sears. The following morning, Dahmer placed the corpse in his grandmother's bathtub, where he decapitated the body before attempting to flay the corpse. He stripped the flesh from the body and pulverized the bones, which he disposed of in the tray. According to Dahmer, he found Sears exceptionally attractive, and Sears was the first victim from whom he permanently retained any body parts. He preserved Sears's head and genitalia in acetone and stored them in a wooden box, which he later placed in his work locker. When he moved to a new address the following year, he took the remains there. On May 23, 1989, Dahmer was sentenced to 5 years probation and 1 year in the House of Correction, with work release permitted in order that he be able to keep his job. He was also required to register as a sex offender. 2 months before his scheduled release from the work camp, Dahmer was paroled from this regiment. His 5 years probation imposed in 89 began at this point. On release, Dahmer temporarily moved back to his grandmother's home. How many times is he going to move back to his grandmother's house?
Well, at this point, you'd think she would be kind of fed up. Not to mention he's, like, a sex offender at that point.
Well, not just fed up, but, like, how are you not, like, I mean, yeah, I guess if it's a family member, you might not be as disgusted as a non-family member, but, I mean, personally, like, I can't imagine being able to stand the sight of somebody that you knew did that. Because even if you believe it's not their fault and they're mentally ill, if they're that mentally ill, like, they belong in an institution.
Yeah, or, like, that you're related to those people.
In May 1990, he moved into the Oxford Apartments located on North 25th Street in Milwaukee. Although located in a high-crime area, the apartment was close to his workplace, was furnished, and at $300 per month, inclusive of all bills, excluding electricity, was economical. You know, the other thing that's kind of weird, like, where are all the criminals that kill random people? Like, how come they didn't kill this guy?
Well, I mean, like, eventually one of them.
Well, well, let's get to that.
I was just thinking about, like, who ended up with Dahmer's furniture after he left, like, that furnished apartment.
The 1990 killings. On May 14th, 1990, Dahmer moved out of his grandmother's house. Like, is it for the final time or not? We'll find out. And into 924 North 25th Street, apartment 213, taking Sears's mummified head and genitals with him. Within 1 week of his moving into his new apartment, Dahmer had killed his sixth victim, Raymond Smith. Smith was a 32-year-old male prostitute whom Dahmer lured to his apartment 213 with the promise of $50 for sex. He really likes this $50 number. It's like a really...
Yeah, really. I mean, like, you think, like, with inflation or something, like, it would be more, or, like, it would take, like, like, they would want 100.
Inside the apartment, he gave Smith a drink laced with 7 sleeping pills, then manually strangled him. The following day, Dahmer purchased a Polaroid camera with which he took several pictures of Smith's body in suggestive positions before dismembering him in the bathroom. He boiled the legs, arms, and pelvis in a steel kettle with Soilex, which allowed him to rinse the bones in his sink. Dahmer dissolved the remainder of Smith's skeleton, excluding the skull, in a container filled with acid, He later spray-painted Smith's skull, which he placed alongside the skull of Sears, upon a black towel inside a metal filing cabinet. Approximately 1 week after the murder of Smith, on or about May 27th, Dahmer lured another young man to his apartment. On this occasion, Dahmer accidentally consumed the drink laden with sedatives intended for consumption by his guest. When he awoke the following day, he discovered his intended victim had stolen several items of his clothing, $300, and a watch. Dahmer never reported this incident to the police, although on May 29th he divulged to his probation officer that he had been robbed. Can you imagine him reporting it? He was like, yeah, I laced this drink. I was going to drug and kill this guy, but he robbed me instead because I accidentally drank the drink because I'm incompetent. Is that what happened?
Well, like, like, how creepy, like, was that place? Like, I mean, like, like, when that guy, like, was, like, stealing shit, like, makes you wonder if he, like, opened up, like, the vat of acid and, like, realized, like, what was going on.
Yeah, but see, can you still regard Dahmer as a criminal genius? I mean, how many serial killers that drug their victims have accidentally ingested the drug they intend for their victim? I mean, I've actually never heard of that happening before.
No. It's
In
kind of a shame he didn't kill himself,
Yeah. Well, I still think he should have been shot during that first incident. I mean, that sounds kind of like creepy, but like, I mean, I don't know. Not that I would do the shooting, or I don't advocate for the murder of anybody, but like, if other people saw it fit to shoot them, it would be hard to shoot him. It would be hard to argue with them. That's my point.
Well, like, I mean, like, maybe that's why, like, when it came to court, he's like, I should be killed. Like, you know what I mean? Like, because he knew that, like, most people would feel that way, so, like, he'd be kept alive as, like, extra punishment.
In June 1990, Dahmer lured a 27-year-old acquaintance named Edward Smith. Now, is this Edward Smith related to Raymond Smith, the sixth victim that he killed? I mean, see, with a last name like Smith, I mean, it's very possible they're not related, right?
Yeah, I mean, Smith is pretty common.
In June 1990, Dahmer lured 27. So it was an acquaintance of his. So it was a guy that he knew, Edward Smith, to his apartment. He drugged and strangled Smith. On this occasion, rather than immediately acidifying the skeleton or repeating previous processes of bleaching, which had rendered previous victims' skull brittle, Dahmer placed Smith's skeleton in his freezer for several months in the hope that it would not retain moisture. Freezing the skeleton did not remove moisture, and the skeleton of this victim was acidified several months later. Dahmer accidentally destroyed the skull when he placed it in the oven to dry, a process that caused the skull to explode. That's kind of weird.
Well, there's moisture in here. I mean, like, the body's like 70, I mean, like, like the organs and stuff. I mean, although, see, I don't know, like, I mean, obviously that turns to liquid, but, like, I mean, again, like,
Well, this is the skull. He put the skull in the oven and it exploded.
yeah, but, like, the brain is in, like, I mean, like,
Well, it
that,
doesn't say whether he took the brain out or not here. It's not saying head. It's saying skull. I'm assuming it was just the skull and not anything else.
but how did he take the brain out? I mean, it's not like he had, like, Egyptian embalming tools, like, at his disposal,
Well,
or
how do
maybe he
you know?
did. I don't.
Dahmer later informed police he had felt rotten about Smith's murder as he had been unable to retain any parts of his body. So that's what he felt bad about.
Yeah.
Less than 3 months after the murder of Smith, Dahmer encountered a 22-year-old Chicago native named Ernest Miller outside a bookstore on the corner of North 27th Street. Miller agreed to accompany Dahmer to his apartment for, guess how much money?
$50.
$50, and further agreed to allow him to listen to his heart and stomach. I mean, was this kind of medical thing? When Dahmer attempted to perform oral sex upon Miller, he was informed, that'll cost you extra. Whereupon Dahmer gave his intended victim a drink laced with 2 sleeping pills. So he's not willing to do anything other than $50. On on this occasion, Dahmer had only.
Well, you mean he knew he was gonna kill him anyway, so like why not just give him the money to make him happy anyway? Like
Well,
you know what I
maybe he
mean?
never has more than $50 at a time. I mean, when you're dealing with mental people, I mean, perhaps he has some kind of aversion to ever having more than $50 on him at any particular time.
Yeah, but like, what did he do with like their clothing and shit? I mean, like, we're just so consumed with the fact that he was like, like liquidating the remains. Like, I mean, obviously those people had money on them. Like, like whatever happened to that? Like,
Well, maybe he immediately deposits all that money elsewhere and he doesn't have it on him during these other encounters. All right, continuing on. On this occasion, Dahmer had only 2 sleeping pills to give his victim. Therefore, he killed Miller by slashing his carotid artery with the same knife he used to dissect his victim's body. Miller bled to death within minutes. Dahmer then posed the nude body for various suggestive Polaroid photographs before placing it in his bathtub for dismemberment. Dahmer repeatedly kissed and talked to the severed head while he dismembered the remainder of the body. Dahmer wrapped Miller's heart, biceps, and portions of flesh from the legs in plastic bags and placed them in the fridge for later consumption. He boiled the remaining flesh and organs into a jelly-like substance using Soilex, which enabled him to rinse the flesh off the skeleton, which he intended to retain. To preserve the skeleton, Dahmer placed the bones in a light bleach solution for 24 hours before allowing them to dry upon a cloth for 1 week. The severed head was initially placed in the refrigerator before being stripped of flesh, then painted and coated with enamel. I mean, he's really experimenting with these remains here. 3 weeks after the murder of Miller on September 24th, Dahmer encountered a 22-year-old man named David Thomas. Okay, I have to take a moment here. Smith, Miller, Thomas. Is he, like, supposedly, if he doesn't know these people, how are their names just happen to be the most common last names ever?
well, I mean, like,
Is this entire case some kind of psychological operation?
I mean, it's possible. I mean, like when you think about it, they almost sound like stage names, to be quite honest.
Yeah. Well, some people believe, and we'll get into this conspiracy theory later, some people believe that almost all serial killers are psychological operations by the government.
All right, well, we'll get into that later. Like, continue.
All right, so he encountered this 22-year-old David Thomas at the Grand Avenue Mall. He persuaded him to return to his apartment for a few drinks with additional money on offer if he would pose for photographs. It doesn't state here how much money he offered, though. It just states additional money.
It's also interesting how he's able to like lure all these people back to his apartment. Like, I mean, he's like butt ugly too. It's not even like he was like, like this like hunk or anything. I mean, like he looks like a fucking predator, like nut job. So like, I mean, it's interesting that he's able to like, like lure these people.
Well, we don't really know. See, we don't really know what all the other people around that area look like at that particular time. So maybe he was above average compared to the people walking around him. I mean, I have no idea.
All right, continue.
In his statement to police after his arrest, Dahmer stated that after giving Thomas a drink laden with sedatives, he did not feel attracted to him, but was afraid to allow him to awake in case he would be angry over being drugged. Therefore, he strangled him and dismembered the body, intentionally retaining no body parts whatsoever. He photographed the dismemberment process and retained these photographs, which later aided in Thomas's identification. Following the murder of Thomas, Dahmer did not kill anyone for almost 5 months, although on a minimum of 5 occasions between October 1990 and February 91, he unsuccessfully attempted to lure men to his apartment. So apparently he tried to get 5 other victims, but they weren't biting. Maybe, see, if he only offered $50, I mean, maybe, inflation's going on, like, that's not enough anymore. But if he's got this fixation with $50 and he refuses to up the price, I mean, he's just not able to lure anybody in this time period. He is known to have regularly complained of feelings of both anxiety and depression to his probation officer throughout 1990, with frequent references to his sexuality, his solitary lifestyle, and financial difficulties. On several occasions, Dahmer is known to have referred to harboring suicidal thoughts. Again, if he was this like YouTube prankster making millions of dollars, would he still be as depressed killing people, or would he have never harmed anybody?
I think it's difficult to say, Bruce. Like, I'm not sure. Like, I mean, I think it could have swayed in either direction.
Yeah. 1991 killings. In February 91, Dahmer observed a 17-year-old named Curtis Straughter. Okay, here we have a name that I've never seen before. Standing at a bus stop near Marquette University. According to Dahmer, he lured Straughter into his apartment with an offer of money for posing for nude photos. It doesn't state the amount here. We could probably guess, though.
Yeah, it could be that, like, they just, like, the people writing the article, like, they just didn't want to be that repetitive.
I mean, how many times is he going to move back to his grandmother's house? With an added incentive of sexual intercourse, Dahmer drugged Strother, cuffed his hands behind his back, then strangled him to death with a leather strap. He then dismembered Strother, retaining the youth's skull, hands, and genitals, and photographing each stage of the dismemberment process. Less than 2 months later, April 7th, Dahmer encountered a 19-year-old named Errol Lindsay walking to get a key cut. Lindsay was heterosexual. Dahmer lured Lindsay to his apartment, although it doesn't state here how he lured him, where he drugged him, drilled a hole in his skull, and poured hydrochloric acid into it. According to Dahmer, Lindsay awoke after this experiment, which Dahmer had conceived in the hope of inducing a permanent, unresistant, submissive state, saying, "I have a headache. What time is it?" In response to this, Dahmer again drugged Lindsay, then strangled him. He decapitated Lindsay and retained his skull. He then flayed Lindsay's body, placing the skin in a solution of cold water and salt for several weeks in the hope of permanently retaining it. Reluctantly, he disposed of Lindsay's skin when he noted it had become too frayed and brittle. He also uses the word brittle a lot. But the only thing that's not the most disturbing and horrific regarding this account is that apparently this guy did not feel a lot of pain, because after this hole was drilled into his skull with hydrochloric acid poured into it, it just stated that he woke up saying, "I have a headache. What time is it?" So apparently, I mean, the only comfort anybody can get from this story is that it wasn't excruciating, torturous pain, because he drugged Lindsay right after and then strangled him.
I
But
suppose.
I mean, I'm just saying, because when I was
I think the hydrochloric acid probably felt like really bad going in. Like,
well, he was drugged when he did that.
yeah, okay, like,
I
or
guess
so
he wasn't.
Dahmer said.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good point. Yeah, we can't trust Dahmer at all. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, that's a good point. By 1991, fellow residents of the Oxford apartments had repeatedly complained to the building's manager, Sopa Princewill. What the hell? What kind of a name is Sopa Princewill? Like the will of a prince? I mean, this, again, is this all a psychological operation?
I don't know. I don't know. But
They're
like,
complaining
where
to
they
a
go?
guy
They're
named
obviously they were complaining about the odor. I mean, like, how
Yeah,
do you
hold on a
not like?
second. Hold on a second. So they complained to the building's manager, Sopa Princewell, of the foul smells emanating from apartment 213, in addition to the sounds of falling objects and the occasional sound of a chainsaw. Can you imagine somebody routinely using a chainsaw inside an apartment in an apartment building? But they're complaining. Hold on a second. They're complaining to a guy named Sopa about bad smell.
Yeah, and like chainsaw noise. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, yeah. Princewill contacted Dahmer in response to these complaints on several occasions, although he initially excused the odors emanating from his apartment as being caused by his freezer breaking, causing the contents to become spoiled. I mean, how many times could a freezer break before the freezer needs to be replaced? On several occasions, he informed Princewell that the reason for the resurgence of the odor was that several of his tropical fish had recently died and that he would take care of the matter. So, if the smell is that bad, like tropical fish don't smell that bad.
Well, they're not that big either. I mean, like, you know, I mean, like, seriously, like, I mean, how much odor, like, to where it's like spreading to other apartments?
Yeah, I know. Let's say he even has like 1,000 tropical fish. If the odor is emanating that far to other apartments, how is he able to handle it? And how did Prince, like, think about it. Let's say the smell really was that bad. Like, what does Princewell think of this guy who's just willing to have countless dead fish all over his apartment smelling that bad without cleaning them up? Like, what would that cause you to think of Dahmer?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
On the afternoon of May 26, 1991, Dahmer encountered a 14-year-old Lao teenager named Konarak Synthasamphone on Wisconsin Avenue. Unknown to Dahmer, Synthasamphone was the younger brother of the boy whom he had molested in 1988. Hold on a second. I need to do a Milwaukee population check here, because what is the statistical likelihood of that happening? See, this is why some people think that this is a psyop, because I would like to know I mean, I need to calculate the chances here. I always go to populations because, I mean, there's so many cases, like the person that finds the body happens to be like the relative of like, the police guy, like out of millions of people, like what are the chances? So Milwaukee's current population is 592,649 as of 2020. So that's actually not that huge.
All right, but like, what was it in 1990?
So in 1990, the population. Wait, hold on a second. This is Milwaukee metro area. So the whole metro area is currently 1.4 million, and in 1990 it was 1.2, 1.28.
It's actually not a large growth considering it's been like that many years.
So that's the metro area. So anywhere between a couple 100,000 and over 1 million people who could have been in or around Milwaukee. So on this particular afternoon, he encounters this guy. This is kind of weird. So his attempted victim is the younger brother of the boy he molested. I mean, I don't know. Do you find this too difficult to believe, JR?
Yeah, that's pretty far-fetched.
Okay, so he approached the teenager with an offer of money, doesn't say how much, but I think we can guess,
Yeah.
to accompany him to his apartment to pose for Polaroid pictures. According to Dahmer, Synthasm was initially reluctant to the proposal before changing his mind and accompanying him to his apartment, where he posed for 2 pictures in his underwear before Dahmer drugged him into unconsciousness and performed oral sex on him. Before Synthasm fell unconscious, also, how did he not know that this was the guy that assaulted his brother?
Again, I have no idea.
Because this is only like approximately 3 years later. It's not like it was 10 years ago. Unless they tried to protect him and didn't tell him anything about it. Yeah, I don't know.
True.
This is kind of weird. Before Synthasm fell unconscious, also, let's keep in mind, this is all Dahmer's account here. So it's, regarding who's reluctant and who's not, and whether or not he recognized him or not. I mean, we only have Dahmer's word here.
Well, that, and like it was his younger brother, so I mean, it's not necessarily like he was there for court proceedings or anything where he would have saw Dahmer.
That's true, but you would think there'd be like I mean, I don't know. You would think, but Dahmer.
Yeah.
So before he fell unconscious, Dahmer led him into his bedroom, where the body of 31-year-old Tony Hughes, an aspiring model who Dahmer had killed 3 days earlier, lay naked on the floor. According to Dahmer, he believed that Synthasm saw this body, yet did not react to the bloated corpse, likely because of the effects of the sleeping pills he had ingested. On this occasion, Dahmer drilled a single narrow hole into the crown of Synthasm's skull, through which he injected hydrochloric acid into the frontal lobe. Dahmer then drank several beers while lying alongside Synthasm before briefly falling asleep, then leaving his apartment to drink at a bar and then purchase more alcohol. In the early morning, I mean, that's an interesting day. You kill some guy, you leave him in your apartment. You go get a boy. You drill his skull, and you hang out drinking. Then you go to the bar to drink. Then you go to the alcohol store to get more alcohol. I mean, this is an interesting order of events. I mean, Dahmer really is. I would say he's quite unusual, even amongst serial killers. Wouldn't you say?
Yeah, I'd say he's like, in his own league.
Yeah, even within his own peer group. I mean, of the most like sick, vile peers, he still seems to be quite unique. In the early morning hours, May 27th, Dahmer returned toward his apartment to discover Synthasm sitting naked on the corner of 25th and State, talking in Lao, with 3 distressed young women standing near him. Dahmer approached the women and told them that Synthasm, whom he referred to by the alias of John Hmong, was his friend and attempted to lead him to his apartment by the arm. The 3 women dissuaded Dahmer, explaining that they had phoned 911. Upon the arrival of 2 Milwaukee police officers, John Bilzerek and Joseph Gabrish, Dahmer's demeanor relaxed. He told the officers that Synthasm was his 19-year-old boyfriend, that he had drunk too much following a quarrel, and that he frequently behaved in this manner when intoxicated. Dahmer added his lover had consumed Jack Daniels whiskey that evening. The 3 women were exasperated, and when one of the trio attempted to indicate to one of the officers both of whom had observed no injuries beyond a scrape to Synthasomphone's knee and believed him to be intoxicated, that Symphathosone had blood upon his testicles and was bleeding from his rectum, and that he had seemingly struggled against Dahmer's attempts to walk him to his apartment prior to their arrival. The officer harshly informed her to butt out, shut the hell up, these are quotes, butt out, shut the hell up, and to not interfere. Shortly after, I mean, these seem to be highly astute police officers, are they not? See, this also feeds some of the conspiracy theories that the police are all part, that a lot of police, not all, that a certain portion of police officers and government agents are in on some kind of vast conspiracy where serial killers are part of some kind of club left to run amok and kill, and police do not directly interfere, and that's why they keep getting let off on all these charges to just go out and wreak havoc. And also possibly intertwined with another conspiracy that it's not necessarily the serial killers responsible for all these deaths, but possibly also this Illuminati-based club which do human sacrifices, and then they blame some of these murders and disappearances on active serial killers, which they need to be active, hence constantly releasing them from prison. Do you have any thoughts on that, JR?
Yeah, hold on a second. Yeah, all right. Sorry. Someone was trying to call. I didn't want it to beep. Well, I mean, in terms of the government agent thing, let's just leave government agents out of this. Let's just talk about, like, your general, like, cops. I will say, like, even in this specific circumstance, which I think, I think there's some merit to conspiracy. But even then, I mean, he seems unusually lucky here, doesn't it? I mean, like, when you just see, like, this, like, guy that's buck, like, crying with, like, blood on his testicles at, like, the street corner, and, like...
I can't get past the fact that this is the younger brother of the guy he molested 3 years prior in a metro area over 1 million people. I can't get past that.
Yeah.
Not only that, this isn't an average Joe schmo. Apparently, this is a guy from Laos. So this isn't like, how many people from Laos are in the Milwaukee area?
Yeah.
Like, the statistics just don't match here. You could, like, I know the coincidence theorists are going to just write it off as coincidence, but this seems like a bridge too far. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, like, but see, like, everything about this whole, like, thing is too far. I mean, I don't know, like...
Well, let's see what happens here, because it's about to get even weirder. Shortly after arrival of the Milwaukee police officers, 3 members of the Milwaukee Fire Department arrived at the scene. These individuals also examined Synthasophone for injuries and provided a yellow blanket for the police officers to cover Synthasophone. One of the 3 believed Synthasophone needed treatment, but the officers directed the fire department personnel to leave. Shortly after, Officer Richard Porobkan arrived at the scene. He and Gabrish, followed by Belzerek, escorted Dahmer and Synthasophone to Dahmer's apartment, as Dahmer repeatedly commented on the general crime in the neighborhood and of his appreciation to the police. So the police actually escorted the victim with Dahmer back to Dahmer's apartment where he could be murdered and where another dead body lay just feet away. I mean, do you find this believable?
It's pretty hard. I mean, like, even, like, I mean, just, like, it's pretty hard.
Apparently, the officers and the bystanders verified that this is what happened. So that's why some people believe in the conspiracy that the police officers knew something about Dahmer, and it's not just pure incompetence. Because it's not like it's one officer. There's multiple officers here. Inside. Okay, hold on a second. He leads the officers inside the apartment. You're not going to...
Yeah, I mean, like, see, the thing is, like, I mean, the officers normally would at least, like, go back to the apartment and see, like, what's going on. So, like...
Well,
I mean, that's like, standard procedure. Like,
apparently he invites them inside his apartment. In an effort to verify his claim that he and Synthasophone were lovers, Dahmer showed the officers the 2 semi-nude Polaroid pictures he had taken of the youth the previous evening. You know what else is creepy? They don't even attempt to verify his age.
Yeah, and they're cool with them, like, him, like, showing them porn.
Because this kid's 14.
Yeah.
So, well, also, like, can you imagine this transpiring while, like, another dead body is just lying on the other side of the bedroom door? Like, he's got the police in his apartment showing them photos of this underage kid that's, like, bleeding.
Which you can tell if it's 14 that, like, he's clearly underage.
Though Bilzeric said he smelled nothing unusual, Gabrish later stated he noted a strange scent reminiscent of excrement inside the apartment. This odor emanated from the decomposing body of Hughes. Dahmer stated that to investigate this odor, one officer simply peeked his head around the bedroom but really didn't take a good look. So apparently the door wasn't even closed where the dead body. Okay, so you made the point about how unusually lucky Dahmer was before we're discussing the officers in his apartment looking into the room where a dead body is. I mean, what do you think now of Dahmer's unusual luck?
Yeah, like, yeah.
I mean,
it makes for good Netflix though.
yeah, I mean this is really weird. Okay, the officers then left with a departing remark that Dahmer take good care of synthasamphone. This incident was listed by the officers as a domestic dispute. Upon the departure of the three officers from his apartment, Dahmer again injected hydrochloric acid into synthasamphone's brain. On this second occasion, the injection proved fatal. The following day, May 28th, Dahmer took a day's leave from work to devote himself to the dismemberment of the bodies of Synthasamphone and Hughes. He retained both victims' skulls. Okay, I have to do an aside here. Because this is what I was talking about. When in the West, like in the Old West, they would have just shot this guy. Because, like, what do the parents of these boys think? Like, they have one son who's molested, then the same guy ends up killing their other son.
With hydrochloric acid in his brain.
Yeah,
It's not even like he just like shot him or anything. Like, or like
this is why personally, if I was on the jury, if the family members had shot him after the first offense, I don't know if I could convict the family members that did what they saw fit to this guy for abusing their son, because if they hadn't, like, look what happened afterwards, if we believe this story, because again, the statistical chances that this is the younger brother, I mean, yeah, this is a problem. This is a problem. Continuing on here, June 30th, Dahmer traveled to Chicago, where he encountered a 20-year-old named Matt Turner. Again, we have like these last names at a bus station. Turner accepted Dahmer's offer to travel to Milwaukee for a professional photo shoot. I wonder how much money he offered, but it doesn't say. At the apartment, Dahmer drugged, strangled, and dismembered Turner and placed his head and internal organs in separate plastic bags in the freezer. Turner was not reported missing. 5 days later, on July 5th, Dahmer lured 23-year-old Jeremiah Weinberger from a Chicago bar to his apartment on the promise of spending the weekend with him. He drugged Weinberger and twice injected boiling water through his skull, sending him into a coma from which he died 2 days later. I don't even want to imagine like what it feels like to have boiling water injected into your skull. I'm hoping that Weinberger was drugged enough to not feel that, but wow. I mean, that's kind of new. That's kind of new. On July 15th, Dahmer encountered 24-year-old Oliver Lacey at the corner of 27th and Kilbourne. That's an interesting street name. Lacey agreed to Dahmer's ruse of posing nude for photographs and accompanied him to his apartment, where the pair engaged in tentative sexual activity before Dahmer drugged Lacey. On this occasion, Dahmer intended to prolong the time he spent with Lacey while alive. After unsuccessfully attempting to render Lacey unconscious with chloroform, he phoned his workplace to request a day's absence. This was granted, although the next day he was suspended. Wait a second. So unsuccessfully render Lacey unconscious, so this guy doesn't know how to use chloroform. So is this another similar incident of when he drugged himself instead? Like he's unable to chloroform the guy? Like chloroform, how hard is it to chloroform somebody? Do they make you do that in government agent training?
Well, I'm not really at liberty to discuss government agent training, Bruce, but like I will say that like it's very interesting that like he's actually like still employed at this point, because it seems like every waking hour of his time is either spent with procuring a victim, killing the victim, fucking the victim, or dismembering the victim. So like,
Well,
I don't know
drinking.
how. Like, I mean, the guy,
Don't forget.
he's
Well, don't forget the amount of hours he spends not only drinking at home, but drinking at bars, and then also purchasing more alcohol at alcohol shops.
yeah. I mean, like, he's busier than Hasselhoff.
After strangling Lacey, Dahmer had sex with the corpse before dismembering him. He placed Lacey's head and heart in the refrigerator and his skeleton in the freezer. 4 days later, July 19th, Dahmer received word that he was fired. Upon receipt of this news, Dahmer lured 25-year-old Joseph Bradehoft, okay, at least we have some kind of non-popular last name here, to his apartment. Bravehoft was strangled and left lying on Dahmer's bed, covered with a sheet for 2 days. On July 21st, Dahmer removed these sheets to find the head covered in maggots. He decapitated the body, cleaned the head, and placed it in the refrigerator. He later acidified Bradhoff's torso along with those of 2 other victims killed within the previous month. Wow. Man, that is very, very disturbing, but the series of coincidences is, I mean, it's a lot. So let's
But
move
like,
on
what
to
did he tell the landlord over that? Like, I mean, what does that smell like?
Well, let's move on. Well, I was actually bracing for him moving back in with his grandmother if the landlord kicked him. Let's move on to his arrest and capture now. July 22nd, 1991, Dahmer approached 3 men. Hold on to your hat, JR. Dahmer's accounting for inflation. On July 22nd, 1991, Dahmer approached 3 men with an offer of $100 to accompany him to his apartment to pose for nude photographs, or because it was 3 of them. So they're going to split the 100. Drink beer and simply keep him company. One of the trio, 32-year-old, I guess only one of them took the offer. One of the trio, 32-year-old Tracy Edwards, again with the last name, agreed to, you know what else is weird? Tracy Edwards agreed to accompany him to his apartment. Upon entering Dahmer's apartment, Edwards noted a foul odor and several boxes of hydrochloric acid on the floor, which Dahmer claimed to use for cleaning bricks. That's an interesting hobby. After some minor conversation, Edwards responded to Dahmer's request to turn his head and view his tropical fish, whereupon Dahmer placed a handcuff upon his wrist. When Edwards asked what's happening, Dahmer unsuccessfully attempted to cuff his wrists together. Okay, so
he's really a shitty criminal too. Like, on top of everything else, like.
Okay, he just seems to have an unusual amount of luck, as you put it. Like, the luck factor here cannot be overlooked. But get this. After Dahmer unsuccessfully attempted to cuff his wrists together, he then told Edwards to accompany him to the bedroom to pose for nude pictures. So apparently, did he play it off as some kind of like game? While inside the bedroom, Edwards noted nude male posters on the wall and that a videotape of The Exorcist 3 was playing.
Oh my God.
Okay, I don't know whether to be surprised the fact that The Exorcist 3 is like permanently playing on a loop in Dahmer's apartment, but like, I mean, is there a reason he chose 3 instead of 1 or 2?
Yeah, well, I was just about to say, like, why part 3? Like.
He also noted a blue 57-gallon drum in the corner from which a strong odor emanated. I mean, this guy's apartment is like, this is the weirdest apartment. He's got boxes of hydrochloric acid, a 57-gallon drum, like this foul odor, Exorcist 3 on a loop. Like, what's going on here? Like, what kind
Well, he's also got the skull collection, and let's not forget about what's in the fucking frigid air.
Yeah. Dahmer then brandished a knife and informed Edwards he intended to take nude pictures of him. In an attempt to appease Dahmer, Edwards unbuttoned his shirt, saying he would allow him to do so if he would remove the handcuffs and put the knife away. In response to this promise, Dahmer simply turned his attention towards the TV. Edwards observed Dahmer rocking back and forth and chanting before turning his attention back to him. He placed his head on Edwards' chest, listened to his heartbeat, and with the knife pressed against his intended victim, informed Edwards he intended to eat his heart. In continuous attempts to prevent Dahmer from attacking him, Edwards repeated that he was Dahmer's friend and that he was not going to run away. Edwards had decided he was going to either jump from a window or run through the unlocked front door. So wait a second, Dahmer doesn't even lock his door while doing all this?
I don't know, but according to this, like an Exorcist 3, like there's like this like scene in like the hospital or whatever. Like that might explain like why he like chose 3.
Well, I mean, it was also the most, I believe it, yeah, it was the most recent one at the time. So was he just catching up on his Exorcist series and that's a red herring?
I mean, it's possible. I
The
mean,
Exorcist
like
3 just came out in 1991. I mean, I don't know when it was released on video, but it hadn't been that long. So maybe he didn't get a chance in all his drinking and killing. He didn't get a chance to see Exorcist 3 in theater.
it's possible, Bruce. I mean, it's possible. Like I mean, like especially like I mean, like it's almost like that movie was like made for him when you really think about it. I mean, like like he's their target audience.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean,
It's interesting that like he's like that candid with his victims though, like talking about like how he's gonna like, eat his heart.
alleged, like again, like it's kind of hard to trust anything he says. Like, are you really gonna trust anything that comes out of his mouth?
Yeah, but like this is the guy that lived though, right? Isn't it?
Well, we're gonna get to that. But you know what else is strange? In the Exorcist series, they did have that dream machine.
Yeah.
That was kind of weird. And then in terms of eating hearts and chanting, is this evidence that Dahmer is part of some kind of Illuminati cult doing like murder sacrifices for the energy of like, the victim? And he was like let loose to like do these things. Or others were also involved, but he was basically just the patsy. But either way, let's continue here. So
Well, there is evidence though that like people that cannibalize do it like so like their victims become a part of them.
yeah, that's true as well. So apparently the front door is unlocked. So Dahmer leaves the front door unlocked. So do you think there's some kind of weird subconscious where he wants to get caught and then like it's nothing but sheer luck? I mean, he invites 3 police officers into his apartment and he lets them look in the bedroom where like apparently there's a
Yeah,
decomposed.
well, I think there is a certain amount of like sick. Like for him, it wasn't just. It was also like he probably got off on the fact that he was able to get away with it as much as he did. I mean, like I think
Do
like
you think, do you think do you think that after the cops left he just like burst out laughing?
I don't know. I mean, like I mean, like he knew that like he was gonna kill that guy. So like I mean, and the cops had already been there. So I mean, like really, like he probably had a hard on because he knew that like he had the rest of the night to kill that guy, and like like they weren't gonna come back to the apartment.
You know what else is weird though? Like the 3 fire department individuals, like the firemen, I mean, like, they let the police bully them because one of the firemen was really adamant that this guy needed medical attention, and I would like to know what the other 2 firemen were smoking to think that this guy didn't need medical attention. Like he's bleeding all over the place, and like he's got these,
From his genitals.
and he's got like these other witnesses stating that he's like resisting being led away by this guy, claiming like he's not corroborating the story that like he's willingly this guy's boyfriend. And the fact that like his age is unknown at this time.
Yeah, but like he clearly looks younger than like 25.
Yeah, I mean, there's a photo here of him. Like he looks like a young kid. I mean,
Yeah.
I so he was 14, but I mean, I guess theoretically you could give him maybe like 17, but like yeah, clearly a minor.
Borderline. Yeah.
And the condition that he was in, what do you think? So I don't know. You think the firemen were in on it because apparently only one of the firemen thought he needed medical attention.
Well, I think the cops were obviously in on it, or like knew something about Dahmer. Like, I mean, I think it's kind of hard. Like, either that or like maybe they like knew the landlord or something. I don't know. Like, it's weird. Like,
The landlord named Sopa. Okay. Sopa Prince will. You think the whole Prince thing again is that like an Illuminati tie-in with like royalty and like the 13 families of the
I
Illuminati?
don't know. Like, I mean, how many tenants were in this apartment building? Like, I mean,
I mean, I don't know. It doesn't say it here, but let's continuing on here. So Edwards decided he was either going to jump from a window or run through the unlocked front door upon the next available opportunity. When Edwards next stated he needed to use the bathroom, he asked if they could sit with a beer in the living room where there was air conditioning. Dahmer consented, and the pair walked to the living room where Edwards exited the bathroom. Inside the living room, Edwards waited until he observed Dahmer have a momentary lapse of concentration before requesting to use the bathroom again. When Edwards, so is that not unusual to need to use the bathroom like within a few minutes twice? When
Well, it
Ed-
also depends on how sauced, like, I mean, if he's saying lapse in concentration, like, Dahmer must be throwing back, like, the liquor at that point. I mean, like, were they
well,
still drinking just beers?
is there any point where he isn't?
It's amazing that he's able to do all of these
It is.
things,
It actually kind of is, and
like drunk, like,
as you pointed out, to even hold down that job for any period of time.
yeah.
When Edwards rose from the couch, he noted Dahmer was not holding the handcuffs, whereupon Edwards punched him in the face, knocking Dahmer off balance and ran out the front door. At 11:30 p.m., July 22nd, Edwards flagged down the two Milwaukee police officers, Robert Routh and Ralph Mueller, at the corner of North 25th. The officers noted that Edwards had a handcuff attached to his wrist, whereupon he explained to the officers that a freak had placed the handcuffs upon him and asked if the police could remove them. When the officers' handcuff keys failed to fit the brand of handcuffs, Edwards agreed to accompany the officers to the apartment, where Edwards stated he had spent the previous 5 hours before escaping. When the officers and Edwards arrived at apartment 213, Dahmer invited the trio inside and acknowledged he had placed the handcuffs upon Edwards, although he offered no explanation as to why he had done so. See, you know what's kind of weird, though, because what if he had just slammed the door in the officer's face and said, get a warrant? But he invited them in and admitted to putting the handcuffs on him, although not stating why. At this point, Edwards divulged to the officers that Dahmer had also brandished a large knife upon him and that this had happened in the bedroom. Dahmer made no comment to this revelation, indicated to one of the officers, Mueller, that the key to the handcuffs was in his bedside dresser. So he basically invited the officer into his bedroom again. As Mueller entered the bedroom, Dahmer attempted to pass Mueller to retrieve the key himself, whereupon the second officer present, Routh, informed him to back off. In the bedroom, Mueller noted that there was a large knife beneath the bed. He saw an open drawer, which upon closer inspection contained scores of Polaroid pictures, many of which were human bodies in various stages of dismemberment. So let's dissect this, JR. So he doesn't even close the drawer. He leaves the drawer open so that everybody can see the, like, I mean, he clearly is in a unique class of his own when it comes to serial killers. It's like he's trying to get caught, and like nobody's catching him until this moment. So I just find that curious. Like he doesn't even bother to close that drawer. Okay, so Mueller noted that the decor indicated that they had been taken in the same apartment in which they were standing. Mueller walked into the living room to show them to his partner, uttering the words, "These are for real." When Dahmer saw that Mueller was holding several of his Polaroids, he fought with the officers in an attempt to resist arrest. The officers quickly overpowered him, cuffed his hands behind his back, and called a second squad car for backup. At this point, Mueller opened the refrigerator to reveal the freshly severed head of a black male on the bottom shelf. As Dahmer lay pinned to the floor beneath Routh, he turned his head towards the officers and muttered the words, quote, "For what I did, I should be dead," end quote. A more detailed search of the apartment conducted by the Milwaukee Police Criminal Investigation Bureau revealed a total of 4 severed heads in Dahmer's kitchen. A total of 7 skulls, some painted, some bleached, were found in Dahmer's bedroom and inside a closet. Investigators discovered collected blood drippings upon a tray at the bottom of Dahmer's refrigerator, plus 2 human hearts, and a portion of arm muscle, each wrapped inside plastic bags upon the shelf. In Dahmer's freezer, investigators discovered an entire torso plus a bag of human organs and flesh stuck to the ice at the bottom. Elsewhere in apartment 213, investigators discovered 2 entire skeletons, a pair of severed hands, 2 severed and preserved penises, a mummified scalp, and in the 57-gallon drum, 3 further dismembered torsos dissolving in the acid solution. A total of 74 Polaroid pictures detailing the dismemberment of Dahmer's victims were found. In reference to the recovery of body parts and artifacts at 924 North 25th Street, the chief medical examiner later stated, quote, "It was more like dismantling someone's museum than an actual crime scene," end quote. Confession. Beginning in the early hours of July 23rd, 1991, Dahmer was questioned by Detective Patrick Kennedy. There we have a Kennedy. So there's a Kennedy involved here as well? It's a psyop, JR. Some people really believe it is. As to the murders he had committed and the evidence found in his apartment, over the following 2 weeks, Kennedy and later Detective Dennis Murphy conducted numerous interviews with Dahmer, which, when combined, totaled over 60 hours. Dahmer waived his right to have a lawyer present through his interrogations, adding he wished to confess all as he had created this horror, and it only makes sense I do everything to put an end to it. He readily admitted to having murdered 16 young men in Wisconsin since '87, with one further victim, Stephen Hicks, killed in Ohio in 1978. Most of Dahmer's victims had been rendered unconscious prior to their murder, although some had died as a result of having acid or boiling water injected into their brain. As he had no memory of the murder of his second victim, Stephen Tuomi, he was unsure whether he was unconscious when beaten to death, although he did concede it was possible that his viewing the exposed chest of Tuomi while in a drunken stupor may have led him to unsuccessfully attempt to tear Tuomi's heart from his chest. Okay, I'm gonna interject here with a really dark theory, JR. Are you ready for this?
Sure.
Okay, if the Illuminati knew about him at this point and selected him to be part of their club or as a patsy or whatever, if they didn't know about Stephen Hicks, the guy that he killed randomly back in Ohio in '78, what if they drugged Dahmer and they killed the other guy, then put his body on top of that guy's body to make Dahmer think that he himself was a murderer, not knowing about the first victim, because that was almost 10 years prior?
That's possible, but like, you know, like the whole like comedy routine of him like not being able to handcuff people and like not being able to like lock the door, like, you know, if he was really brainwashed, like he would have been brainwashed to like get those things right.
Yeah, well, yeah, but he was drinking. I mean, come on, brainwashing can only go so far when you're severely impaired.
Yeah, but like, I mean, they would have known that he was an alcoholic before they started the brainwashing. If that's the
Maybe
case,
they didn't care. They didn't care if he got caught either, because like they got so many of the guy.
I don't know. That's reaching.
If you say so, JR, if you say so. Okay, almost all the murders Dahmer committed after moving into the Oxford apartments had involved a ritual of posing the victims' bodies in suggestive positions, typically with the chest thrust outwards prior to dismemberment. Dahmer readily admitted to engaging in necrophilia with several of his victims' bodies, including performing sexual acts with their viscera as he dismembered their bodies in a bathtub. Having noted that much of the blood pooled inside his victim's chest after death, Dahmer first removed their internal organs, then suspended the torso so that the blood drained into the bathtub before dicing any organs he did not wish to retain and paring the flesh from the body. The bones he wished to dispose of were pulverized or acidified with Soilex and bleach solutions used to aid in the preservation of the skeletons and skulls he wished to keep. Dahmer confessed to having consumed hearts, livers, biceps, and portions of thighs of several victims he had killed within the previous year, often tenderizing the flesh and organs prior to consuming them in meals flavored with various condiments. Describing the increase in his rate of killing in the 2 months prior to his arrest, Dahmer stated that he had been, quote, completely swept along with his compulsion to kill, adding, it was an incessant and never-ending desire to be with someone at whatever cost. Someone good-looking, really nice-looking, it just filled my thoughts all day long, end quote. When asked to why he had preserved a total of 7 skulls and the entire skeletons of 2 victims, Dahmer stated he had been in the process of constructing a private altar of victims' skulls, which he had intended to display on the black table in his living room, and upon which he had photographed the bodies of many of his victims. So he was planning to just leave that in his living room, so any police officers or the landlord, anybody could just come in and see them. That was his plan.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, like, see, the thing is like, you know, that doesn't necessarily mean that, like, they're real, right? I mean, like, you can have display katana swords that aren't real katana.
Yeah, I know, but I'm sure that would raise some eyebrows.
Yeah, well, yeah.
The display of skulls was to be adorned at each side with the complete skeletons of Miller and Lacey. The 4 severed heads found in his kitchen were to have all flesh removed and used in this altar, as was the... So he was going to have full skeleton displays as well. Used in the altar, as was the skull of at least one future victim. Incense sticks were to be placed at each end of the black table, upon which Dahmer intended to place a large blue lamp with extending blue globe light. The entire construction was to be placed before a window covered with a black opaque shower curtain, in front of which Dahmer intended to sit in a black leather chair. When asked in a November 18, 1991 interview whom the altar was dedicated to, Dahmer replied, quote, "Myself. It was a place where I could feel at home." He further described his intended altar as a place for meditation, from where he believed he could draw a sense of power, adding, "If this, his arrest, had happened 6 months later, that's what they would have found," end quote. Indictment. On July 25th, 1991, Dahmer was charged with 4 counts of first-degree murder. By August 22nd, he had been charged with a further 11 murders committed in Wisconsin. On September 14th, investigators in Ohio, having uncovered hundreds of bone fragments in woodland behind the address in which Dahmer had confessed to killing his first victim, formally identified 2 molars and a vertebrae with X-ray records of Hicks. 3 days later, Dahmer was charged by authorities in Ohio with Hicks's murder. Dahmer was not charged with the attempted murder of Edwards, nor with the murder of Tuomi. He was not charged with Tuomi's murder because the Milwaukee County DA only brought charges where murder could be proven beyond a reasonable doubt, and Dahmer had no memory of actually committing this particular murder, because no physical evidence of the crime existed. At a scheduled preliminary hearing on January 13th, 1992, Dahmer pled guilty but insane to 15 counts of murder. So he did plead insane.
Yeah, well, I mean, like, I think he was fucking insane. I mean, I think, like, even if, like, it was some sort of conspiracy, I think, like, the conspiracy made him insane, Like, I think he was fucking nuts. But that said, like, they wanted him to go to jail and get, like, murdered. Like, like, there's no doubt in my, like, how do you rehabilitate someone like that in a mental health, health setting?
Yeah, I mean, I have no idea. I mean, apparently they've tried to do it. I mean, there were asylums for the criminally insane where random murderers were attempted. I mean, I don't even know if the.
I know, but, like, even, like, the most hardened, like, psychiatrists look at that and go, ew.
Yeah, but were they real attempts at rehabilitation, or were they just attempts to study in order to catch other serial killers earlier?
Yeah, well, that's a good point. I mean, like, I mean, at the very least, he should have been studied further, like, before, like, he was murdered.
Trial. Dahmer's trial began on January 30th, 1992. He was tried in Milwaukee for the 15 counts of first-degree murder before Judge Lawrence Graham. By pleading guilty on January 13th to the charges brought against him, Dahmer had waived his rights to an initial trial to establish guilt, as defined in Wisconsin law. Attorneys at Dahmer's trial debated whether he suffered from either a mental or a personality disorder. Now, let me ask you something. Aren't personality disorders mental?
Yes, I would think so.
The prosecution claimed that any disorders did not deprive Dahmer of the ability to appreciate the criminality of his conduct or to deprive him of the ability to resist his impulses. That's kind of weird, though, because aren't people with mental disabilities and psychotic disorders, isn't that specific to not being able to resist impulses?
That's an interesting question, Bruce. I honestly don't know. I mean, I think it would depend on the illness, the specific mental illness.
No, definitely. But the prosecution here is claiming that any disorders, like regardless, I mean, this is kind of weird, isn't it, by the prosecution? Like, they're saying that it's an impossibility for him to not be able to resist his impulses. Like, that's kind of weird. But continuing on here, the defense argued that
I think it's impossible not to look at that and, like, think that guy was not insane from the outset.
Well, yeah.
Like, I mean, so, like, the fact that, like, they're just sitting there arguing over whether or not he's got specific, mental illnesses, I think it's safe to say that, like, even if he didn't have any known DSM manual, like, mental illnesses, he would qualify as, like, being his own new, unique mental illness.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how many people claim that he's a normal human being. I mean, I don't know. Maybe there are people out there that claim that. The defense argued that Dahmer suffered from a mental disease and was driven by obsessions and impulses he was unable to control. Defense experts argued that Dahmer was insane due to his necrophilic drive, his compulsion to have sexual encounters with corpses. Defense expert Dr. Fred Berlin testified that Dahmer was unable to conform his conduct at the time that he committed his crimes due to his paraphilia, or more specifically, necrophilia. Dr. Judith Becker, a professor of psychiatry and psychology, was the second expert witness for the defense. Becker diagnosed Dahmer as a necrophiliac, although she added Dahmer had informed her he preferred comatose sexual partners to deceased ones 75% of the time. It's a very specific percentage, JR.
Yeah, really.
The final defense expert to testify, forensic psychiatrist. What the heck kind of what? Okay, do you think that was in response to her question? Like, what percentage of the time do you prefer comatose to deceased partners? Like, or did you think he volunteered that randomly?
Nah, she probably asked him, like, you know, like, throughout each murder, possibly. I don't know, like, how does one come up with that kind of statistic to begin with?
You know, it'd be strange if he had said, like, 74 or 76% instead. What would you have thought of that?
Well, I would have thought the same thing I thought before. He's a fucking Fruit Loop.
The final defense expert to testify, forensic psychiatrist Dr. Carl Wallstrom, diagnosed Dahmer with necrophilia, borderline personality disorder, schizotypal personality disorder, alcohol dependence, and a psychotic disorder. So all of the above. It's kind of hard to argue that.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, he's a fucking nut job. Like, I mean, how much evidence do they need?
I mean, that's a good question. On February 8th...
I mean, like, there's people, like, right now in mental hospitals that have less wrong with them than that guy.
Oh, I would say probably the majority of people have less wrong with them. On February 8th, Dr. Fred Fusdell testified on behalf of the prosecution. Fusdell testified to his belief that Dahmer was without mental disease or defect at the time he committed the murders. He described Dahmer as a calculating and cunning individual, able to differentiate right and wrong, with the ability to control his actions and whose lust overpowered his morals. But the question is, does he know which drink he put the sedative?
Or, like, did he know to close the drawer? Like, you know.
Or he doesn't even lock the front door.
You know, or, like, show the cops to the room with a body.
Oh, man. I mean, yeah, if people weren't actually harmed, like, this could actually, like, this could actually double as some kind of comedy skit.
That might be why Netflix picked it up in the first place. Have you seen any of their other programming lately?
Okay, let's try to focus here. This is not a podcast about Netflix, although perhaps we should do one. Okay, Fusdell did state his belief that Dahmer was a paraphiliac. His conclusion was that Dahmer was not a sadist.
What's his definition of sadist? I mean, like, the guy had an altar of skulls. He had a refrigerator full of body parts. Okay. And he had a 55-gallon drum in his bedroom that, like, was dissolving bodies.
This is the straight definition here, right from Wiki. Sadistic personality disorder. Sadistic personality disorder was a personality disorder defined by a pervasive pattern of sadistic and cruel behavior. People with this disorder were thought to have desired to control others, accomplished through physical or emotional violence. Now,
I would think that injecting a brain with hydrochloric acid.
No, but how many times did he have to state that he wanted, like, control and domination and, like, submissive part? Like, from his own mouth, all of this came, and Fusdell is stating that in his conclusion, Dahmer is not a sadist.
Did that guy know that he injected, like, a brain with hydrochloric acid or fucking boiling water?
Maybe that guy wandered into the wrong courtroom and, like, he thought he was talking about a different guy.
It's like that guy from The Producers with the soup can around his neck.
The second and final witness to appear for the prosecution, forensic psychiatrist Park Dietz, began his testimony February 12th. Dietz testified that he did not believe Dahmer had any form of mental disease or defect at the time that he committed the crimes, stating that, quote, Dahmer went to great lengths to be alone with his victim and to have no witnesses, end quote. He explained that there was ample evidence that Dahmer prepared in advance for each murder, therefore his crimes were not impulsive. Although Dietz did concede any acquisition of a paraphilia was not a matter of personal choice, he stated that his belief that Dahmer's habit of becoming intoxicated prior to committing each of the murders was significant. Quote, if he had an impulse to kill or a compulsion to kill, Dietz testified, he wouldn't have to drink alcohol to overcome it. He only has to drink alcohol to overcome it because he is inhibited against killing, end quote. That's a really weird way. I mean, what kind of mental gymnastics is this? Dahmer is an alcoholic. So regardless of whether he has any additional mental diseases or otherwise, if he's always drinking alcohol, that's the control group right there. That's the control. He's going to be an alcoholic no matter what. This guy's trying to say that he's inhibited against killing. Like, what the hell's wrong with it? Where did they get these experts?
I think that guy is probably like a serial killer too.
Wow. I mean, where did they pull these psychiatrists out of?
I don't know. Like, that guy sounds like he's from fucking, like, Dog Patch. Like, I'd rather have Danny Bonaducci be my fucking psychiatrist than that guy.
Wow. Dietz noted that Dahmer strongly identified with the villains of The Exorcist 3 and Return of the Jedi. Now, there's two movies.
Let the hate flow through you.
Hold on a second. How often are The Exorcist 3 and Return of the Jedi grouped together in a single statement? So
it's interesting that, like, he's not psychotic according to that guy, but, like, all of the characters that he identifies are from, like, fictional universes.
Okay, hold on a second. So let's break this down. Dietz noted that Dahmer strongly identified with the villains of The Exorcist 3 and Return of the Jedi, particularly the level of power held by these characters.
Yeah, a possession soap and a space soap. Like, and both of them are about power, control, and domination.
And exterminating large amounts of people. Expounding on the significance of these movies on Dahmer's psyche and many of the murders committed at the Oxford apartments, Dietz explained that Dahmer occasionally viewed scenes from these films before searching for a victim. Dietz diagnosed Dahmer with substance use disorder, paraphilia, and schizotypal personality disorder. So at least he's claiming that he does have some kind of disorders. How is he not a sadist, though? Like, how many people watch The Exorcist 3 before going around looking for people to kill?
Or get a hard-on.
I mean...
I don't know. I don't know. I gotta be honest with you. Like, I don't know how he doesn't qualify as a sadist. I think
a sadist is anybody who can watch Exorcist 3 more than one time.
Okay, but, like, in addition to that, like, I think he meets, like, the cardinal core definition. He had body parts in his refrigerator that he ate. He, like, injected people randomly with strange substances to see what it would do. He, like, dissolved people in acid, then bleached their bones and created, like, his own private collection. What's not sadistic about that?
I mean, I don't know where they find these so-called experts, but there seems to be an extended focus on The Exorcist 3. I mean, do you know anybody who's going to list Exorcist 3 as their favorite movie? Like, anybody? Do you know anybody that would say
If you asked the common teenager today, they probably wouldn't even know that there was an Exorcist 3.
That's a good point. But, I mean, back in the day, do you know anybody that would list Exorcist 3 as their favorite film of all time?
No. I don't know anyone that would, like, list it as, like, I mean, it was a, like, clear money grab, like, movie to begin with. Like, why would you, like, I don't know.
I actually didn't even think it was that bad. It's just, it's just not a movie you can watch twice. But anyway, Friedman testified that it was a longing for companionship that caused Dahmer to kill, and testified that Dahmer was not psychotic. He described Dahmer, I hope you're sitting down for this, JR. He described Dahmer as, quote, amiable, pleasant to be with, courteous, with a sense of humor, conventionally handsome, and charming in manner. He was, and still is, a bright young man. End quote.
See, like, was that guy on drugs? Like, when he, like, interviewed him? Like,
Was that guy a serial killer who wanted to get this guy off?
I don't know. Like, it sounds like he might have been. I mean, like, how did he put it? Astute young man?
He was and still is a bright young man. Yeah, but you know the other thing, though, like a lot of serial killers are described as like charming and nice. That doesn't mean they're not sadistic psychotics who kill people for pleasure.
Yeah. Yeah.
He diagnosed Dahmer with a personality disorder not otherwise specified, featuring borderline obsessive compulsive and sadistic traits. So basically, he's got traits of all these other disorders, but technically will not diagnose as such. This is weird, man. Like, again, this is why some people think there's some kind of conspiracy afoot.
Well, I mean, like, I think that, like, it's possible that the prosecution just simply rented those people, like, you know, to say whatever. Like, you know, I mean, like,
well, this was
this
was the defense. Yeah, this was the defense. Oh, wait, no, this was the prosecution. Wait, what?
Yeah.
Wait, no, this is the prosecution. Wait, this is the prosecution? Wait, what is going on here? Okay, hold on. They were court-appointed mental health professionals. Oh, no, these were other people. Okay, hold on a second. What?
Well, like, if I were the judge, I would have appointed a couple people just to, like, make sure that, like, you know, like, all systems were go. I mean...
All right, hold on. 2 court-appointed mental health professionals testifying independently of either prosecution or defense were forensic psychiatrist George Palermo and clinical psychologist Samuel Friedman. So Friedman said this about him. Palermo stated that the murders were the result of a pent-up aggression within himself, Dahmer. He killed those men because he wanted to kill the source of his homosexual attraction to them. In killing them, he killed what he hated in himself. Palmer concluded that Dahmer had a severe mixed personality disorder with antisocial, obsessive-compulsive, sadistic, fetishistic, borderline, and necrophilic features, but otherwise legally sane.
Wow.
You can't make this stuff up. These are the court-appointed experts saying all these things. So they're not part of the prosecution or the defense.
See, the thing is like, this actually had to happen in real life for Netflix to pick this up. Because if, like, you, like, just sold it to somebody as a script, they'd throw it back at you for being so far-fetched. Like...
Yeah, I mean, I don't even think this would fly on, like, Mad TV.
No. And, you know, that speaks volumes.
Yeah. Closing arguments. The trial lasted 2 weeks. On February 14th, both attorneys delivered their closing arguments to the jury. Each attorney was allowed to speak for 2 hours. Defense attorney Gerald Boyd argued first, repeatedly referring to the testimony of the mental health professionals, almost all of whom agreed that Dahmer was afflicted with a mental disease, but otherwise legally sane. I mean, they just rattled off a laundry list of mental illnesses and, like, disorders, and yet they're still claiming he's, like, isn't that the definition of being insane?
Well, like I said, like, even if, like, they didn't have a name for his illness, like, I think that, like, the guy made his own new, like, mental illness.
Well, check this out. So his defense attorney, Boyle, argued, referring to the testimony of these so-called mental health professionals, so they agreed Dahmer was afflicted with a mental disease. Boyle argued that Dahmer's compulsive killings had been a result of a sickness he discovered, not chose. Boyle portrayed Dahmer as a desperately lonely and profoundly sick individual, so out of control he could not conform his conduct anymore. Following the defense counsel's 75-minute closing argument, Michael McCann delivered his closing argument for the prosecution, describing Dahmer as a sane man. Can you do that with a straight face, though? Like,
it would be really hard.
Like,
I have
on
to
your
say,
list,
I mean, it just would be really hard.
If you had to come up with a list of 10 individuals that you deemed sane. Would Dahmer make that list if you just had to randomly list 10 public figures that you thought were sane? Would Dahmer make the cut?
No.
I mean, I don't know what to make of it. I mean, obviously
there's probably a really good one-liner I could give you, Bruce, but just no.
I mean, I'm sure they're obviously arguing in terms of a legally sane definition, in which case whether or not he knew what he was doing was
I
wrong.
don't think in any fucking definition, universe, mind-shockingly different scenario where we were, like, where time was reversed, I don't think any of that would be, like, any one of those occasions, he would not make the top 10 list in my book.
So McCann said he described Dahmer as a sane man in full control of his actions. You think, okay, let's forget the murder part here, and the torture, and the formaldehyde, and the preserving of body counts, and the cannibalism. Let's take that off the table just for a moment. Would you describe an alcoholic, a severe alcoholic, as someone in full control of their actions? Like, not partial control. He said it's full control here.
Okay, so, I mean, if we're being really serious about this, which, again, it's really hard to do, Bruce, I don't know why the hell, like, I'm always, like, I always deal with these topics. I would have to say that, it would depend on the level of alcoholism, but I would be inclined to say no.
Well, he didn't say partial control. He said full control of his actions. So, anyway, who simply strove to avoid detection. I'm going to dispute that, too. Someone avoiding detection does not leave, like, drawers open, front doors unlocked, and can't even keep track of, like, which...
How about bringing the police into your house? I wonder if he offered them a beer.
McCann well, it's not like he hid the stuff. There was like there's the vat of acid. There's like random boxes of formaldehyde all over the floor.
There's a fucking body, Bruce.
I mean, this is insane. I mean, obviously, we're not making light of the victims or the torture they suffered in any way. We're just pointing out the...
Well, it really points to the stupidity of, like, you know, the judicial system, as well as, like, you know, I mean, like, they talk about blind justice. Like, Lady Justice completely fucking failed those people on every level.
Does it seem like Dahmer's trying to get caught? There's just not enough competent lawmen to pick up on it. Is that what it seems like?
It does. I mean, it really does seem like he wanted to get caught, and, I mean, you know, even, like, I mean, and see, that's the thing, Bruce. I mean, they could be giving their explanations in this case, because the way Dahmer told it to them, he specifically was manipulating the psychiatrists to appear sane.
Yeah, but it's not like the police testimony was unavailable.
Well, it's not like they couldn't be subpoenaed and be questioned on their own either, like on the stand.
Yeah, not to mention the statements. I mean, everything. It's all known. So, anyway, let's continue here. McCann described Dahmer as a calculating individual who killed to control his victims and retained their bodies merely to afford himself a prolonged period of sexual pleasure. McCann argued that by pleading guilty but insane to the charges, Dahmer was seeking to escape responsibility for his crime. Well, didn't Dahmer himself say that he should be killed for his crime? I mean, none of this makes sense to me. Like, where's the consistency here? I don't see...
Well, it's that the thing is like a lot of people that are prosecuted and ultimately are, you know, insane or found insane believe that they should be executed, an eye for an eye, so to speak. Like, there are a vast, you know, amount of people out there that, like, they pretty much just admit to it right away, and they believe in eye for an eye, and then they get committed, you know what I mean?
Well, if it's eye for an eye, shouldn't they drill a hole in his head and pour in some boiling water or formaldehyde?
See, the thing is he's so twisted, like, he might have actually gotten off on that.
That's messed up. All right, conviction. On February 15th, the court reconvened to hear the verdict. Dahmer was ruled to be sane and not suffering from a mental disorder at the time of each of the 15 murders. See, this is tough for me. This is tough. Because without knowing anything about him, look at his photograph. Does that look like a sane man to you? I mean, does that look like a sane individual? I mean, just...
What I want to know is, look, are these the same people that, like, were on OJ's jury?
No, this is just the eye test. Like, let's pretend you don't even know anything about him drilling holes.
Oh, yeah. I mean, like, he looks like a fucking nut.
Is that a guy that you would allow to babysit your children?
No. He's got that Bundy look.
Yeah, I mean, he just does not look like he just does not look like a sane individual on any level. Now, what happens when you add the evidence of his crime and his own words, his own testimony about what he's doing? Are you going to declare that man sane?
Well, apparently, like, in Wisconsin.
But you know what else here? Look, the verdict said, so there's two different things here. Legally sane in terms of understanding that your actions are wrong and doing them anyway, in terms of morality. But that not only did they say that he was sane, but also not suffering from a mental disorder, as if any mental disorder. Like, that guy has a laundry. I mean, how long did it take me to even rattle off the disorders that several different psychiatrists diagnosed him with in front of the jury? And yet the jury apparently did not heed the call, did not heed the professional opinion. Regardless of their conclusion is he's sane, even though he has all these mental disorders, that's fine. Like, let's leave that alone for a second. But for the jury to rule that he doesn't have any mental disorders? Wow, I mean, come on. How much cheese did they have before that trial?
Well, what's amazing is like, was his appeal, like, I mean, did he make it, like, did he live long enough for his appeal?
Okay, let's go through all the details here. So, he was ruled to be sane, not suffering from mental disorder at the time of each of the 15 murders for which he was tried, although in each count, 2 of the 12 jurors signified their dissent. Okay, so 10 of the 12 found him sane and not suffering from any mental disorder. 2 of the 12 apparently...
15 times, by the way.
But so 2 of the 12 apparently did not believe that Dahmer was sane and or have a mental disorder. Does that give you hope for Wisconsin, Jared?
It gives me, like, some hope. Like, this...
Formal sentencing was postponed until February 17th. On this date, Dahmer's attorney announced his client wished to address the court. Dahmer then approached a lectern and read from a statement prepared by himself and his defense as he faced the judge. In this statement, Dahmer emphasized that he never desired freedom following his arrest and that he frankly wished for his own death. He further stressed that none of his murders had been motivated by hatred, that he understood that nothing he either said or did could undo the terrible harm he had caused to the families of his victims in the city of Milwaukee, and that once you add the city of Milwaukee, that almost sounds like a political statement, and he and his doctors believed his criminal behavior had been motivated by mental disorders. Dahmer added that this medical knowledge had given him some peace, although that he understood that society would never forgive him. He hoped that God would. That reminds me of some movie. I don't remember what it is. Maybe you'll remember. I believe it was some movie where somebody was killing people, and somebody was asking for forgiveness, and the guy just said, God forgives, I don't. And then he just, blew the guy's head off.
I don't know. It kind of sounds like, like the plot of, like, Exorcist 3.
Okay. So continuing on here, Dahmer closed his statement with the following quote, "I know my time in prison will be terrible, but I deserve whatever I get because of what I have done. Thank you, Your Honor, and I am prepared for your sentence, which I know will be the maximum. I ask for no consideration." End quote. He then returned to his seat to await formal sentencing. So this is interesting, because he apparently accepts whatever he gets, whether it's life in prison, whether it's death. It seems like he doesn't really care. He's not trying for any specific end goal, unless that's all by design, and he's actually a genius, and he's playing some 4D chess here, thinking that saying that will make him look even more insane.
Yeah, either that or, like, his sentence would be reduced, based on the fact that he's begging for the maximum amount. That's almost like begging for the death penalty, but then being given life instead. You know what I mean? Like...
So Dahmer was then sentenced to life imprisonment plus 10 years upon the first 2 counts. The remaining 13 counts carried a mandatory sentence of life imprisonment plus 70 years. The death penalty was not an option for Judge Graham to consider at the penalty phase, as Wisconsin had abolished capital punishment in 1853. Upon hearing of Dahmer's sentencing, his father Lionel and his stepmother Cherie requested to be allowed a 10-minute private meeting with their son before he was transferred to the Columbia Correctional Institution in Portage to begin his sentence. This request was granted, and the trio exchanged hugs and well wishes before Dahmer was escorted away. 3 months after his conviction in Milwaukee, Dahmer was extradited to Ohio to be tried for the murder of his first victim, Stephen Hicks. In a court hearing lasting just 45 minutes, Dahmer again pled guilty to the charges and was sentenced to a 16th term of life imprisonment on May 1st, 1992. Imprisonment. Upon sentencing, Dahmer was transferred to the Columbia Correctional Institution. For the first year of his incarceration, Dahmer was placed in solitary confinement due to concerns for his physical safety, should he come into contact with fellow inmates. With Dahmer's consent, after 1 year in solitary, he was transferred to a less secure unit, where he was assigned a 2-hour daily work detail cleaning the toilet block. That sounds interesting.
Yeah.
Shortly after completing his lengthy confessions in 91, Dahmer had requested to Detective Murphy that he be given a copy of the Bible. This request was granted, and Dahmer gradually devoted himself to Christianity and became a born-again Christian. On his father's urging, he also read creationist books from the Institute for Creation Research. In May 94, Dahmer was baptized by Roy Ratcliffe, a minister in the Church of Christ and a graduate of Oklahoma Christian University, in the prison whirlpool. The prison is a whirlpool? In 94, no less. Following his baptism, Ratcliffe visited Dahmer on a weekly basis until November 94. Dahmer and Ratcliffe regularly discussed the prospect of death, and Dahmer questioned whether he was sinning against God by continuing to live. So if this is all a charade, I mean, he seems to be continuing it. Or your theory, he's just so loony that, like, nothing's going to make sense.
Yeah, but you haven't gotten to the appeal yet.
All right, hold on. Referring to his crimes in a 94 interview with Stone Phillips on Dateline NBC, Dahmer had stated, quote, "If a person doesn't think that there is a God to be accountable to, then what's the point of trying to modify your behavior to keep it within acceptable ranges? That's how I thought anyway," end quote. On July 3rd, 1994, a fellow inmate, Osvaldo Dorothy, attempted to slash Dahmer's throat with a razor embedded in a toothbrush as Dahmer sat in the prison chapel after the weekly church service was concluded. I mean, that's stone cold. I mean, you're gonna shank a guy in the chapel. I mean, it's not like there's not other areas in the prison. I mean, you know, like you could shank that guy anywhere. Like this guy's gonna shank him in the chapel. I mean, that's stone cold. Dahmer received superficial wounds and was not seriously hurt in this incident. I mean, this goes back to your theory of how lucky this guy is. This guy is getting slashed in the throat by some kind of hardened criminal in a prison, and he walks away with barely a scratch. I mean,
he made a deal with the devil, Bruce.
He poisons himself, and he still doesn't get caught. He invites police into his apartment, he still doesn't get caught. Yeah, I mean, what is going on?
He injects hydrochloric acid into somebody's brain who actually makes it out of the apartment. Then, like, you know, convinces people that, like, he's simply just, like, drunk and then kills him.
Multiple firemen and police officers. I mean, I think you're on to something when you're talking about how lucky. I mean, is it coincidental that this guy is lucky, or is there some kind of Illuminati influence here?
I wouldn't even say Illuminati, Bruce. I think it's more of like a heaven or hell influence.
You think he let the demons in by watching Exorcist 3 one too many times?
I don't know. Was he born a demon?
I
mean, he was killing people before Exorcist 3.
That's a good point. I mean, that's a good point there. Yeah, that's true. Maybe Exorcist. When did he first watch Exorcist 1? Do we have Do we have corroboration on if he ever saw 1 or 2, or did he just go straight to 3 and then just watch 3 on repeat? You think a psychiatrist went to this level to diagnose him? Because these are the important questions.
I think that, like, they probably should have. I mean, like, do the murders themselves coincide with, like, the release dates of Exorcist, like, to VHS?
All right. Let's try to focus here. According to Dahmer's family, he had been long ready to die and
It took you,
accepted.
like, an extra minute and a half to tuck it in,
Well,
like, you know, to focus.
I was doing the math in my head regarding the Exorcist release date. But according to Dahmer's family, he had long been ready to die and accept any punishment which he might endure in prison. In addition to his father and stepmother maintaining regular contact, Dahmer's mother, Joyce, also maintained regular contact with her son. Prior to his arrest, the two had not seen each other since Christmas 1983. You know, we might also have to cross-reference the Star Wars release dates. Because if he's watching Exorcist 3 and Return of the Jedi on repeat, I mean, what's the deal with the other movies? And where does the Star Wars Christmas special fit into it?
Where does Christianity fit into any of this?
Well, I don't know about that, but the Star Wars Christmas special, you remember that?
Well, he's talking about Christmas. He's talking about, like, being born again. Like, what the
Well,
fuck?
the Star Wars Christmas special, some people would argue is a complete abomination. And that might cause people to really go off the deep end.
I don't know, like, wasn't it, like, there was also, like, a Christmas Ewok special, too, wasn't it?
I don't know. Okay, I'm not the biggest Star Wars aficionado. Okay, I just know they tried to erase from existence the Star Wars Christmas special. I don't even know if it's ever had like a legitimate release. I think it's just people who taped it off the TV that one time it aired and never again.
I can't say I've ever seen it.
Well, okay, you need to watch that immediately. It's like a direct to TV, zero budget version of Star Wars, but with all of the actors. I can't believe you haven't seen it. It's pretty famous for how bad it is. Like it literally looks like a shot direct to video, but it's like actual Star Wars with the same actor. Like it looks like it was made 10 years before A New Hope. All right, I can't believe you haven't seen it, JR. Okay, we're not going to go down the Star Wars rabbit hole in our assessment of Jeffrey
Stay
Dahmer.
tuned for a new podcast where we discuss that at length.
I mean, we did the podcast Star Wars versus Star Trek, where you provided some very good information, but we didn't specifically talk about the Christmas special on that one. Joyce related that in her weekly phone calls, whenever she expressed concerns for her son's physical well-being, Dahmer responded with comments to the effect of, quote, "It doesn't matter, Mom. I don't care if something happens to me," end quote. You know what's weird, though? Can you imagine being like a fellow inmate with Dahmer, where, like, you know he wants you to kill him, so, like, do you give him the satisfaction? Because if you're some kind of psychotic yourself and hardened criminal, I mean, is giving him satisfaction going to be on the top of your list? Because if you kill him,
Well, from what I understand, he actually tormented the people that, like, you know, he was housed with, like, because he wanted to die.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, he, like, I forget, like, he did something, like, with his food, like, in a, like, a really, like, fucked up, like, erotic way or something, and, like, he also used to...
You know what's scary? Like, when Dahmer worked serving food, like, would you trust Dahmer in or around your food in any capacity?
No. I wouldn't trust Dahmer, like, you know, at all in general, but, like, especially not near the food. I mean, I still am feeling sorry for, like, those delicatessen customers.
Well, I have a question for the psychiatrists and prosecutors. If you look, what would be more strange, looking up insane in the dictionary and seeing a picture of Dahmer, or looking up sane in the dictionary and seeing a picture of Dahmer as they allege? I mean, I don't know how many people would question if there was a picture of Dahmer in the insane definition.
I mean, like, every single position the guy ever held was, like, sketchy and had to do with, like, you know, like, killing or, like, you know, food. Except for, like, that, like, strange, like, bit where he was, like, he worked at the chocolate factory. Which even then, like, that's scary as hell, too. Like...
Yeah. All right, well, let's continue here. Death. On the morning of November 28, 1994, Dahmer left his cell to conduct his assigned work detail. Accompanying him were two fellow inmates, Jesse Anderson and Christopher Scarver. The trio were left unsupervised in the showers of the prison gym for approximately 20 minutes. At approximately 8:10 a.m., Dahmer was discovered on the floor of the bathrooms of the gym, suffering from extreme head wounds. He had been severely bludgeoned about the head and face with a 20-inch metal bar. His head had also been repeatedly struck against the wall in the assault. Although Dahmer was still alive, I mean, like, what kind of deal with the devil did this guy make? I mean, this sounds like he got beaten with like, how is anybody going to survive this beating from not one but two possible inmates with a metal bar and having his head bashed into the wall? I mean, it's not like he's a physically imposing individual. Although Dahmer was still alive and was rushed to the nearby hospital, he was pronounced dead 1 hour later. And you know what's weird? You know what's weird, JR? What happened in that hour? Did a nurse put a pillow over his face? And if she did, can anybody blame her?
I think it's interesting that he died in the free world and not in prison.
Well, was it the prison hospital? Oh, no, it wasn't. It was a nearby hospital. Yeah, that is interesting. Okay, get this. Do you have your coincidence theorist hat on?
Wait, hold on a second. Let me go get it.
So Jesse Anderson.
Okay, all right, now I've got it on.
So Jesse Anderson, one of the two inmates that he was left unsupervised with, 2 days. Well, actually, wait. It doesn't. Was rushed to that. He was pronounced dead 1 hour later. Anderson had been beaten with the same instrument and died 2 days later from his wounds. Scarver, who was serving a life sentence for a murder committed in 1990, informed authorities that he had first attacked Dahmer with the metal bar as Dahmer was cleaning a staff locker room before attacking Anderson as Anderson cleaned an inmate locker room. According to Scarver, Dahmer did not yell or make any noise as he was attacked. Is that creepy?
I mean, in a way, like, I guess he was, like, honest about it to the very that he didn't care about whether or not he lived or died. Like, I don't know. Like, he was just a fucking nut. Like, you know what I mean? Like, his perception. I mean, like, let's examine, like, his actual perception of death. Like, I don't think that, you know, he had a normal perception of death, like, you know, somebody else would have.
Can you imagine using the word normal in the same sentence with Dahmer?
No.
Well,
no,
that one's mental health expert did.
Yeah.
I think those mental health.
It would be interesting to look that guy up and see what happened to his career. Like,
well, no. I think those mental health experts should have been examined.
Yeah.
I mean,
God bless, like, Wisconsin and, like, their fucking, like, you know, judicial system.
All right. So immediately after attacking both men, Scarver, who was thought to be schizophrenic, but if this is Wisconsin, maybe they declared him sane as well, returned to his cell and informed a prison guard, quote, "God told me to do it. Jesse Anderson and Jeffrey Dahmer are dead," end quote. Even though neither one of them was actually dead at the time. He couldn't even finish the job. I mean, they were both alive, like at the time that he left them after beating them. Dahmer died 1 hour later. Anderson died 2 days later from this beating with a metal bar. You know what else is weird? Like, does this add up to you? Like, if you had a metal bar, like, what did he do? He bashed his brains in and then he grabbed his head and smashed it into the wall? Like, does that...
But where did he get the metal bar to begin with?
All right, well, let's put that aside for a second. According to this, Dahmer's head was bashed into the wall multiple times. So, like, what happened? He clipped him with the metal bar? Or did he first grab his head, smash into the wall a million times, then he found a metal bar, and then beat him with the bar? And if you're beating somebody in the head with a metal bar, like, how do they survive?
Well, obviously Dahmer had some sort of, like, you know, supernatural, like, you know, like, I don't know, it's like, he reminds me of, like, you know, like, RF from The Stand. Like, he just, like, it's like he's got, like, some sort of, like, psychic twinkle or something that keeps him alive.
It reminds me of, like, an RPG game where he just randomly has maxed out luck characteristics. Like, he's just got the maxed out amount of luck. Like, all his other characteristics are super low. Like, you know, he's an alcoholic, he can barely function, and yet his luck is maxed out to the point where he can hold out jobs, survive in the military for an X period of time, and like not get caught after inviting.
Don't forget about that whole point where he was drinking heavily and killing people and holding down a job.
I mean, the amount of hours just on his drinking habit, like he goes to the bar for hours on end, then he has to go purchase the alcohol, then he spends all this time at home drinking.
And somehow he magically comes up with the $50 to lure people back to his apartment.
This guy, man, like there's something fishy about this. I mean, call me crazy, but I'm calling something fishy about the Dahmer case.
Yeah.
So apparently God told him to do it. He's also claiming that Jesse Anderson and Jeffrey Dahmer are dead. Of course, at the time they're still alive. Scarver was adamant he had not planned the attacks in advance, although he later divulged to investigators that he had concealed the 20-inch iron bar to kill both men in his clothing shortly before the killing. So then, okay, so if he already had the bar, I mean, okay, maybe he's a schizophrenic, psychotic, or whatever. But how many people that have tried to commit murder, you beat somebody over the head with a bar, then after that, you smash their unconscious head against the wall? Like, how does that work?
I don't know. You'd have to ask schizophrenic.
Or
like if you were in Wisconsin, somebody with no mental disease.
Or do you think he lied? Like, why are we taking his word at face value? Do you think him and Jesse Anderson both teamed up against Dahmer and then he turned against Anderson?
It's possible, like, I mean, I would think that would probably be, more likely. I mean, I don't know. It depends. I mean, like, if the guy's also a nut, like, I mean, obviously, like, Dahmer was housed in the nut wing. So, I mean, like, I think anything's possible. I mean, for all you know, I mean, like, he really did have a vision from God.
Upon learning of his death, Dahmer's mother, Joyce, responded angrily to the media, quote, "Now is everybody happy? Now that he's bludgeoned to death, is that good enough for everyone?" End quote.
No, I think that his brain should have been injected with hydrochloric acid and boiling water.
The responses. Well, here's the point, though. If Dahmer really was to the point of mental insanity where he didn't understand what he was doing, like, see, that's where it gets tricky, because like there's people claiming he doesn't have any kind of mental disorder, and he's perfectly sane, but like if he's not though, and he doesn't even truly understand what he's doing because he's so far gone from reality, I mean, that's a tricky area. That's like in the same category as mental disability. I'm not claiming that that's the scenario, but if it's the scenario, I mean, it's kind of, I mean, there is a certain gray area where do you justify this level of torture and violence against someone if they truly don't understand what they're doing? I'm not saying he did or he didn't.
Well, you raise a good point, Bruce. I mean, like, the fact is that, like, I think it's obvious. I think, even, like, the fact that the mother is, like, saying, is everyone happy? Like, obviously his family thought that he was completely, like, gone. Like, it's like they're defending that, you know what I mean? And, like, they know him better than anyone, you know what I mean? Like, obviously there was, I mean, I don't care who you are, like, if, like, your son or daughter or whatever, like, ends up being a murderer, there's a certain amount of self-reflection that goes on within yourself. I would think. I mean, I haven't been in that situation, but I'm pretty confident that like it would happen. Like if your son or my son would became a murderer or something, there would be a certain amount. Well, what did I do wrong? What like what were the signs?
Yeah.
So I could see that.
The responses of the families of Dahmer's victims was mixed. Some celebrated the news, while others were saddened. Catherine Lacey, the mother of the victim Oliver Lacey, remarked, quote, "The hurt is worse now because he's not suffering like we are," end quote. The district attorney who prosecuted Dahmer cautioned against turning Scarver into a folk hero, noting that Dahmer's death was still murder. On May 15, 1995, Scarver was sentenced to 2 additional terms of life imprisonment for the murders of Dahmer and Anderson. Dahmer had stated in his will that he wished for no services to be conducted and that he wished to be cremated. In September 1995, Dahmer's body was cremated and his ashes divided between his parents. You know what's weird though? Like, does that reveal anything, or is this Dahmer screwing around post-death? Because he doesn't want any funeral services. Does that mean, so he clearly acknowledges what he did was wrong. The question is, how far gone mentally was he during the commission of the acts?
Well, I think he was pretty far gone. I think that's, also, like, he didn't want any services. I mean, but at the same time, like, I mean, his ashes were divided amongst his parents, so it's kind of like, I think he might have done that to protect his parents. If there had been a service, like, people could have shown up, people could have made it hard for them, that kind of thing.
Yeah. Well, also, did he truly not believe he deserved one?
Well, I mean, that's hard to say if he really was a, born again Christian in the end. Like, like maybe that was like part of his penance, so to speak.
Aftermath. On August 5th, 91, as the nature and scale of Dahmer's crimes initially came to light, a candlelight vigil to celebrate and heal the Milwaukee community was attended by more than 400 people. Present at the vigil were community leaders, gay rights activists, and family members of several of Dahmer's victims. Organizers stated that the purpose of the vigil was to enable Milwaukeeans to share their feelings of pain and anger over what happened. Dahmer's murders were committed at a time of heightened racial tension in Milwaukee. A professor of community studies at the University of Wisconsin, Walter Farrell, later stated race relations in the city had been in a state of disrepair for nearly a decade at the time of Dahmer's arrest. In August 91 interview given to the Christian Science Monitor, Farrell stated that the news of the murders, as well as the conduct of Milwaukee police officers John Bilzeric and Joseph Gabrish with regards to victim Konarak Synthasamphone, exacerbated and heightened racial tensions within the city. Milwaukee's gay scene was generally underground and transient in nature at the time of Dahmer's murder, with many sexually active gay men using aliases. Hold on a second, though. Didn't Dahmer kill like a relatively fair mix of like Caucasians, Asians, and black people?
Yeah, but like it would explain, like, like before we were talking about how like they all have like these like really like textbook sounding names.
Yeah.
That kind of explained that away.
That's a good point. Many in the city's gay community were nervous of the tensions of others after the extent of Dahmer's murders had been made known, although the fear and distrust generated by Dahmer's crimes was short-lived. As the 90s progressed, the usage of aliases became less common among members of Milwaukee's gay community. The Oxford Apartments at 924 North 25th Street, where Dahmer had killed 12 of his victims, was demolished November 1992. The site is now a vacant lot. Alternate plans to convert the site into either a memorial garden, a playground, or to reconstruct new housing have failed to materialize. Dahmer's estate was awarded to the families of 11 of his victims who had sued for damages. In 96, Thomas Jacobson, a lawyer representing 8 of the families, announced a planned auction of Dahmer's estate. Although victims' relatives stated that the motivation was not greed, the announcement sparked controversy. A civic group, Milwaukee Civic Pride, was quickly established in an effort to raise the funds to purchase and destroy Dahmer's possessions. The group pledged $407,225, including a $100,000 gift by Milwaukee real estate development Joseph Zilber for purchase of Dahmer's estate. 5 of the 8 families represented by Jacobson agreed to the terms, and Dahmer's possessions were subsequently destroyed and buried in an undisclosed Illinois landfill. Lionel Dahmer is retired and now lives with his second wife, Cherie. Both have refused to change their surname and have professed their love of Dahmer in spite of his crimes. In 94, Lionel published a book, A Father's Story, and donated a portion of the proceeds from the book to the victims' families. Most of the families showed support for Lionel and Cherie, although 3 families subsequently sued Lionel, 2 for using their names in the book without obtaining prior consent, and a third family, that of Stephen Hicks, filing a wrongful death suit against Lionel, Cherie, and former wife Joyce, citing parental negligence as the cause for the claim. Joyce Flint died of cancer in November 2000. Prior to her death, she had attempted suicide on at least one occasion. Dahmer's younger brother, David, changed his surname and lives in anonymity. Victims. Jeffrey Dahmer killed 17 young men between 78 and 91. 12 were killed in his North 25th Street apartment. 3 victims were murdered and dismembered at his grandmother's West Allis residence. His first and second victims were murdered at his parents' home in Ohio. and at the Ambassador Hotel in Milwaukee, respectively. A total of 14 of Dahmer's victims were from various ethnic minority backgrounds, with 9 victims being black. Dahmer was adamant that the race of his victims was incidental to him, and that it was the body form of a potential victim that attracted his attention. These contentions have been supported via an independent forensic specialist study of Dahmer's victim selection, the anthropological analysis of which revealed his victims shared a morphological similarity, and suggesting Dahmer was psychologically attracted to a certain anthropometric body type. Good to know everybody's tax dollars are being spent well. Most of Dahmer's victims were killed by...
Well, not in the psychiatry department.
Well, definitely not. Most of Dahmer's victims were killed by strangulation after being drugged with sedatives. His first victim was killed by a combination of bludgeoning and strangulation, and his second victim was battered to death, with one further victim killed in 1990, Ernest Miller, dying of a combination of shock and blood loss due to his carotid artery being cut. 4 of Dahmer's victims killed in 91 had holes bored into their skulls, which Dahmer injected hydrochloric acid or later boiling water into the frontal lobes in an attempt to induce a permanent, submissive, unresistant state. This proved fatal, although on each occasion this was not Dahmer's intention. So again, we go back to how much of an idiot was Dahmer. So he thought that this would actually work. Injecting hydrochloric acid or boiling water into someone's frontal lobe directly to the skull wouldn't kill them?
Well, it didn't the first time.
I mean, I guess if he can't keep track of which drink the sedative is in, I mean, I don't know. Okay. So let's go through his victims here. 1978. So June 18th, 1978. Do you recall the first Star Wars theatrical release date?
Not offhand.
Let me double check it.
1977.
Right,
well, it might have made it to VHS or like Laserdisc by 78.
Laserdisc? Wait, do you think the Dahmer's in a Laserdisc player?
Well, he might have. I mean, maybe that's where he spent his $50. I don't know.
All right, well, let's see. Okay. So May 25th. Am I going to have to go to IMDb for the home video release date? If you were actually onto something with Star Wars, I mean, that'll be really interesting.
Exorcist was 73. Exorcist 2 was 77.
All right, hold on a second. You're moving faster than me now. All right, so I'm on Wikipedia. And it has all of the release dates. Star Wars was actually also made available in 1977 by Ken Films on Super 8 film.
Well, that would make sense. I mean, I thought like Technodisc or Laserdisc, that was like later on anyway. Like that was in the 80s.
Well, according to Wikipedia, New Hope was released on VHS, Betamax, Laserdisc, CED video disc, and V2000 tape cassettes. Wow. Do you remember V2000? Wow. This is a blast from the past, indeed. Okay, so let me get the Exorcist release dates. What? There's no actual date here. It just says 1981.
No. I just looked it up. The actual release date was 1973. It was December 26th, 1973.
No, the home video release.
Oh, I don't know. Yeah, does 1973, is that when he killed his first victim?
June 18th, 1978.
Oh.
So
the Exorcist... Well, no, wasn't there that one he killed as a kid?
That's the one I'm talking about. That was his first one. That was 78. His second kill was 87.
So, wait. 78.
Because Star Wars didn't come out on home video until 82, unless we're talking about the Super 8 film, which was available in 77, but it was only selected scenes. They were available in black and white, silent, and color sound varieties.
The Exorcist 2 was released June 17th, 1977.
What about the home video release date? We might also be thinking about this the wrong way. Like, what if he obtained a copy or saw it on TV right before? So it didn't necessarily have to align, right?
It was December 4th, 1992.
Wow. Okay. So, well, there were releases and then re-releases. So,
Well, okay, it might have been, like, released on Laserdisc sooner. It might just be talking about the VHS. It says reissued VHS was made available December 4th, 1992.
yeah, one was the original home video release.
Man, let's see.
Well, while you're checking that, let me go down the list here. So, June 18th, Stephen Mark Hicks, 18, last seen hitchhiking to a rock concert in Chippewa Lake Park in Bath, Ohio. By Dahmer's admission, what caught his attention to Hicks hitchhiking was the fact that the youth was bare-chested, he was bludgeoned with a dumbbell, and strangled to death with his instrument before being dismembered. Remains pulverized and scattered in woodland behind Dahmer's childhood home. So that may or may not be connected to Star Wars or Exorcist release dates. The second victim, 1987, November 20th, 1987.
It's weird because, like, even though, like, the dates might not perfectly align, they all came out around the same year. It was the same era as Star Wars.
Yeah, so Return of the Jedi from 86 was actually released by CBS Fox on VHS, Betamax, Laserdisc, CED video disc, and V2000 February 25th, 1986. So these were all out by the time Dahmer killed Stephen Walter Tuomi. Also, A New Hope, the Japanese widescreen special edition, was released, and this was the first letterbox release of the film in 1986.
It's interesting. Exorcist 3 was actually released in October 1989 in the European film market. It wasn't released in the United States until August 17th, 1990. I wonder, was the video that...
Most of his kills were in 1990 and 91.
Yeah.
So that does check out. All right, 1988. So 1987, November 2nd, his second kill, Stephen Walter Tuomi, 25, killed in a rented room at the Ambassador Hotel in Milwaukee. Dahmer claimed to have no memory of murdering Tuomi, yet stated he must have battered him to death in a drunken stupor. His body was dismembered in the basement of Dahmer's grandmother's house, and the remains discarded in the trash. No remains were ever found. 1988. January 16th, James Edward Doxtator, 14, met Dahmer outside a gay bar in Wisconsin. Doxtator was lured to West Allis on the pretext of earning $50 for posing for nude pictures. Dahmer strangled Doxtator and kept his body in the basement for a week before dismembering him and discarding the remains in the trash. No remains were ever found. March 24th, Richard Guerrero, 22, drugged and strangled in Dahmer's bedroom at West Allis. Dahmer dismembered Guerrero's corpse in the basement, dissolving the flesh in acid, and disposed of the bones in the trash. He bleached and retained the skull for several months before disposing of it. No remains were ever found. 1989. So it seems like he actually wasn't that sloppy initially, and then he became sloppy.
Yeah, well, I mean, you know, like, I think after, like, number 10, he probably just, it was, like, not really, like, you know, it's kind of like another day in the office.
Or his drinking problem just kept getting worse and worse.
I mean, like, some of them are in such close succession with each other. I mean, it's almost like he was shopping while he was still dismembering, like...
Well, also, if his drinking problem just kept getting worse and worse. To the point of not remembering which drink was drugged. So,
like, how do you drink and then watch The Exorcist?
Well, it sounds like he had Exorcist 3 just always on. From what was described here. 1989, March 25th, Anthony Lee Sears, 24. Sears was the last victim to be drugged and strangled at Dahmer's grandmother's residence. He was also the first victim from whom Dahmer permanently retained any body part. He preserved skull and genitals found in a filing cabinet at 924 North 25th Street following Dahmer's arrest in 91. May 20th, 1990, Raymond Lamont Smith, also known as Ricky Beeks, 32, the first victim to be killed at Dahmer's North 25th Street apartment. It's kind of unclear. Is Ray Smith the alias, or is Ricky Beeks the alias?
I don't know. I mean, like, they might have, like, left the aliases in place because, like, you know, I mean, it was so fucked up.
Ricky Beeks kind of sounds like the alias, which would make Ray Smith the guy's real name.
I
Smith,
still don't understand, like, how, like, the landlord did nothing about, like, the odor and the chainsaw noises.
well, it goes back to that luck factor you were talking about before. It's like he did everything he could to be caught, and he just
But,
wasn't
like,
caught.
why would you use a chainsaw in an apartment? Like, you raised a very good point there.
Don't ask me, man.
I mean, like, come on.
I'm not. Yeah, well, that's why some people think this whole case is some kind of psychological operation. The first victim to be killed at Dahmer's North 25th Street apartment, Smith was a male sex worker whom Dahmer encountered at a tavern. Dahmer gave Smith a drink laced with sleeping pills, then strangled him on his kitchen floor. His skull was spray painted and retained. June 14th, Edward Warren Smith, 27, a known acquaintance of Dahmer, who was last seen in his company at a party. I mean, he's getting sloppier and sloppier. Dahmer acidified Smith's skeleton. His skull was destroyed unintentionally when placed in an oven in an effort to remove moisture. No remains were ever found. September 2nd, Ernest Marquez Miller, 22. Miller was a dance student whom Dahmer encountered outside a bookstore. According to Dahmer, he was especially attracted to Miller's physique. He was killed by having his carotid arteries severed before being dismembered in the bathtub, with Dahmer storing his entire skeleton in the bottom drawer of a filing cabinet and his heart, biceps, and portions of his leg in the freezer for later consumption. September 24th, David Courtney Thomas, 22, encountered Dahmer near the Grand Avenue Mall. He was lured to Dahmer's apartment on the promise of money for posing nude. Once a laced drink had rendered Thomas unconscious, Dahmer decided he wasn't my type. Nonetheless, Dahmer strangled Thomas, taking Polaroids of his dismemberment process. No remains were ever found. February 18th, 1991, Curtis Darrell Strouter, 17, approached by Dahmer as he waited at a bus stop near Marquette University. Dahmer lured Slaughter to his apartment where the youth was drugged, then handcuffed and strangled before being dismembered in the bathtub. His skull, hands, and genitals were retained. April 7th, Errol Lindsay, 19. The first victim upon Dahmer practiced with what he later described to investigators as his drilling technique, a procedure in which he drilled holes into the victim's skulls through which he injected hydrochloric acid into the brain. According to Dahmer, Lindsay awoke after this practice, after which he was again rendered unconscious with a drink laced with sedatives, then strangled to death. Dahmer flayed Lindsay's body and retained the skin for several weeks. His skull was found following Dahmer's arrest. May 24th, Anthony Hughes, 31. Hughes was lured by Dahmer to his apartment upon the promise of posing nude for photographs. As Hughes was deaf, he and Dahmer communicated using handwritten notes. He was strangled and his body left on Dahmer's bedroom floor for 3 days before being dismembered, and Dahmer photographing the dismemberment process. His skull was retained and identified from dental records. May 27th, Conorak Synthasophone, 14. The younger brother of the boy Dahmer had assaulted in 88. Synthasophone was drugged and had hydrochloric acid injected into his brain before Dahmer left the youth unattended as he left the apartment to purchase beer. When he returned, he discovered Synthasophone naked and disoriented in the street with 3 distressed young women attempting to assist him. When police arrived, Dahmer persuaded them he and Synthasophone were lovers and that the youth was simply intoxicated. When police left Synthasophone with Dahmer in his apartment, Dahmer again injected hydrochloric acid into Synthasophone's brain, and this proved fatal. His head was retained in the freezer and his body dismembered. June 30th, Matt Cleveland Turner, 20. On June 30th, Dahmer attended the Chicago Pride Parade. At a bus stop, he encountered a 20-year-old named Matt Turner and persuaded him to accompany him to Milwaukee to pose for a photo shoot. Turner was drugged, strangled, and then dismembered in the bathtub. His head and internal organs were put in the freezer, and his torso subsequently placed in the 57-gallon drum Dahmer purchased on July 12th. July 5th, Jeremiah Benjamin Weinberger, 23. Met Dahmer at a gay bar in Chicago and agreed to accompany him to Milwaukee for the weekend. Dahmer drilled through Weinberger's skull and injected boiling water into the cavity. He later recalled Weinberger's death to be exceptional, as he was the only victim who died with his eyes open. Weinberger's decapitated body was kept in the bathtub for a week before being dismembered. His torso was placed in the 57-gallon drum. July 15th, Oliver Joseph Lacey, 24, a bodybuilding enthusiast whom Dahmer enticed to his apartment on the promise of money for posing for photographs. Lacey was drugged and strangled with a leather strap before being decapitated, with his head and heart being placed in the refrigerator. His skeleton was retained to adorn one side of the private shrine of skulls and skeletons Dahmer was in the process of creating when arrested 1 week later. July 19th, Joseph Arthur Bradehoft, 25, Dahmer's last victim. Bradehoft was a father of 3 children from Minnesota who was looking for work in Milwaukee at the time of his murder. He was left on Dahmer's bed for 2 days following his murder before on July 21st being decapitated. His head was placed in the refrigerator and his torso in the 57-gallon drum. So that's the breakdown of Dahmer. I mean, what do you think so far regarding not only the crimes, not only Dahmer himself, but the nature in which the trial transpired?
The only thing I can say is that, like, he was so fucked up, they didn't know how to try him properly. I think that, like, you know, would make more sense than how it ended up. Like, I mean, supposing it wasn't some sort of really fucked up, like, just, like, everyone was in on it type thing. Because, I mean, really, like, I mean, like, he could have also just been a savant serial killer. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know.
And for those that don't know, he photobombed the National Honor Society yearbook. So apparently, they actually blacked out his face in the yearbook after the fact, after they found out that he didn't belong in the Honor Society. He's like right in the middle of the photograph, too, the National Honor Society. Oh, man. Again, if he had grown up in the social media era, would he have just done pranks and made a lot of money and gotten recognition and not turned to a life of crime?
Yeah, I don't know. Again, I'm not 100% sure of that. Like, I don't know. It's hard to say.
They also said that he photobombed almost every club in the school. I mean, I don't even know what to think about that. So let's go to some conspiracies. So actually, before we get to that, let's go to one Ask Me Anything thread. By request, I knew Jeffrey Dahmer. So this was 12 years ago. My stepson just busted into the TV room and told me that I had to do this. It's become kind of a novelty amongst my friends and family, but for a short time in the 90s, I lived in the same apartment building as Jeffrey Dahmer, and I even drank a beer with him once. Someone asked him, "Did you ever notice the smell?" There was a lot of neighbors complained about it. This guy named Smitty, he said, "I started smelling something later on in my stay at the apartment building. At the time, as time went on, I was working pretty long shifts, so my apartment was basically just a place to sleep. The smell definitely became an issue as it got to be summer. It could only be described as a mixture of rotting meat and body odor. Honestly, the whole place was an expletive hole, so I wasn't surprised it started to stink, but I was plenty happy when I got out of there." So apparently, the place was smelly in general without Dahmer. So perhaps that masked some of it, but you have a good point with the chainsaw noises.
Well, apparently he didn't just invite the cops in. Like, you know, his former neighbor, Pamela Bass, said that, like, she once helped him clean the apartment because, like, the landlord was going to, like, evict him.
So the landlord did make a threat once.
Yeah.
Do you think he left those drawers with the Polaroid, like, not even closed when she was helping him clean the apartment?
I don't know. I have to say that his apartment is a mess, but, like, I mean, considering that he was, like, apparently this rampant alcoholic, like, it actually doesn't look, like, as dirty as, like, you know, some people's, like, houses. His house is, like, really kind of weird. Like, the photos are kind of strange. How did he, like, bring the vat of acid into his apartment without anyone noticing?
That's a good question. I'm assuming he didn't have the acid in it when he got the drum, but still. Someone asked him, "Do you remember anything specific that he said to you, like a joke or a story?" The thing I remember most clearly about him was his hatred of women. I had been explaining my situation with my ex-wife, and he cut me off and said women were good for nothing. Apparently, he did like his grandmother, though, so who knows? Someone commented, "Cut you off?" Interesting phrasing. Someone else said, "He's the reason I'm not named Jeffrey. My parents pulled a last-minute switcheroo." So they were going to name their son Jeffrey, but upon Dahmer coming on the news with his crimes, they decided to change their mind. Someone asked him if there were any warning signs that ever came up. Did he ever look at you and slowly lick a knife with his tongue? It's a very specific question.
His drawing of the altar is like really interesting.
Yeah, it's pretty weird. He was a creepy guy, but I never would have guessed he was a serial killer. When I found out later, it really came as a shock. I mean, he does look insane, but weirdly unassuming in a way as well.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I mean, there is a moral in the story. Like, if you ever go into somebody's house and see a 55-gallon drum, just get the fuck out of there.
Something we haven't talked about is the Jeffrey Dahmer's other surviving victim. So on survivingjeffreydahmer.org, the introduction by Eugene Waterman is, when I first saw Billy Capshaw in January 94, I never expected that he would play such an important part in my professional life. He told me he was barely 17 years old when he enlisted in the U.S. Army in 1977, and after training as a medic, he was transferred to Germany and assigned a roommate. For 18 months, that roommate dominated and tortured him, and somehow managed for him to have no assignment, no mail, no pay, and no contact with anyone in the roommate's presence. The roommate was Jeffrey Dahmer. So hold on a second. So Dahmer's stint in the military, he's torturing a guy in his room and somehow arranged for this not to be noticed by anybody in the military or the command.
I kind of find that difficult to believe. Don't the rooms go through
how much luck does this guy have?
But don't the rooms go through usual inspections?
I mean, supposedly, I don't know what, I guess if he was there for the inspection, they just assumed he had other work or duty and he was just there at that moment. I don't know.
Yeah, but then where did he stash the guy when it was being inspected?
Well, let's go through Billy's story. So, life with Dahmer. This section details the 18 months when Billy was assigned a room with Dahmer, who then tortured and controlled him. Billy struggled every day to find a way to survive. When Dahmer was asked why he acted as he did, he replied that it was the only way he knew to feel close to someone. Dahmer wanted to have a secure and continuing relationship with his victim, while at the same time being in complete control. For almost all of the victims, the only way to do that was to kill them, but what if he had a situation previously in which he was able to control his victim and isolate him from everyone else? Perhaps he had that situation with Billy Capshaw, and perhaps that is the reason he didn't kill him. Billy is the seventh of eight children. His parents separated when he was a toddler. His older brother had emotional problems since returning from service in Vietnam. He has a younger brother. Billy was his mother's favorite and was pampered by his sisters. The family was poor, and he was made fun of in school because of his clothes. Because he wanted to help the family financially, particularly an older sister with a congenital heart condition, he enlisted in the Army in 1977 when he was barely 17 years old. After training as a medic, he was sent to Germany and assigned a room with Jeffrey Dahmer. At first, Dahmer seemed like a likable person and had a certain amount of charisma, but within a few days, Billy became frightened as Dahmer began his process of completely controlling Billy by various means. He physically beat him. When Billy complained to those in authority, he was told that he was a pussy and not taken seriously. So he actually went to his superiors to complain about his roommate. What do you make of that, Jared? Is that typical for the military? So he's going to his superiors, and he's saying his roommate beat him up, and they just didn't take that seriously.
I mean, I think it depends on what branch of military you're in, how much you complain about everything else, whether you were in the service during the don't ask, don't tell policy. I think there's a lot going on there.
The severity of the physical abuse increased, and Dahmer used an iron bar. Is that poetic justice? So Dahmer used an iron bar to beat this guy for some countless periods of time, and then Dahmer himself is killed with an iron bar. What is going on with this case? Is this really a psyop? So, which was part of the apparatus for the bed to hit Billy across the joints. This caused the most pain, particularly in his knuckles and shins. Somehow, Dahmer arranged it so that Billy did not have regular assignments, and Dahmer controlled the only key to the room. When he left, he would lock Billy in the room. See, again, we go back to if this was a script for a movie, nobody would greenlight this because it's too unbelievable.
Yeah.
Like, what is going on here? When he left, he would lock Billy in the room. Dahmer also somehow arranged that his family's mail or phone calls did not reach him. Billy was listed as AWOL at a time when he had not left the base. Both Billy and Dahmer were medics, and when Dahmer injured Billy, he went with Billy to the doctor and convinced them that he was taking care of him. He also convinced them that he was not the one who had injured him, even though Billy said otherwise. Billy said he got one doctor to believe him, but the doctor told him to report this to the same authorities who had previously not listened to him. When Billy tried to escape by going out the window and down the fire escape, he had found no place to go. He did spend nights in a hotel room when he was getting his pay. When Billy came back, which he eventually had to because he had no place else to go, he was beaten severely. Somehow, Dahmer made sure Billy didn't get paid or pull duty assignments. So, not one, but two of Dahmer's victims that he tortured were returned to him. So he's able to convince these like high-ranking officials and all these people that these victims aren't his victims. Is this weird to you?
Yeah, I mean, I guess that, like, it's hard because, like, you know, like, we as we discussed earlier, like, there's a certain amount of charm to serial killers, so I don't know, like, you know what I mean, if that was, like, again, like, if he was a very innocuous guy, like, you know, like, that it wouldn't be, you know, a situation where, you know, I don't know.
Billy would have flown home AWOL, but being in the service, he needed a pass to board a plane. Billy learned to watch Dahmer's moods to try to minimize the attack, and this became a life-saving preoccupation. When Billy disassociated during an attack and his eyes glazed over, Dahmer would insist that he look at him and would not allow Billy to dissociate. Dahmer beat Billy harder when he screamed and cried, so he eventually learned not to do either. The result of this was that he had a feeling of being numb. There was another side of Dahmer. Sometimes he said he loved Billy, petted him, and would also grab him in the crotch as though he were grabbing a woman. At times, he was insistent in teaching Billy about medicine and anatomy, particularly the bones. Billy thinks that Dahmer drugged him. He remembers waking up and being tied with ropes and unable to get loose. On several occasions, he was choked unconscious. Dahmer had anal intercourse with him while he was tied up. Billy felt ashamed and guilty about this and for years didn't tell anyone. He had plans to kill Dahmer and made it look like an accident. Dahmer often drank until he passed out. Billy planned to hit him in the head with a piece of metal and say that he was drunk and had fallen out of his bed. However, Billy doubted that he could get away with it, and he knew that if convicted, he would be in jail in Europe and never get to see his family again. He has since felt guilty that he didn't kill Dahmer. When people hear of Billy's story, they often ask, how did he let this happen to him? In searching the web, Billy read about the Stockholm Syndrome and thought that it applied to him. The syndrome got its name because in the hostage situation in Stockholm, at least two of the women had love feelings toward the hostage takers and one wanted to marry her former abuser. Bonding to one's captor or abuser is a survival strategy for victims and has been observed in a variety of hostage-taking situations. The four situational factors that are precursors to the Stockholm Syndrome were present in Billy's situation. One, perceived threat to one's physical or psychological survival and the belief that the captor would carry out the threat. Two, perceived small kindness from the captor to the captive. Note, letting the captive live is enough. Three, isolation from perspectives other than those of the captor. Four, perceived inability to escape. Applying the situational factors to Billy, I concluded the following. One, Billy believed his survival depended on reading Dahmer's moods and doing whatever he could to keep him from getting angry. He had tried every way that he knew to escape and was unsuccessful. Two, at times, Dahmer did profess love for him and act as his teacher. Three, Billy was with Dahmer or alone. He was isolated from anybody else's viewpoint or ideas. Four, after a while, Billy gave up hoping that he could either escape or get anyone to help him. His total attention was directed to reading Dahmer's moods. Billy said, quote, I never showed up for formation, I never showed up for work assignments, and yet I got promoted, he said. That... Is this typical military, JR?
No.
He said that the crazy military...
Not at all.
the crazy military was really screwed up. I mean, it does explain a lot in terms of competency, though. The Army had not recovered from Vietnam, and most soldiers got drunk every night. Except for Billy and Dahmer, everyone there had been to Nam. Does that explain a few things? Billy,
Um, it explains some things, but not all things.
Billy requested repeatedly to be transferred to another room. All of his attempts to get help were either ignored or made fun of. He is particularly resentful of one person I will call Paul. Billy said Paul found it all amusing. I'm sure he knew everything. The black eyes, the injuries, he made poor decisions, he didn't listen. When people don't listen, I still get upset. I felt he went behind my back. Dahmer would go into his room and I would hear them laughing and stuff. Billy said that Paul acted gay. He was effeminate, and sometimes Dahmer had effeminate mannerisms. Billy suspected that Paul was giving Dahmer blowjobs, but he had said he had no evidence to support this. Billy said a soldier from another barracks started going to Paul's room. Dahmer went to Paul's door and knocked and got no answer. All night long, he continued to knock on his door. Dahmer seemed very upset and increased the torture of Billy. Paul and Dahmer had a falling out and didn't talk to each other. Soon after that, Billy was given an assignment in the field. He said, when I came back, that sorry SOB Dahmer was gone. I heard that they had to drag him out of there. And then, of course, this goes on to go on talking about Billy's severe PTSD symptoms after the fact, etc.
Yeah. He was a fucking Fruit Loop. I'm sorry, Bruce.
So apparently, Billy Capshaw, wow. So regarding all the PTSD symptoms, and then it talks about Billy had all of the listed symptoms. He had nightmares, awakening with a panic attack. His nightmares were often of being beaten, and when he woke up, he felt as he had been beaten. His whole body was in pain. He felt tired and exhausted all the time. He was afraid to go outside his house and stayed inside for months at a time. He felt like life was not worth living and had suicidal thoughts. He attempted suicide 3 times. In Germany, he grabbed an MP's revolver and put it to his head and pulled the trigger. The gun didn't fire. When living with his family after his discharge, he overdosed and had to be hospitalized. Another time, he drove his car into a large tree. He was constantly vigilant, expecting that at any time, Dahmer would appear and try to kill him. During this period of time, he drank heavily, he would get into fights at bars, and have feelings of rage. In 1991, he passed out at a friend's house, and the friend's 15-year-old daughter took his car keys from his pocket and drove his car. She had a wreck, and a person was killed. He was charged with negligent homicide and sentenced to a year in prison. He served his time at the local city jail and he was made a trustee. He said that he felt safe from Dahmer while he was in jail and didn't have panic attacks then. When he was in jail, Dahmer was arrested. The media found out that Billy had been Dahmer's roommate in the Army, and without any warning, he was interviewed by the media. He had such shame and guilt about what Dahmer had done to him that he denied that anything unusual had happened. He described Dahmer as an ordinary guy. So, what do you think about this account? I mean, it adds an interesting wrinkle in the Dahmer saga and also sort of explains to an extent why Dahmer didn't kill a bunch of people, unless he did. Supposedly, there were a lot of disappearances around that military base. Now, we're not going to go into that right now, but just the mere act of torturing someone, would that be enough to tie Dahmer over for the near, close to a decade between the official listed murders?
Yeah, I mean, I would think so. I mean, I think it's pretty obvious that, like, he killed other people, like, or, like, at least tortured other people. That, like, I mean, especially, like, in an overseas environment, like, that's, yeah, like, I mean, I think in an overseas environment, I mean, like, there's a lot of, like, shifty stuff that happened in Vietnam, like, it was that same era, so, yeah.
Here's another interesting account. My English teacher from 11th grade grew up with Dahmer. She said her and his family were friends, so they would be around each other a lot, thus was mostly when they were kids. When the kids would go outside playing, Jeffrey would always be killing bugs by separating body parts. She told us this is what he would always do, not play with other kids, but just kill stuff, and not in the little kid, let's squash some ants kind of way. He was pretty messed up then, too. Another interesting comment here. My friend's mom was a receptionist in a dentist's office, and apparently Dahmer once said that the first time he planned on snatching somebody was a jogger in his neighborhood that always wore something specific. He was obsessed with this jogger who always ran the same route. Apparently, the day he finally got up the courage to hide behind a bush and with a baseball bat, the jogger didn't show up, and Dahmer got cold feet after that. Apparently, the jogger was my friend's mom's boss, the dentist. Whatever the identifying article of clothing was, he always wore and jogged that exact same route. Kinda creepy.
Yeah. Yeah, he was a total fucking nut. There's just no, like, other explanation.
Okay, so let's go to the conspiracy theory. We're not going to some random GeoCities blog. We're going to the Washington Post. Conspiracy suggested in Dahmer case. This is December 2nd, 1994. The possibility that more than one person was involved in the prison slayings of serial killer Jeffrey Dahmer and another inmate has not been ruled out, investigators said today. We don't want to close any doors, said Columbia County Sheriff James D. Smith. That sounds like a real name. But doors were being closed on inmates at Columbia Correctional Institution where the killings took place Monday. To aid a wider probe, a lockdown, the first since the slayings, was announced for all 611 inmates at Wisconsin's highest security prison. All activities will be suspended until we make a clean sweep of the institution and the investigators are done with their job, said Corrections Secretary Michael Sullivan. The chief suspect in the case continues to be Christopher J. Scarver, 25, a convicted murderer from Milwaukee considered mentally ill by some corrections psychologists. Scarver remains in isolation and has not been charged. But Smith and his investigator, Lieutenant Vern Gove, said that the probe is also focusing on two other prisoners, two guards, and a recreation officer who were near the crime scene within 20 minutes of the killing. The Milwaukee Journal quoted an unnamed prison official as saying that the killer did not act alone. Dahmer, 34, and Jesse Anderson, 37, who were serving a life term for killing his wife, were found beaten to death Monday in two separate bathrooms adjacent to the prison's indoor rec area. They and Scarver were on a janitorial detail that began at 7:50 a.m. Their bodies were found at 8:10 a.m. Both men died, Dahmer on Monday, Anderson on Wednesday, of blunt force trauma to the head. Columbia County Coroner Keith Epps said he and forensic pathologists are still trying to determine which part of the head was hit first, the front or the back. Epps said he did not notice any so-called defense wounds on the victim's hands. A bloodied broom handle lay near the scene, but investigators have not said it was the murder weapon. Because apparently it wasn't. It was the metal bar. Yeah, this is really weird.
Yeah.
So the final thing we're going to go over, have you heard of the conspiracy that he's actually Adam Walsh's killer?
No.
I mean, we're talking about John Walsh of America's Most Wanted.
Yeah, I know who you're talking about. No.
So let's look at this coincidence stack. This was posted by Degenerate with a J on Reddit 8 years ago. There's a theory that he's actually Adam Walsh's killer. He was in Hollywood, Florida at the time. His roommate, back when he was in the military, was pushing it, if I recall, and had some pretty convincing evidence. John Walsh doesn't believe it, but there is some pretty compelling evidence or coincidence around it. So here's a Palm Beach Post article. All right, so this article, going back to March 28, 2010, Palm Beach Post, Adam Walsh murder revisited. The case against Jeffrey Dahmer. Investigating one of the nation's most prominent unsolved murders, a Hollywood detective pitched softball questions and homemade muffins to a serial killer. What? He asked, did you kidnap freckled 6-year-old Adam Walsh from a Sears in 1981? Nothing to do with it. Jeffrey Dahmer answered, taking another muffin. The word of Dahmer, a sociopath who stashed several heads in his refrigerator, was instrumental in Hollywood police deciding he was not Adam's killer despite contradictory statements from two witnesses. In December 2008, Chief Chadwick Wagner called a press conference to say deceased drifter Otis Tulle, long suspected but never prosecuted, killed Adam. Adam's parents believed it, and Broward prosecutors said Tulle was the only valid suspect. Case closed. But had authorities fully explored Dahmer's time in South Florida, they would have found more evidence implicating him than Tulle, the Miami Herald found. The evidence includes 2 additional witnesses who said they saw him at the mall with Adam that day, another who placed Dahmer at the scene of an eerily similar abduction attempt 2 weeks earlier, and people who said he had access to a van fitting an early description of the getaway vehicle. The 29-year-old murder remains among the most vexing unsolved crimes in America, and no one can say with certainty that Dahmer or any of the other myriad suspects to drift through the case snatched the child. Yet by focusing so heavily on Tulle, despite layers of contradictions in his long twisted tale, Hollywood police may have missed leads pointing to Dahmer. According to fresh interviews and a review of thousands of documents. A disheveled stranger. Once I saw that picture of Dahmer, I said, that's him. Janice Santomassino remembered. That's who I saw. July 27th, 1981 was the first day of Santomassino's vacation, and she drove her daughter and son to the Hollywood Mall on Hollywood Boulevard across from police headquarters. After nearly slamming into the back of a blue van parked illegally outside the West End. Okay, hold on. I gotta stop this here. Going back to how lucky Dahmer was, like you really hit the nail on the head with that one, JR. Like the amount of sheer luck involved. Now, are we to believe that as early as 1981, Dahmer's in Florida, he's abducting a kid in front of the police station while parked illegally? I don't know what to make of this, JR. Like, is this really a psyop? It's like again, if you wrote this into a movie, they would be like, no, this is totally unbelievable. He would never even get away with the first murder, and let alone the second, the third, the 17th. After this amount of lunacy, and it's almost like he's trying to get caught. Like, how do you be more obvious?
Yeah. Yeah.
In front of the police station while parked illegally. And in Hollywood, they don't mess around. Like how quickly you get a ticket in Hollywood. I mean, they might hold the Hollywood Popo might hold some records in how quickly they will ticket you. I mean, come on, man. This isn't some like backwoods hillbilly town. I mean, again, this is Hollywood. This is Hollywood, Florida, but still, they will ticket you super, super quickly. For anybody that's been to either Hollywood, California, or Hollywood, Florida, there's something about the town name Hollywood where the Popo is just really adamant about ticketing people. You know, it's funny. Out of all my time traveling in California and Florida, I think the only time I got tickets were in Hollywood of both places. But anyway,
clearly you've never been to downtown Philadelphia, Bruce.
I don't believe I have.
They'll throw a boot on your car.
Oh, well, they do that in New York. They do that in New York as well. Okay. So, what do you make of this? Do you believe this was Dahmer? Well, let's finish the account, and then we'll get.
Well, I think let me just put it to you this way, Bruce. I think this Fruit Loop brought out a lot of Fruit Loops.
Well, also, it's July 27th in the middle of the busiest season when the kids aren't even in school. So he's parked illegally in front of the police. I don't know, JR. I don't know. Is this a psyop? What's going on here?
Well, Bruce, I gotta tell you, like, I go into these podcasts with an open mind. Like, we've talked about some pretty, like, extraordinary stuff here on MINDSHOCK. And, like, this one seemed relatively normal, all things considered, Jeffrey Dahmer. I mean, okay, like, he's a nut, but, like, it's been on TV, like, you see crime shows all the time, especially in, like, the modern era, like, that, we are living in now, like, maybe not, like, 30 years ago when, like, there was still an FCC, but, like, like, nowadays, like, there's all kinds of shit, like, in, media and everything else. So, like, this compared to, like, Bigfoot, flat earthing, and shadow people, I was pretty confident that, like, this was going to be normal. However, I have to say, these are some mind-shocking revelations.
I actually did not know these specific details, but let's continue with the account of Santa Massino. Do you believe in Santa Massino's account?
Well, I mean, that name just sounds purely made up. Like, you know.
Are you saying Santa Massino in Hollywood is made up?
I wonder if that was the inspiration for Santa's helper on The Simpsons.
All right, well, let's continue here. After nearly slamming into the back of a blue van parked illegally outside the west entrance of Sears, she parked and went inside. Santa Massino wanted sandals for her daughter Lori, 4, but first the girl asked to play an arcade game. Lori approached a game next to a boy wearing an oversized hat, shorts, and a striped shirt and played for 10 minutes, the mother said. On their way out of the toy department, Santa Massino looked down an aisle and saw a disheveled man. She said their eyes met. She grabbed her daughter's hand and walked away. Quote, "He gave me a bad, uncomfortable feeling. It was spooky," end quote, she said. She later heard an intercom call for Adam Walsh. A distraught woman and man were at the customer service desk, but the boy at the video games was gone. So was the creepy guy in the toy aisle. A massive search ensued. Hundreds of volunteers scoured Hollywood streets, and helicopters and boats filled the skies and waterways. Posters of Adam, clad in a Little League uniform and flashing a gap-toothed grin, were plastered everywhere. Watching the news that afternoon, Santa Massino realized that she had seen Adam. She called the police and again the next day, but she never received a return call. Not in 1981, nor in 1996, when she called America's Most Wanted after the show hosted by Adam's father, John Walsh, ran a piece on Adam. The show forwarded the tip to the Hollywood police. Okay, hold on a second, JR. So what do you make of the Hollywood, Florida Popo? So she reports this in 1981, right after the fact. Nobody gets back to her. Now, that might not be hard to believe when a guy's parked illegally in front of the police station and a kid's getting abducted. The police don't even follow up on tips on, like, shady characters right around the boy that got abducted. Then she calls in 1996, America's Most Wanted, said they forwarded the tip to the Hollywood police, and she never heard back. Nobody wants to interview a potential witness who saw the potential guy who took Adam Walsh. Can you make sense of this for me, JR?
I'm still trying to make sense of the fact that she let her 4-year-old play an arcade game. I mean, even in the eras of arcade games, Bruce, like, do you ever remember a 4-year-old playing an arcade game?
I do remember Street Fighter being quite popular with a 4-year-old.
Well, hey. But getting back to, like, the question, like, of this, like, ridiculously far-fetched fairy tale, it's very possible that, like, she did see something, but, I mean, it could also be she was trying to jump on the gravy train as well.
But
I mean,
not really. I mean, so she called once or twice in 81, and then she didn't bother again until she saw America's Most Wanted. So that doesn't seem that way to me. It's not like she was bad. It's not like she could have went into the police station and filed a report instantly herself.
But why didn't she?
I'm assuming she assumed the police were competent and they would return her phone call.
Bruce, which police officer was competent in, like, any of this storyline?
Well, I thought you were going to say any police anyway.
That's a different podcast.
Okay, hold on a second. So there's an illegally parked van in front of the police station across from the mall there, or at the mall across from the police station. A woman potentially saw a disheveled, scary-looking guy in the vicinity of the boy that goes missing. And nobody seems to care. This is kind of weird. All right, so she was contacted again in 2009 by a writer and shown a picture of Dahmer. She said he was the man she saw. Unreturned calls. Others say they also contacted police in the days after Adam's abduction without reply. They include Jenny Warren, interviewed by state attorney's investigator Phil Mundy in 1996 after a media lawsuit prompted the release of the case file. She was dismissed after she said she didn't see Tulle, she said. Warren told the Miami Herald she saw Adam with his mother, Reeve, that day. She also noticed a man at the video games wearing beige khakis like army fatigues. He stood next to Adam and stared at the screen. Warren says she could have picked out the man in fatigues had the investigator placed his picture in the lineup with Tulle. I wish my mind could take a picture because it would be him, Dahmer. Interviewed recently, Mundy had little recollection of the Warren interview. He did recall broader discussions among authorities about the problems Dahmer witnesses would have posed should Tulle be prosecuted. So wait a second. The police all want to go after this guy, Tulle, who the witnesses say it's not him, or it's another guy who happens to look like Dahmer. Now, here's the thing. There's plenty of serial killers out there. I don't necessarily buy that these are all people out for attention and they simply picked Dahmer because he was popular. There's plenty of other popular serial killers. There's no reason for them to latch on to Dahmer.
True. That's true, Bruce.
So, interviewed recently, Mundy had little recollection of the Warren interview, especially if these witnesses didn't talk to each other. Because if these witnesses don't know each other, and they're all saying it's Dahmer or a guy who looks like Dahmer who does not look like Tulle, I mean, that's pretty damning evidence there. I mean, obviously it's not conclusive in any way, but you would think it would at least warrant some kind of follow-up, some kind of real investigation.
You would, but I mean, like, every cop in, like, this entire storyline has, followed standard procedure, except for, like, that one fireman that, like, wanted to help the guy with a hole in his head bleeding from his genitals.
Yeah, but he's not, that wasn't a cop, though.
He was probably fired for being an outcast.
Oh, supposedly those two cops were fired.
I would hope so. Like, at least for the sake of that guy's family. Like.
All right. Anyway, what do we got here? In 1991, Dahmer emerged as one of the nation's most infamous killers after his arrest on charges involving decapitation, necrophilia, and cannibalism. He had 11 severed heads in his Milwaukee apartment. Do you think it's coincidental that Dahmer just happened to be, like, the small amount of time that Dahmer is in Florida, it just happened to be during one of the most infamous child disappearances? Not just
I will say that that's a convenient coincidence.
Hold on. Not just the disappearance, but Adam Walsh is, he was decapitated. This is a go-to for Dahmer.
Yeah, but, like, he also doesn't necessarily fit, like, Dahmer's, like, usual age profile either.
That's true, but some argue that Dahmer has many more victims that nobody knows about.
That's true, but, like, normally child predators stick to child predators, though.
Well, Dahmer doesn't seem
normal. Child predators stick to children.
Does Dahmer seem normal to you in any sense of the word, even within the scope of serial killers?
No.
I mean, this guy is an outlier among outliers. I mean, can you honestly say there's been another Dahmer? I mean, this guy is pretty unique. Call him what you will. He's pretty unique even among his peer group of serial killers.
Yes. Yes, he is.
For some of those present in the Sears the day of Adam's disappearance, the photo of Dahmer reignited a 10-year-old memory. They recognized him as the man they saw in the store that day Adam vanished. Among them was then Miami Herald pressman Willis Morgan. He told police he was in the Radio Shack in the Hollywood Mall that day and felt threatened when a stranger aggressively approached him. He followed the man into the Sears toy department before turning away. That man was Dahmer, Morgan now told police. So these aren't just random nobodies seeking fame. I mean, this is an actual somebody working for the Miami Herald. I mean, there seem to be quite a few witnesses that said they saw Dahmer. Now, this guy doesn't even claim to have seen Adam Walsh. He just claims to have seen Dahmer in the same area that others saw Dahmer and Adam Walsh.
Yeah.
Bill Bowen, an Alabama TV producer, reached the same conclusion independently. He had reported seeing a man lift a struggling protesting child and sling him into the back of a blue van illegally parked outside. Hold on a second. Is Dahmer, if this is Dahmer parked illegally and in broad daylight in the middle of the summer in a popular Florida mall physically assaulted and grabbed a struggling child and put him into the back of a van while parked illegally across the street from the police station.
All right, that's true, but like, see, like, even John Walsh has said that like the police completely botched, like, you know.
No, but let's forget about the police botching for a moment. Let's just talk about Dahmer and his choices here. He has a blue van parked illegally. That's somehow in the way of other cars where they're almost hitting it. Could he draw any more possible attention to himself?
But see, like, that basically, like, fits Dahmer's profile.
It does. It really does. I mean, Dahmer seems to go out of his way to try to be caught, and somehow he's not caught. Like, was this some kind of game that developed in Dahmer's sick mind where he was going to try to be as reckless as possible? Maybe he poisoned himself on purpose.
Well, okay, see, like, the only problem that I have with this so far is that, like, and I guess it's because we'll never know, but, like, you know, he didn't necessarily lure Adam with $50 with the promise of drinking beers.
How do you know? Maybe he offered $50 worth of arcade money.
Yeah, but, like, wasn't he, like, 5 years old or something?
Regardless, $50 is like a fortune to a little kid. At least back then. At least back then before inflation. A little kid probably wouldn't bat an eye to $50 today.
Well, I think it was $50, like, was pretty decent back then anyway. I mean, it wasn't like bacon, like $1.89 a pound back then.
Yeah, $50 back then was like a couple $100 today. So, okay, so some of the conclusions, some of these witnesses are actually prominent individuals. I mean, this is a TV produced. I mean, these are people that presumably would not want to be ridiculed in the public for making false statements.
All right, Bruce. I will give you that, like, you know, like, him being illegally parked, like, you know, I mean, the only thing is like, he wasn't drunk, per se. Like, but, again, we don't know.
How do you know?
We don't.
It actually kind of sounds like he was. It kind of sounds like he was. In order for...
Yeah.
Because would a non-drunk person do this unless they were trying to be caught? Do you think Dahmer had some kind of weird compulsion where he wanted to be caught even after the first murder? And he did everything he could to be caught?
Well, it might be part of, like, him getting off, too. Like, you know, I think that, like, that's part of it. I don't think it was enough for him to just kill people. Like, it wasn't enough. Like, I mean, there are serial killers where they just kill them and then, like, whatever. Like, he had to dismember them. He had to, like, clean up after all of that.
It sounds like he was using his chainsaw with complete impunity, without a worry or care in the world, in the middle of a crowded apartment.
Yeah, well, that still doesn't make any sense to me. Like, I still don't understand, like, if you hear a noise like that, I mean, that's pretty obscure. I mean, unless they just thought he had the TV really loud. But even then, like, a chainsaw on, like, the TV.
No,
like,
a chainsaw would drown out any TV easily.
Yeah.
Not to mention, with the amount of bodies he dismembered, I mean, he would have had to be gunning that chainsaw fairly often on a fairly frequent basis. And it just sounds like he couldn't care less who hurt him.
Well, how often did he oil or clean the chainsaw?
I don't know. But let's continue here.
I mean, did he clean it off, like, after, like, each dismember? I mean, like, did he wear any kind of, like, specialized clothing? Like, I mean, you would think there would be some sort of blood spatter or something in the apartment if he was using a chainsaw.
I mean, those are all good questions. I mean, judging from his MO, I'm surprised he didn't hire a cleaning company to go clean it for him, like, without actually removing any of the bodies.
Well, he might have. His apartment really wasn't that dirty.
All right, well, let's continue here. So this TV producer, Bill Bowen, after seeing the news coverage out of Wisconsin, he too was convinced Dahmer was the man he saw. On a suggestion from FBI agent Neil Purdell, who interviewed Dahmer after his Wisconsin convictions and thought he had tacitly admitted killing Adam through his overly fervent denials, Father John Walsh urged detectives to visit Dahmer. Dahmer told Detective Jack Hoffman he came to Miami in March '81 after his early discharge from the Army due to alcoholism while in Germany. He said he had no vehicle, never went to Hollywood, and worked long hours at a Collins Avenue sub shop. I mean, what do you think the visitors to that sub shop thought after they found out that Dahmer worked at the sub shop that they frequented?
Um, I would see. If I were that guy, I would have gotten my stomach pumped just because.
Yeah. Well, what if it was like 20 years later you found out?
I would still have gotten my stomach pumped, or at least chewed charcoal.
Fair enough. He said he never killed children, but didn't want to rot in prison. And he would admit to Adam's murder if it meant a death sentence. So hold on a second. So Dahmer said if they would promise to kill him, he would admit that he killed Adam. So does that sound like a guilty or innocent man, or is it typical Dahmer hijinks where you can't tell either way because he's so crazy? If he was innocent, he might say that, and if he was guilty, he might say that.
Okay, so here's the thing with that. I would think that, like, he would have admitted to that right away if he had done something like that. I think probably the reason why, like, he did that was it gave him some sort of high because he knew that he would never be able to, like, dismember or kill anyone anymore. So, like, that was kind of like a last-ditch, like, power trip for him to get off on that.
But hold on a second. Why wouldn't he be able to kill people in prison? It happens all the time. Like,
well, because he was in solitary confinement.
Was he not during his work detail when he was killed? He could have killed somebody else as well.
Well, that was like after, like, he bargained that. Like.
All right. Well, anyway, let's continue on here. If Jeffrey Dahmer had committed the Adam Walsh homicide, he would have confessed to this crime. Hoffman wrote. Dahmer was killed in prison in '94. The blue van. Had Hoffman followed up on Dahmer's statement? And the other thing that's kind of weird. What kind of detective are you? Where you're just going to take a homicidal, sociopathic, psychopathic, psychotic serial killer's word for something?
Let me ask you a question, Bruce. What agency only, like, has one detective talk to a fucking psychopathic, rageaholic serial killer that's dismembered people? Like,
well, also
and take his word for it.
I mean, he's one of the highest profile of all time at this point in history.
Well, especially back then. You know what I mean? Like,
even now, most people put him in the top 10.
Yeah, I know, but, like, back then, it was so shocking. I mean, you gotta remember, Bruce, there was an FCC back then.
Yeah, before internet, too, mostly. Before widespread internet. Okay. So the blue van, had Hoffman followed up on Dahmer's statement, he would have found that Dahmer lied about his hours and was often sent home due to drinking, according to his boss, Ken Halpert Sr. As an employee of Sunshine Subs, Dahmer had acted. I mean, when you think of Sunshine, is Dahmer's visage the first thing that comes up?
Well, like, my mind is going to be permanently marred now, Bruce, but, like, no, it wasn't.
Dahmer had access to a blue delivery van, according to 8 people. So 8 people verified that Dahmer had access to a blue van. Not just any van, but a blue van. A similar van, either the same van or a similar van spotted in the Hollywood Mall. For months after Adam's abduction, police stopped blue vans across the state based on sketchy statements of 10-year-old Timothy Pottenberg, who said he'd seen Adam pulled into a blue van outside Sears. Hoffman eventually threw out the blue van theory, citing time discrepancies in Pottenberg's story. But there was also that other guy, like the TV producer from Alabama, who also saw the kid being put into a blue van. Okay, but Santa Massino said she saw a blue van parked illegally outside Sears' west entrance, as did Bowen. Another dismissed witness, Philip Lohr, said he saw a blue van parked illegally outside the toy department around the time of Adam's abduction. Lohr remembered seeing a man carrying a struggling freckled kid out of the Sears toy department exit, although he didn't call the police until 1997. So he saw a kid being abducted in 1981, and then he calls the police in 1997.
Yeah. Does it specify whether or not he saw, like, America's Most Wanted?
It does not. But that's probably a safe bet. But So I don't know that. I mean, come on. But here's the thing: even if you want to dismiss this witness, I mean, how many witnesses are you going to dismiss? There's like a half a dozen witnesses who specifically saw the same thing.
Well, that goes back to John Walsh saying that like they botched like the investigation, which might explain like why John Walsh seems like he's like really like very grumpy in his like older years.
Well,
But,
wouldn't you be if that happened to your son?
Probably.
Not just that, but Dahmer is a suspect.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, at that time it wasn't. I mean, like the guy that worked at Sunshine.
Wow, what an ominous name. Adam's body was never recovered. A severed head identified as Adam's was found August 10th, 1981 in a canal on the northbound side of the Florida Turnpike near mile marker 130. Two Publix truck drivers called the next day, August 11th, to report seeing a blue van parked off the turnpike near mile marker 131 just after midnight on August 7th. Okay, hold on a second. So guys report a blue van. See, blue van is actually quite rare. In most of these cases, it's like white, gray, green, as in the case of the Springfield 3, the 3 missing women's case that we cover on MindShock. If you haven't checked that out, make sure you check that out. I mean, a blue van is not the most common type of delivery or moving van. Blue is not as popular a color as like white or gray or even green.
Yeah. That's true. That's very true.
Dennis Bubb, with 2 B's, saw a man with a flashlight down near a canal and radioed Clifford Ramey following behind. Ramey looked to see if the driver had mechanical problems and saw the man leaning through an open sliding door and fumbling around with a bucket, he said. He didn't notice a flat tire, and the hood wasn't up. Both say they talked to the Hollywood police and were told the incident had nothing to do with the Adam Walsh murder. Like, how would they know? Like, what? Did they solve it already? Like, they get a tip and they're like, oh, no, that has nothing to do with it. And then they ignore all the witnesses. I mean, okay, this is getting really unbelievable here. Like, not only, see, if they just ignored this account, that would be one thing. But they definitively stated, as if they had the case solved, that this incident had nothing to do with the Adam Walsh murder.
Yeah.
And that's where his head happens to be found. But it has nothing to do with the murder, though. Can you make sense of this, JR?
No. I can't make sense. I mean, like, this is so beyond, like, far, like, ridiculous. Like, I mean, like, there's so many, like, I mean, I kind of believe the people that think it's, like, this, like, red herring. Oh, by the way, Sunshine Subs is permanently closed.
I wonder why.
It's now Glamour Unisex Salon, Dominican hairstylist.
Is the Dahmer cut popular there?
I don't know.
Ramey's glance was brief, but he thought the van had no front passenger seat, he told the Herald. That doesn't sound shady at all. The shop's blue van, former store co-owner Darlene Hill told the Broward State Attorney's Office in 2007 had a milk crate for a passenger seat. So a van which seems to match the sub shop's blue van is the one that's seen in the vicinity of Adam Walsh's head turning up. Do you find that coincidental, JR?
I guess.
Because I would guess most vans have a passenger seat. Isn't it illegal to not have a front passenger seat?
Well, no. It's illegal for people to adults to sit in the rear without occupying, like, the front passenger seat without a taxi license.
All right. Another Dahmer connection may be found in the report of a near abduction in a North Palm Beach Sears exactly 2 weeks before Adam's disappearance. What is this obsession with Sears? Like, this guy just goes around to Sears looking for kids to, like, what is it with Sears? Like, it's not like there aren't other stores.
Yeah.
So, at the time, investigators believed it was strikingly similar to the Adam Walsh abduction and had 2 witnesses create a composite. Investigators dismissed the link after speaking with a Sears security guard who said he'd chased the shoplifting boy around the time and believed the sketch looked like himself. Okay, hold on a second. The security guard is saying that the sketch looked like him, but did it really, though? Because if it didn't, and he said it did, what does that mean? Does that mean he's covering for somebody else, like Dahmer? Or is this some kind of weird MK Ultra psyop where they're trying to get Dahmer to do certain things to see the public and police response, and they couldn't believe how incompetent everybody was?
Repeat it again? I'm sorry, man. Like, what?
Do you believe that this was some kind of MK Ultra operation where they had Dahmer do these outlandish things to see how he would be caught, and he wasn't actually caught, and they were just, trying to find metrics on like public and police responses to abductions or serial killers, and they were just using Dahmer as some kind of like MK Ultra subject?
Well, honestly, Bruce, like, normally, like, you ask me these questions about MK Ultra, and I either tell you that I'm not qualified to answer, or, I'm not going to get into the specifics, or I don't know simply. In this case, I wouldn't be surprised. It's really not surprising, like, if like it came out like 100 years from now, which it probably will, that like, it really wouldn't surprise me if like MK Ultra was trying to find some sort of like random matrices. I mean, like,
All right,
like that's we're going to discuss that more in the Jonestown podcast. But yeah.
Well, actually, we have to discuss it more later in this podcast because you'll see this is the most mind-shocking Dahmer information to be discussed thus far in any podcast or documentary ever, because this is mind-shocking. We go down every single rabbit hole. But tell me this doesn't sound suspicious to you. Hoffman wrote that Jane and Matthew Huvoris, the witnesses, agreed that the security guard was the man they'd seen, as did Terry Keaton, the child who was nearly kidnapped, and his mother. So this is what Hoffman wrote. That's not necessarily what happened. That's what Hoffman, the investigator, wrote. In 2010, they were reached, and Jane Huvoris said she told Hoffman that neither she nor her son believed it was a security guard because he wasn't in uniform. So why is Hoffman writing down that they said it was him when they're saying it wasn't? Does this smell like a cover-up, JR?
Yeah. I mean, it sounds either that or like Dahmer. Like, I mean, the fact that the guy didn't just play the lottery, like, is like really like. I mean, like, he misses a square opportunity right there.
Well, hold on a second. If he is an MK Ultra subject, and MK Ultra has their hooks into all these police officers and all these investigators, they could cover for him no matter how incompetent he is. And is that what we're seeing? Because could this all happen naturally? Like illegally parking across from the police station and not getting caught despite tons of witnesses in broad daylight, and yet he still doesn't get caught?
Like, I mean, it could be some sort of like they were experimenting with either some sort of like Manchurian type situation, or they had like a new like mind control drug. I mean, maybe that was why he like drilled into people's heads and like stuck like boiling oil or hydrochloric acid in his head.
Whoa! Was Dahmer unwitting, so he didn't know what they did to him in MK Ultra, but it was in his subconscious, and that's what he was carrying out.
Yeah, I mean, it could be something like that.
Wow, that's crazy. That's crazy. Not to mention, like, the need to, like, make all these people submit to his will. I mean, that sounds like some serious psychological damage there. Is he just repeating the abuse that was done to him within the MK Ultra program?
Yeah. It's possible. I mean, like, it would make more sense than, like, like, how the story reads now.
I gotta say.
It would, though.
I mean, I thought it was strange that Bundy was just randomly escaping from police stations. His story has nothing on Dahmer.
No, it really doesn't. Like I said, like, we talk about the flat earth, we talk about shadow people, we talk about Bigfoot, we talk about everything. Like, but like, this story is like more far-fetched than pretty much anything we've ever discussed on MINDSHOCK.
Believe it or not, there's more.
Oh, I'm sure there is.
So, okay. Keaton, 10 in 1981, and his mother, Ginger Pantel, also told the Herald the man in Sears was not a security guard. It was Dahmer. Keaton said, quote, "In my heart, I truly believe that was the guy who tried to get me that day," end quote. Now, to be fair, if you're a traumatized 10-year-old, a guy who's trying to abduct you, I mean, it seems like that image would be seared into your brain permanently for the rest of your life. Would you ever forget the face of the guy who, especially if this kid led a normal life, he's never had any other types of situations like this, it seems like the face of the guy who tried to get him would be forever burned into his brain.
It seems that way, but I mean, like whether or not that actually was possible or happened, that's a matter of just conjecture.
Well, they should have hypnotized him to confirm. Hoffman, okay, check this out. Hoffman did not respond to an interview request. Are you surprised by that? That the investigator Hoffman that wrote all these things, as soon as someone double checks his work and it doesn't check out, he's denying interview requests. Charles.
Well, that's very convenient, isn't it, Bruce?
Yeah. Charles Morton Jr., Chief Assistant State Attorney in Broward County, noted in a letter to the Herald that the new witness accounts add intrigue and mystery to Adam Walsh's tragic death, but are problematic. The delayed Dahmer identifications would raise serious legal and moral questions in a potential prosecution of Dahmer, he wrote. Slipshod record. It's an interesting name. But
all the names in this whole podcast, like they came from like a random name generator, like from like the early '90s.
But all four Dahmer witnesses say they contacted police in 1981, though police who admitted to shoddy record keeping. Whoa, okay. So they flat out admitted their own record keeping is shoddy. What does that tell you? Isn't that rare that a police department admits that they're shoddy?
Especially with their records, that could just like possibly open up like the dispute of like every record.
Well, check this out. They can't, because they admitted to shoddy record keeping in the initial weeks of the investigation, have no record of their tips. Also, Warren wasn't shown Dahmer's picture in a lineup in '96, and Santa Massino was never even contacted by authorities. And though police and the Walsh family say authorities thoroughly investigated Dahmer even after that interview over muffins, documents suggest otherwise. Isn't that a weird... The phrasing of this whole article is weird. Like, yeah, he was eating muffins at the interview, but why are they constantly referencing the fact that muffins were involved? Because couldn't they have just said even Dahmer after he was interviewed? Why the obsession over the muffin?
Well, it could be next door to the Sunshine Sub Shop, there used to be an Otis Spunkmeyer. It could be that, like, they had something to do with it as well.
All right. A report obtained by the Herald shows police did investigate Dahmer's time in South Florida for 2 weeks. The investigation began after a writer contacted them in 2002 with the names of people who remember Dahmer and said he had access to a blue van. Detective John Kern spoke to Sunshine Sub's 1981 night manager, Ken Hopper Jr., and Michelle Pelletier, the owner of parent shop Mr. Pizza. Pelletier said he didn't remember Dahmer and only had trucks. Hopper Jr. remembered Dahmer, but no blue van, he said. So wait a second. There's 8 employees that can verify the blue van, yet Hopper Jr. is saying no blue van. What does that tell you?
I don't know, Bruce. I don't know.
After a few dead-end records checks, Kearns concluded that this investigation has not established any link. He didn't contact other potential witnesses. Darlene Hill says Pelletier did own a blue van, which she used herself to move furniture. So she's saying not only did the Sunshine Subs place had a blue van, but also Pelletier, who owns Mr. Pizza. She said it belonged to Mr. Pizza. You could walk in anytime and pick up the keys, Hill said. It was absolutely chaos, and people would take the van. Sometimes maybe they'd bring it back that day, and maybe they wouldn't.
Mr. Pizza's still in business.
That sounds That sounds
in
kind
the
of
same
sketchy.
shopping center.
That sounds kind of sketchy. Like, would you? Yeah. Anyway, Sunshine Chubb's manager Hopper Sr., who gave Dahmer a job, also remembered a blue delivery van used for Mr. Pizza, and he recalled the day Dahmer showed him the body of a dead man behind the store. What? So Dahmer showed this guy a dead body, and coincidentally was not responsible for it. Wait. Yeah. Like, what was the story? Like a homeless guy just randomly died there, and Dahmer decided to show him. Like, what was the story that he used? Okay, hold on a second. If there's a dead body anywhere around Dahmer, like, what are the chances that Dahmer's not responsible? I'm just asking.
I don't know. It's slim to none, Bruce.
Dahmer's name is on a police report. The incident 20 days before, 20 days before Dahmer disappeared. There's actually.
Oh wait, one thing before we wrap this up. Mr. Pizza now also makes subs, so maybe they just folded the business into Mr. Pizza, or Mr. Pizza's just like become like maybe that was the original location.
Do you think Dahmer was ever Employee of the Month?
I don't know.
I guess it depends on how bad everybody else is drinking and drug problems.
Let me go to their About Us page. Like, with the way this story's going, you never know.
So Dahmer's name is actually on a police report. I mean, this guy's doing everything possible to get caught, isn't he?
Oh, yeah. Well, again, I don't think that's, like, whether it's MK Ultra or whether, it's obvious, like, he wanted to, like, he was cheating it every time.
The medical examiner's office did rule the death by natural causes. Yo, what are the chances a dead body shows up around Dahmer and the death was of natural causes? I mean, what do you think the statistical chances are?
I find that difficult to believe. It sounds like maybe like that's where like Dahmer first like played around his boiling oil or boiling water into the bloodstream theory.
Did government officials working for MK Ultra just tell the medical examiner what to put down?
Or like they were the medical examiner to begin with.
Yeah. If the police called, I would talk to them, Hopper said. Kearns, now retired, had no comment. The state attorney's office also conducted a brief investigation in 2007, interviewing Hill and Pelletier. Prosecutor Morton interviewed Morgan, but nothing came of it. Then in 2008, Morton and the state attorney's office learned that Hollywood police wanted to close the case. So in 2008, they learned that the Hollywood police wanted to close this 1981 case.
Yeah, well, I mean, it was a brief investigation because the fucking Illuminati showed up and told them to close the investigation.
Their man, Otis Tulle. Tulle's shifting stories. Tulle, a pyromaniac, storytelling drifter, surfaced as a suspect in So hold on a second. We have a pyromaniac versus a known serial killer. Like, who's more likely to commit this crime?
It's interesting how, like, they all kind of found each other. Like, what's going down at Mr. Pizza? Like, you know what I mean?
This sounds like it could have been like a soap.
Well, it was a soap, Bruce. Like, it obviously makes for good entertainment. Like, to this day, it's like, they just did a documentary on Netflix.
Well, I don't think it focused on this particular aspect, but Tulle, a pyromaniac storytelling drifter, surfaced as a suspect October 10th, 1983.
They only have a certain amount of hours to work with, Bruce.
Yeah, check this out. Tulle, see if this is coincidental or not. Tulle, a pyromaniac storytelling drifter, surfaced as a suspect October 10th, 1983, the same day a TV movie aired about Adam Walsh. Sitting in a Duval County jail cell, he told the Brevard County detective he had gotten into mischief in Fort Lauderdale. So he didn't even get the city right? The detective mentioned it to Jacksonville detective J.W. Buddy Terry.
That name generator is really like working overtime, like when they came up with these names.
That was a day before investigators around the. See, this is the thing, though. If you wrote this as an actual movie, you would get rejected by every single movie company.
Oh yeah,
except maybe Asylum. But
well, I mean, like okay, but like we're gonna do a separate podcast on Asylum.
Can you imagine the antics? Everything from his first kill to all the exploits and keeping some kind of slave in the military without being noticed, to like going to Florida and all this stuff going on here, committing this crime in broad daylight while illegally parked in front of the police station in front of tons of witnesses. I mean, showing your boss a dead body.
Well, the thing is like with this, it's like it's not even a matter of like, are they? It's you want shadow people to be involved in a story like this.
Maybe they are. At this point, I wouldn't be surprised. But let's continue here. Let's continue. So, the same day he sees a TV movie about Adam, I guess he's not paying attention because he thinks it happened in Fort Lauderdale instead of Hollywood. So he doesn't even get the details right. So this was a day before investigators around the country flocked to Louisiana to learn if Tulle and one-eyed lover Henry Lee Lucas had killed in their jurisdiction. Together, the duo had admitted to hundreds of murders, though today nearly all the confessions are considered inconclusive or outright lies. So hold on a second. We have Tulle and his one-eyed lover, Henry Lee Lucas. So we have this arsonist and his one-eyed lover who lied about hundreds of murders, but somehow they're telling the truth about Walsh. And on the other hand, we have Dahmer. Like, who's more likely to have done this? Like, what do you think?
I don't know, Bruce. What do you think?
I mean, this is a tough one. Check out the eloquence in the vernacular of this article. Less than 2 weeks later, Hollywood police called a Friday night press conference to announce Tulle as Adam's killer. The Tulle and Lucas murders, quote, make Charles Manson look like Huckleberry Finn, end quote, said Assistant Chief Leroy Hessler.
Well, if he's Huckleberry Finn, I wonder who Lamb Chop play along. I wonder what that would be. Like.
Okay, hold on a second though. Charles Manson never actually killed anybody himself, did he?
Not that we're aware of. Now, he did live at Spawn Ranch, which it was it was kind of in the desert. So, I mean, there's possibilities.
Yeah, but I'm talking about confirmed kills like Dahmer.
No.
And not only that, but wasn't Charles Manson part of MK Ultra again? Are the police here dropping a hint in their Friday night press conference? How often do police call Friday night press conferences? Like date night press conferences, really?
I mean, it's football is Monday night. I mean, I guess, police, it's Friday night.
No, I actually don't know the statistic. Is there anyone out there who knows the percentage of police press conferences called, not Friday afternoon, but Friday night? Police said Tulle knew details only the killer could and led them to the site where Adam's head was found. They planned to charge Tulle on Monday, Hessler said. But when police met with Broward State Attorney Michael Satz, S-A-T-Z, no charges followed. Tulle's statements show why prosecutors would be uncomfortable. He said he did it, and then he said he didn't. Then he did, then he didn't, then he did. Also, keep in mind, he confessed to hundreds of murders that he didn't actually commit also. He couldn't, and all of this was brought about because he was watching, he was allegedly, the same day that he decided to randomly confess to this was the day an Adam Walsh TV movie was airing.
I have a question, Bruce, just real quick, not to get off topic, but if you've got someone that's obviously a compulsive liar, why are they wasting tax dollars continually listening to him, killing hundreds of people?
That's a good question, JR. I cannot answer that. So also, he couldn't initially identify Adam, and he said he took the boy around January 1st, and said Lucas chopped off Adam's head. But Lucas was jailed in Maryland when Adam was kidnapped. Also, detectives showed him pictures of Adam's severed head and the canal scene where it was found, including the Florida Turnpike mile marker, before asking him to lead them to the crime scene.
Well, maybe that's why he, like, admitted to, like, so many murders. He liked looking at, like, the evidence.
That's a good theory. Like, this sick bastard, if that's the only way, because this was, back in this time period, they didn't have that many people. Like, the internet wasn't as popular. So, like,
Yeah.
and maybe he had some kind of, like, sick fixation or sick fetish about, like, wanting original prints and not looking at a screen.
Yeah. Well, this was also, like, the era before on demand, right? So, like, once it aired, it aired.
Yeah, hold on a second. So, what do you think is more likely? This guy who's an arsonist and falsely confessed to hundreds of murders. On the day that an Adam Walsh TV movie happens to be airing, he suddenly says he's responsible for Adam Walsh's kidnapping and death, even though he can't identify him. And he stated that his one-eyed lover is the one who decapitated him, who happened to be imprisoned in Maryland at the time. He got the date wrong. He couldn't identify anything. And he was...
Not to mention that one eye he had must have been some pemavision, like, for him to, like, be able to, like, do all that with, like,
Oh, man. So, what's more likely, that this guy and his one-eyed lover did this, or Dahmer?
Gee, I still don't know, bro.
And so why would they show him pictures of the crime scene with the mile marker? And then
I don't
after...
know, like, they never do that. Like, even, like, I've watched, like, dozens and dozens and dozens of these things. Like,
So
even ones that are botched, they never do that.
Yeah, but let me ask you this question. Is this a bridge too far in terms of believing that this level of incompetence is possible? Is this, again, they're trying to get Dahmer off the hook, so MK Ultra operatives pull some strings to get these detectives to use this tool guy as a patsy?
Bruce, we were a bridge too far, like, 2.5 hours ago.
That's true. But at our current juncture, at the current bridge, like, what do you think? Because is it possible that they're really this incompetent? They're going to show the guy the mile marker and then ask them to take them to the crime scene. I also find it kind of strange that he just happens to confess the day they're airing a TV movie about Adam Walsh. I mean, is that a little too coincidental for you, JR?
Yeah, that's kind of coincidental. What's also coincidental is, like, they admitted to the fact that, like, they showed him the picture of with the mile marker. Like, why would you admit something like that?
Well,
like, even if you did it.
Maybe they didn't admit it. Maybe they, like, interviewed, like, other detectives in the station that saw that happen.
All right, we'll give them the benefit of the doubt on that, but just this once.
After Tulle, well, they also freely admitted that they have shoddy paperwork and they somehow lost all the paperwork for the tip.
Yeah, like, this is in Florida, like, land of, like, the stand your ground laws. Like, you'd think that they would keep, like, a little bit better records here. Like,
Yeah. After Tulle's first recantation that night, detectives...
There's going to be a lot of comments on that one.
Also, is it common for someone to confess, recant, then confess again, then recant again, then confess again and recant again? Because I've actually never heard of it happening that many times.
I don't know. Like, is it, like, like, standard procedure for, like, them to use that much government resources on, like, one person confessing and recanting?
With a history of hundreds of false confessions.
So it's like you've got that guy, and then you've got like, let me tell you something. Like, see, like, this is the post-blow era, though, that, like, this is all happening. Right?
Well, you know what else is kind of weird? So they have, like, so if they have two photographs, Dahmer, the witnesses are like, yeah, we saw Dahmer. And then, like, but there's this other guy. Oh, it doesn't look like him. Oh, okay, we don't need you as a witness then. Because, like...
Yeah, maybe they were just all on cocaine. Like, that would actually explain a lot away.
Well, here's another question. Do you believe Hollywood, Florida was trying to catch up on the cocaine snorting quota that Hollywood, California had accomplished? They were trying to break Hollywood, California's record in Florida. Like, they didn't want to be one-upped by all the coke heads in California.
Well, I mean, that's possible, Bruce, but, like, you know, to be quite honest, like, the way that, like, you know, the Colombian drug lords were, like, utilizing Florida at that point in history, I would say that they were probably the ones to beat on that note. And, like,
Well,
they were the barometer. They were what every other state was being compared to. Or, you know, like, they were the ones to beat.
All right, let's save that for the Cocaine Barometers podcast. At this point, let's continue here. So after Tulle's first of many recantations, Detective Terry spent 12 minutes alone with him, and then Tulle again confessed.
Oh, and by the way, not to change the subject again, but, like, we have to also cover that in the Miami Vice podcast, because that was being shot at this particular point in history.
Yeah, but hold on a second. So after his first recantation, this particular detective is left alone with him for 12 minutes, and all of a sudden Tulle is again confessing. Do you want to take a guess what transpired in those 12 minutes of unsupervised time? Okay. I mean, we can be safe to say that protocol is not followed at that department. So Tulle later signed an informal... Okay, no, you're not gonna... If you think that was crazy, I don't even know if I can read this next part. You better brace yourself, JR, because if you think we've been a bridge too far for several hours already, you're not going to believe this next part. Are you ready?
Yeah, go ahead.
So, I'm going to repeat the previous part just to get the flow. After Tulle's first recantation that night, Detective Terry spent 12 minutes alone with him, and Tulle again confessed. Tulle later signed an informal story rights deal with Detective Terry. So there's story rights deals in the middle of these beatings and confessions from a guy who already falsely confessed hundreds of times to hundreds of murders. So he thinks he's going to strike gold here with this false confession. Like, maybe that 12 minutes was like they were going over like Hollywood, California paperwork. So Terry insisted it was a joke, but he was demoted when his superiors found out. Investigators never found Adam's body in the myriad places Tulle said he disposed of the remains, and had trouble vouching for his own whereabouts in late July 1981. So apparently there was a whole bunch of places that he picked that he said where the body was, and it was not in any of those places. I mean, do you see Tulle as a viable suspect at this point in time, or a guy more concerned with story rights deals?
Well, considering that, like, you know, that guy had more stories about people, like, getting murdered that he didn't commit than, like, you know, say, like, the Hardy Boys or, like, the Goosebump novel series, I'd say that, you know, he was looking at a gold mine. Like, you know, he thought, like, you know, I mean, like, it was probably, he thought he could just get one story after another from that guy.
My opinion, as is most everybody from the city of Hollywood, is that he did not do this killing. Then Lieutenant J.B. Smith concluded in 1984. We can't confirm one thing he has said. So is this the sole competent officer in that department? Because that's the only thing that's made sense this entire time.
You know he was fired for being an outcast.
His last name is Smith, though, so, like, we don't really know, like, if this guy even existed. Today, Ron Hickman... one of two original...
Back to the name generator.
Well, actually, he might not be the only competent one. Today, Ron Hickman, one of two original lead case detectives, agrees. Bogus, he said. So there's two detectives that call bogus. One of them called it in 1984, but this one's not calling it until 2010. So in the 80s, there was only a single guy willing to go on record. Lieutenant J.B. Smith. And then in 2010...
Which, he sounds like a complete fabrication. Like, you know, like,
well,
the name.
What about Ron Hickman? But this... Okay, all right, hold on. Let's continue. We're not even done yet. Bogus...
Who uses the word bogus in 2010?
Bogus no longer. Bogus is a great word. I'm surprised you don't use it as much. But when Wagner,
Maybe I will. Maybe I will.
But when Wagner closed the case in 2008, he told the media investigators past and present believed Tulle was guilty and said police had a vast amount of circumstantial evidence to prosecute Tulle before his death in 96. He declined an interview. What? I guess he doesn't want to list the vast amount of evidence that supposedly can't be provided. It's vast.
He packed up his circus and went
up. It's vast, but they can't actually find any of the tips. Walsh, who did not respond to interview requests, has said in the past he's long believed in Tulle's guilt. Evidence against Tulle includes the testimony of William Mistler, who told investigators beginning in 91 that he was at the mall the day of Adam's abduction and saw Tulle with Adam. He also saw Tulle's black over white Cadillac and accurately described a dent on the car's back bumper. So does that sound like a planted witness? Because we have this one guy, and then we have a half a dozen other witnesses talking about the green van and Dahmer.
I mean, it's possible, Bruce. I mean, I don't know. I mean, like, maybe it's like they only believe people that were also on cocaine like them. Who knows? Like, I don't know. Like, I don't know. I mean, it's...
Well, let's get crazier.
Maybe because he could identify the fact that the bumper was bent. That gave more credibility.
However, state attorney cold case investigator Mundy told the Miami Herald that Mistler's story changed and he wasn't a valid witness. Mundy, who believes Tulle killed Adam, put more weight in the statements of a former cellmate, Bobby Lee Jones. Jones said Tulle told him in 1982 at a construction site that he'd taken a child from Hollywood and said Tulle remembered landmarks from Hollywood. So because he remembered okay, hold on a second. So this arsonist and storyteller who falsely confessed to hundreds of murders, so because he's been to Hollywood and remembers a few landmarks, that's enough to convince people that he's guilty? Like what kind of clown show is this?
It sounds like a real circus.
So something that and keep in mind, this guy
is this the part where I'm supposed to start using the word bogus?
Well, keep in mind, hold on a second. Keep in mind, this former cellmate who may have been paid off, how do we know that he's so this criminal, he wants to take his word on it? So because Tulle told him, he's claiming that Tulle told him this, we have no evidence that he actually did, though.
Well, no, but I mean, if the guy tells stories, why wouldn't he tell stories to his cellie? Seriously,
I mean, yeah, it's yeah.
I mean, that makes no sense, does it?
Also, if he's concerned about story rights, how do they know he wasn't talking about Hollywood, California?
Yeah, well, and if it was story rights, how do you know that he wasn't talking to someone that was just yeah, I'm a film producer?
A 12-year-old girl reported that Tulle tried to push her in a shopping cart at a local Kmart a few days before the abductions. See, here's the thing. This is Kmart. That's a deviation from Sears. Now, here's the other weird part.
Well, wait a minute, Bruce. Wait a minute, Bruce. Sears later went on to own Kmart.
Touche. Here's the thing, though. Are you going to put more stock? Because let's say this 12-year-old is telling the truth that Tulle tried to push her a few days before the abduction. Does that hold more weight than the statement of all of these people who saw Dahmer the day of, including picking up a boy and putting him into a green van?
I thought it was a blue van.
Yeah, blue van.
I thought you said green van.
Whatever. Blue van illegally parked across from the police.
Let's just use van. It doesn't even it's so ridiculous. It's it doesn't even matter about the color anymore.
I don't understand how you're going to put, let's say this 12-year-old girl was telling the truth. What if Tulle did try to push her in a shopping cart at a local Kmart days before? What does that have anything to do with everybody identifying Dahmer the day of in that exact same location? I don't think anybody's disputing that Tulle could have been at this particular Kmart days before the abduction. I mean, let's not even dispute that. What does that have anything to do with Walsh getting kidnapped at Sears and multiple witnesses seeing Dahmer do it. Like, what is? I'm not following, JR. I'm just not following.
Well, I don't think anyone with like a brain is following this. Must be like only for people that like go to Harvard or something.
But not only that, police believed Tulle wasn't even at that Kmart. He was on a Greyhound bus to Jacksonville that day. So even that 12-year-old might have been mistaken. After America's Most Wanted ran an episode on Adam's abduction in '96 focusing on Tulle, Mary Hagan reported seeing Tulle inside Sears with Adam. Her '96 description of Tulle's mannerism, including his cock-headed smile and of Adam's beach sandals, led Mundy to believe there could be a prosecutable case. Okay, so there's one witness, but there's multiple, or whatever, 2 or 3, but there's way more witnesses who saw Dahmer. Tulle died in prison shortly after Mundy's interview with Hagan. On his deathbed, Tulle confessed again, but wouldn't say where he put Adam's body. Tulle's niece told Mundy, but Tulle denied killing Adam when Hollywood cold case detective Mark Smith. How many Smiths work at the Hollywood police? No, seriously, how many Smiths are there?
Apparently a lot. Like, I don't know. I'm still getting over the fact that it took place in Hollywood.
So cold case. So Tulle denied killing Adam when Hollywood cold case detective Mark Smith visited him shortly before his death, and Smith wrote that psychological counselors found Tulle incoherent. We're not there yet. We're not at the point to say he's the one who did it, Smith told the Herald after Tulle's death. However, during the 2008 press conference, Smith said he agreed the evidence was sufficient to have arrested Tulle. Now retired, Smith did not return messages left at his home and workplace. After Tulle's death, no new evidence surfaced, Wagner said in 2008. Investigative errors. But when Wagner contacted prosecutor Morton earlier that year to discuss clearing the case, Morton, despite noting problems due to investigative errors, agreed in writing that there was probable cause to arrest him, but prosecution would be difficult. He wrote, quote, "Keep in mind that having legally sufficient probable cause to believe that someone has committed a crime does not mean that an arrest should or must be made," end quote, Morton wrote to the Herald last week. Morton, who declined reporters' request to review the new evidence in person, added that exceptionally clearing a case without charges is a police decision. He was merely stating that the state attorney's office understood the decision, he wrote. Morton also said Dahmer witnesses do not change his opinion that Tulle was the only suspect for which probable cause existed for an arrest. But the case, first released in 2008, shows that Smith and Mundy pursued Tulle almost exclusively. If a witness hadn't seen Tulle, he or she was dismissed, like Vernon Jones, who told Mundy in '96 that he had played in television baseball with Adam that day in Sears. Jones, then 9, remembered that Adam was batting with the bases loaded when a man behind them beckoned. Jones said he glanced back, taking his eyes off the game. Adam smacked a grand slam. Miffed, Jones moved to another game. When he looked up, he said he briefly saw Adam and the man leaving, possibly hand in hand. In '96, Mundy showed him a picture of Tulle, but that wasn't the man. Mundy wrote that Jones couldn't say for sure that day he was there or if the boy really was Adam. Jones, a karate master from Cutler Bay and former youth crime prevention speaker, told the Herald it was Adam. "I've never doubted it was him." Shown a picture of Dahmer, Jones said it could be the man he saw. He wasn't possible. Jones said the experience in Sears changed his life. He used the anecdote in numerous crime prevention speeches. At least 1 to 200 chiefs of police around the country have heard my story, but Hollywood never called me. What does that tell you? So,
well, it means that the I thought you were talking about Hollywood, California there for a second, Bruce.
No.
Story's so far-fetched. Like,
Hollywood,
they wouldn't pick up a story like that.
No. Hollywood. So this guy goes around talking about crime prevention, and he's specifically talking about the Walsh case. And he gives this speech to all these police departments. They all know about it. And yet the Hollywood Police Department isn't curious in the least about this kid who possibly could have been the last person to see Walsh, one of the last confirmed sightings, and they're just not interested.
Not to mention, like, it's one of the most high-profile child abduction cases, like, in the history of the United States.
Yeah.
I mean, like, it's definitely top 5. I mean, I think the Lindbergh baby will always be, like, number 1.
Oh,
but, I mean,
that's actually been requested. We actually have to do that one.
Yeah. Well, there's definitely, like, a lot to that. But, like, in addition to that, like, like, Adam Walsh is definitely top 5.
Yeah, I mean, it launched America's Most Wanted.
Yeah, well, it also, like, I mean, like, Walsh has gone on to do, like, a couple different shows. I mean, technically, if you really want to, like, the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children was founded around, like, the Walsh, family. Like, I think he invented that. So, yeah, like, I would say so.
So
I don't know, Bruce.
Here's another.
I don't know, like that MK Ultra shadow people theory is starting to really gain some ground.
Well, hold on, before we get into that, let's look at independent.co.uk. In this article, did Jeffrey Dahmer kill the son of America's Most Wanted host John Walsh? Investigator who interviewed Dahmer in prison convinced that he was responsible for the 81 murder of Adam Walsh in a case that shocked America. Retired FBI agent has claimed that Jeffrey Dahmer murdered the son of America's Most Wanted host John Walsh. Investigator Nir Pertel told Radar Online compelling evidence that linked the serial killer to the 81 murder of 6-year-old Adam Walsh had been bungled by Florida police. Mr. Pertel interviewed Dahmer in prison after he was sentenced to life in prison for the murder of 17 boys and men in Wisconsin. He said if he did admit to it, he would be killed in prison as a pedophile. Mr. Pertel told Radar Online. My impression was he was admitting that he did it. Adam was abducted from a Sears department store in the Hollywood Mall in Florida in 1981. His severed head was found 16 days later in a canal 120 miles away, and the case became one of the most infamous child murders in American history. In 2008, Florida police announced that they had concluded that convicted serial killer Otis Tulle was responsible for the gruesome murder. Tulle had convinced of the killing before recanting and died in prison in 1996. Police failure in the search for Adam and lost evidence meant that the police were unable to secure a conviction against Tulle. We tried to make sure Adam didn't die in vain. We have always said if his song is to continue, then we must do the singing. This was John Walsh's post on Twitter. Investigators found that Dahmer had been living in Miami Beach at the time, and 2 witnesses placed him near the Hollywood Mall on the day of Adam's abduction. Mr. Pertel was one of the first law enforcement officers to arrive at Dahmer's Milwaukee apartment after his arrest and says he immediately saw parallels to Adam Walsh's murder. Dahmer publicly denied any involvement in Adam's murder, and authorities eventually ruled him out. Another point, too, I mean, Dahmer did seem, he was kind of close with his dad in those, final moments. He even did interviews with him, etc. Do you think he just didn't admit it because he, yes, killing teenage and adult men, I mean, yeah, that's obviously horrible, but it's even more horrible to decapitate, a toddler.
I mean, that's true, Bruce, but so is drilling a hole in someone's head and, injecting them with hydrochloric acid.
I would still say doing that to somebody that's, older than a toddler isn't as bad as decapitating a toddler, but maybe that's just me. But anyway, in a 1992 interview, Dahmer said, I've told you everything. How I killed them, how I cooked them, who I ate. Why
that's one way of putting it.
Why wouldn't I tell you if I did it to somebody else? Again, the theory is, he doesn't want his parents to have to listen to that. Mr. Pertel's claims come on the heel of a new Netflix dramatization of the Dahmer saga, Monster, the Jeffrey Dahmer story. A journalist who broke the story in 1991 spoke to The Independent earlier this week about what the series got wrong. The murder of Adam Walsh stunned America and led to a total overhaul in the way missing child cases were investigated. Speaking about his son's murder in 2008, John Walsh said he was convinced that Tulle had been responsible. The not knowing has been a torture. The journey is over, he said. A lot of horrible memories in his police department looking for that little boy. Now I think it's only fitting that it ends here. in this police department, end quote. And do you think that's just like a desperate need for closure on John Walsh's part?
Probably. I mean, I mean, the Walshes went on to have another son. Like, I kind of almost feel bad for him in that I think, to a certain extent, he probably grew up in the shadow of his brother's disappearance. You know, like, I definitely think that the family needed. I mean, it also John Walsh got divorced as a result of that. You know, what I mean, like, so I think he never got over that. I don't think he'll ever get over that. I think it's so. I mean, yes,
But
I think
you
that.
think there was a little bit of a rush to judgment? Because if it was Dahmer and then, Dahmer's dead, Tulle's dead, I mean, it's just more hanging in the, in the unknown, and he doesn't want any part of that. So it's just more convenient to side with the police department.
That's possible. I mean,
Even though the police department is possibly like the worst police department ever based on our review.
What do you mean possibly?
Well, I don't know. There's some backwoods departments out there. Anyway, John Walsh founded the Adam Walsh Child Reform Center with his wife, Reeve, and became a tireless advocate for missing persons cases, appearing in dozens of TV commercials warning parents to not let children out of their sight. He went on to host America's Most Wanted from 1988 to 2012 and was responsible for apprehending more than 1,000 criminals. In 2006, on the 25th anniversary of Adam's disappearance, George Bush signed the Adam Walsh Child Protection and Safety Act, which established a national database of child sex offenders. Tulle, who was found guilty of a slew of unrelated killings, lived near the mall where Adam disappeared. Later, behind bars, he confessed to Adam's murder several times, but Hollywood police refused to believe him, as he had a reputation for trying to claim murders which he had no association. So this is a problem because you have the serial killer. So supposedly he did really kill some people. I mean, I haven't looked into those specific cases. I don't know if those were bungled as well. But let's assume he really did kill a certain amount of people. He has a history of claiming hundreds of victims that he wasn't responsible for.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's tough.
Yeah, that is tough. That is tough. It's hard to say. We're going to have to do a Tulle podcast.
I don't know if I even want to deal with that Tulle.
Let me ask you a question, Bruce. Do you think that, like, Jeffrey Dahmer was actually, like, an alien that was beamed down to Earth and that, like, he was, like, exploring, like, human anatomy by dismembering and injecting people with, like, random substances? And that's why he had all the luck he did, because he had some sort of charm pendant?
Is it possible that Dahmer and Tulle both happened to be in that mall at that time?
It's possible. It's also possible that they were in collusion with each other.
That's an interesting theory. But what about?
I mean, like, why not? Like, water seeks its own level, right?
But what about the guy Tulle's one-eyed lover who was locked up in Maryland?
He's locked up in Maryland. I mean, like, I don't know. I mean, like, Jeffrey Dahmer, like, was with other guys. I mean, like, who knows? Like, if he had, like, a lover that, like, was, like, only had one eye, I mean, like, in the land of the blind, the one eye might be king, but, like, like, Dahmer had two eyes. So, like, I mean, like, and he was also into guys. So, I mean, I don't see, like, how that could be instantly ruled out. Like, it's just like a monogamous relationship. I mean, like, it could be that, like, he had a mistress, so to speak.
So here's a few more details from yourtango.com. FBI agent claims Dahmer was behind the murder of John Walsh's son, Adam. Like, how much stock do you put into those that investigated Dahmer and were amongst, part of, looking over the apartment and involved in that investigation, who believe that Dahmer really is responsible for Walsh? I mean, do you put more stock in their opinion than the opinion of the highly esteemed Hollywood, Florida Police Department?
I don't know, Bruce. That's a really tough one.
All right, I'm just gonna read a brief excerpt from this article regarding these detectives here. So Pertel was one of the first investigators on scene after Dahmer was captured in his apartment in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, July 22nd, 1991. Dahmer's apartment had been littered with human remains, including human heads. Dahmer is believed to have killed 17 men and boys. Quote, When I arrived on the gruesome scene with a local detective, we both looked at each other and whispered, Adam. Pertel said, noticing similarities to Adam's murder in Dahmer's apartment. So this was before he even interviewed Dahmer about this.
Yeah.
So his first thought was that this could possibly be related to Walsh. And is that without even knowing that Dahmer spent time in Florida? Because if he didn't know that yet, he immediately is already thinking Walsh before he finds out that Dahmer had been in Florida and Dahmer had access to this blue van.
That is pretty interesting.
And before all the witnesses came out and said they saw Dahmer.
Again, interesting.
The FBI filing supported Pertel's claim. The decapitation and disposal of the torso of Adam Walsh is again the type of behavior that Dahmer continued to exhibit in Milwaukee with his victims, the document stated. Jeffrey Dahmer closely matches the description of the person who abducted this young child. This is directly from an FBI report. Investigators also found that Dahmer had been living in Miami Beach at the time of Adam's murder, and 2 witnesses placed Dahmer near the Hollywood Mall on the day of Adam's abduction. I think it was actually like 5. The former FBI agent also claims Jeffrey Dahmer insinuated he killed Adam Walsh. After Dahmer was sentenced to life in prison for the brutal murder of 17 men and young boys, Pertel questioned him about Adam's murder at Wisconsin's Columbia State Prison. He said if he did admit to it, he would be killed in prison as a pedophile, Pertel said. My impression was he was admitting that he did it. So his response is, that's kind of weird. So let's say you ask him if he did it. His response is, if I admit to it, I would be killed in prison as a pedophile. If I admit to it. Those are the words.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Now, he also said on that other occasion that he had nothing to do with it. But why would he also make this statement?
Yeah. Yeah. That is very interesting, Bruce.
Also interesting is that when Otis Tulle confessed to the murder of Walsh in October 93, Hollywood police initially did not believe him due to his reputation for falsely taking responsibility for murders. But apparently they decided to show him all the crime scene photos anyway with the mile marker, and then they believe him after and signing over the story rights. At that moment, all of a sudden, they believe him.
Yeah. Yeah. God bless the people that live in that city.
Yeah, this is really bizarre. Okay, are you ready to approach the final point here in this Dahmer saga? I mean, we've been a bridge too far for how many hours now?
I don't know. It's got to be at least 4, Bruce.
Well, we're moving on to one of the most referenced books within the conspiracy sphere. That book, which I'm sure you've read many times from cover to cover, Programmed to Kill by David McGowan. The definitive guide on MK Ultra, CIA mind control, and serial killer connection. For those that have not read this book, it is quite a read indeed. So it talks about the Monarch program, all of these things, connections to the Illuminati, Satanism, using declassified MK Ultra documentation. Now, we're only going to focus on Dahmer for the time being. So, in an excerpt here from chapter 16, The Collectors. So attorney Gerald Boyd stated that Jeffrey Dahmer thought he was the devil. Jeffrey thought he was so evil that he was equal to the devil. That's an interesting comment, isn't it?
Yes.
So the collectors here, we have Leonard Lake was a collector. He started collecting in the San Fran area, July 84. Bob Berdella was also a collector. He started collecting in Kansas City, Missouri, July 84. Gary Heidnick was another collector. He did not start collecting in Philly until November 86, unless you count his first failed attempt in 78. Jeffrey Dahmer was probably the best known of the collectors. He started collecting in Milwaukee in 1990, around the same time that Herb Baumeister started collecting in Indianapolis. So
interesting that they're all in the 80s.
Well, yeah. I mean, it's also curious as to how much military involvement. See, if Dahmer had never been in the military, this would be less curious. But let's carry on here. In November 1961, Gary Heidnik joined the U.S. Army and requested that he be trained as a military policeman. The Army opted to send him to Fort Sam Houston near San Antonio, Texas, for training as a medic. When that training was completed, he was sent to an Army hospital in West Germany to work as an orderly. That did not work out too well, however, especially after the Army began experimenting on him with powerful hallucinogenic drugs, as his records would later reveal. He was sent back to a military hospital here in the States and then released early with an honorable discharge. He later became a collector. Do you recall any other individuals stationed in Germany?
I think
So, in January 79, Jeffrey Dahmer joined the U.S. Army and requested that he be trained as a military policeman. Like, these are odd coincidences that all these serial killers have the same MO. And, like, why are they all joining the Army and desire to be trained as a military policeman? The Army, though, opted to send him to Fort Sam Houston near San Antonio, Texas, for training as a medic. When that training was completed, he was sent to an Army hospital in, you want to guess where?
Germany.
West Germany to work as an orderly. That did not work out too well, however, and Dahmer was released early with an honorable discharge. He later became a collector. Now, that seems a little odd, and while we are on the subject of Jeffrey Dahmer, his hometown of Bath, Ohio was just 15 miles from Bob Berdella's hometown of Cayuga Falls. That seems a little odd as well. So all these guys that end up being serial killers, they all live close to each other? Like, is that weird? And they all go to the same military bases? Is that kind of
And
weird?
they all probably had the same recruiter, by the way.
Collectors generally have much in common. Their primary concern is with control, which they attempt to gain by torturing their victims into submission. Along the way, they tend to take numerous photos and shoot a number of home videos. Some of these they keep for themselves, and some they sell to others. Collectors also like to keep various body parts lying around the house, and they generally keep their freezers well stocked with unmarked meat. Some collectors are prone to race war diatribes and have grand plans to keep large stables of female sex slaves as breeders. These collectors are not unlike Charles Manson, except that their techniques are somewhat cruder. Leonard Lake and Gary Heidnik are examples of that type of collector. Other collectors are not concerned with acquiring breeders. They prefer to collect young men and boys. These collectors are not unlike John Wayne Gacy, Bob Bardella, Jeffrey Dahmer, and Herb Baumister all fit into that category. So all of these guys, like, what is it with these military connections, training as medics, and then honorable discharges?
Well, I'd like to know where like that medic like area was located, where they were trained. Like, I mean, I'm thinking like, like those are obviously some sort of black sites. Like,
Okay.
I don't think they were. I don't think they were being trained as medics.
Okay. Do you want? You think we're a bridge too far already? Like, wait. Like, you better be sitting down for this, because everything we're gonna go on from now on makes everything previously seem actually plausible.
Of course it does. You're talking to a government agent, Bruce. What do you?
Jeffrey Dahmer was born in 1960, the son of a research chemist with PPG Industries. Father Lionel Dahmer, PhD, admitted that he, as a boy, had been fascinated with fire and the art of bomb making, recalled that at 13 he had wanted to hypnotize a girl so that he could control her entirely. Lionel Dahmer also said that Jeffrey Dahmer had been molested at the age of 8, purportedly by a neighborhood boy. By the age of 10, Jeff was experimenting with dead animals and learning to use acid to dispose of the body. In 1975, 3 neighborhood kids found a mutilated dog in the woods behind the Dahmer home. Its decapitated, gutted carcass hanging from a tree. A cross of sticks was nearby. 3 years later, while on a senior class trip to Washington, D.C., Jeffrey Dahmer made a call from a payphone and then announced to his high school classmates that he had secured them an appointment to visit the office of the Vice President of the United States. Though his friends naturally were skeptical, Jeffrey did lead them on a tour of Walter Mundale's office, followed by a visit to the office of prominent writer Art Buchwald. It has never been explained how the aspiring serial killer had established such impressive contacts in Washington, and it has never been revealed who it was that Dahmer called that day to arrange the impromptu private tours. Are you still with me, JR?
Yeah, I am, bro.
See, again, if you're writing a script for Hollywood, like how quickly would this get rejected?
Oh, it would most certainly get rejected.
A girl who dated Jeffrey briefly during their senior year recalled one date during which a seance was conducted at the Dahmer home.
I actually know what offices, like, that, like, he could call to, like, get that kind of access, but they're going to have to wait till the Jonestown podcast for us to explore that.
But how did he know?
Well, I mean, like, his dad, like, might have obviously, like, had those connections.
Yeah.
Like,
So okay. So during senior year on a date, there's a seance being conducted in the Dahmer home. Is any of this shocking to you, JR?
It would be interesting to see what military base was located near Dahmer's house. Like, that would probably give me some insight.
Someone in the group had suggested that it might be a good idea to try to contact Satan. I wonder who that someone was.
Yeah.
The girl made a hasty exit from the house.
That was probably the smartest thing that chick ever did her entire life.
Well, she probably
was get the fuck out of there.
Yeah, she might be dead otherwise. Just after Jeffrey's graduation in 1978, his parents filed for divorce, both of them accusing the other of extreme cruelty. Jeffrey later claimed that he killed for the first time that summer, but no evidence was ever produced to support that claim. The identity of the purported victim was determined by having Dahmer choose from a collection of photographs of boys who had been reported missing around that time. See, didn't they test the remains, though? But again, if this is some kind of weird MK Ultra situation, they could have just said it matched if it didn't match. A lot of coincidences.
Well, either that or, like, they were training him on how to kill, so, like, they just, like, autonomously knew because they were the ones that selected the first target.
Maybe, or if that was all made up, though. Or it wasn't, and he really did kill somebody, but it wasn't the guy that they said it was.
Well, he might have killed someone, but, like, he might have done it under their supervision.
Yes, but whether he did or he didn't, what a lot of coincidence theorists fail to understand, if there is a conspiracy in place, how easy is it for them to say that the teeth matched when they didn't? I mean, like, it's weird. A lot of people just put blind faith in people scribbling things on paper as if, it couldn't be a mistake. Jeff enrolled at Ohio State University, but attended for just 1 quarter before being taken to a military recruiter by his father. He began his military career on January 12, 1979. Unlike Heidnik, Dahmer sought training as a military policeman, but he was instead trained as a medic. He completed his training on the summer solstice, and he was assigned to a West German military hospital. Dahmer was processed out of the service at Fort Jackson, South Carolina on March 26, 1981. His release came early, allegedly, due to chronic alcoholism, but it was an honorable discharge with full benefits. Is that common? Where you're so out of your mind, blackout drunk all the time, that you get an honorable discharge with full benefits?
Well, okay, so that would, I mean, no, it's not. That's definitely not, like, but I will say that it's up to your superiors. Like, they have a lot of weight in the way, like, you're discharged. Like, but, like, that points back to the military, the DOD, like, exploring, like, because, I mean, it's fact that they were back then. So, I mean, like, that's really not a conspiracy, but, yeah, I mean, like, it wouldn't, at this point, after, like, shooting the shit with this for, like, hours, it really wouldn't surprise me.
Jeffrey next surfaced in Miami, Florida, where he briefly stayed before moving back home and in with his father and stepmother. In October 81, he was arrested for disorderly conduct, possession of an open container of alcohol, and resisting arrest. He paid a $60 fine, I'm surprised it wasn't a $50 fine, and was sent on his way. Shortly after that, he moved in with his paternal grandmother. In 82, he was arrested for indecent exposure. He again paid a nominal fine. In January 85, he began working at the Ambrosia Chocolate Company. At about the same time, he began...
Which sounds like CIA from the outset.
Yeah, at about the same time, he began regularly visiting Milwaukee's gay bars and bathhouses, experimenting on unsuspecting victims with surreptitious drugging. The Club Bath Milwaukee was a favored lab for his field experiments. The bathhouse owners were well aware of Jeffrey's activities, but little, if anything, was done to curtail them. In March '87, Dahmer was again arrested for indecent exposure after masturbating in front of 2 young boys. He paid $42 in court costs and was given a 1-year suspended sentence, from which he was released in March '88. At that time, Dahmer was still living with his grandmother. It was in her basement that he allegedly began dismembering and dissolving bodies. His first victim was purportedly killed in a hotel and then brought back to his grandmother's house in a suitcase transported by taxi. The body, do you think the arm was like hanging out of the suitcase while he went in the taxi?
I don't know.
I mean, like, this guy, I don't know what's going on. The body of his second victim was allegedly allowed to ripen in her basement for a week. The odor, needless to say, would have been unbearable. Nevertheless, it was claimed that Grandma had no idea what Jeffrey was up to in the basement. In September '88, Dahmer got his own apartment, which soon became one of America's most infamous death houses. That very same month, he was accused of molesting a young boy. The following May, he was convicted of second-degree sexual assault. Despite an appeal to the court by Lionel Dahmer, Jeffrey received a 3-year sentence. He served just 10 months in a minimum security facility on a work release program that allowed him to continue working at the chocolate factory. Dahmer and the chocolate factory. He reportedly kept a mummified head and genitals in his work locker during that time. On Thanksgiving, Dahmer was given a rare gift, 12 hours of freedom. He returned late and visibly intoxicated with no repercussion. In early '90, Dahmer was released on parole. He remained on parole throughout his killing spree, but no one ever visited his home to check up on him. So, coincidentally, his parole officer never checked in to supposedly his unlocked apartment with like the drawer stuck out with the photographs of the mutilations readily available, as well as like the vat of acid and random formaldehyde boxes all over the floor.
Which like he was able to obtain like without any suspicion, by the way.
Okay. That would later become the basis of a lawsuit by the survivors of some of Dahmer's victims. The suit plausibly contended that a routine visit would have saved countless lives. Before Jeffrey's parole records were made public, they were, in the words of chronicler Don Davis, well vacuumed and mostly blanked out. The Wisconsin Department of Corrections ordered Dahmer's parole officer, Donna Chester, not to talk to police. What kind of name is Donna Chester? How many parole officers are female?
I don't know.
At that time. In July '90, Dahmer hit a 15-year-old boy over the head with a rubber mallet and then attempted to strangle him. Following the attack, he then inexplicably called the kid a taxi and sent him on his way. Does that surprise you? We didn't go over that. Like, this guy's trying to get caught. He's committing open assault, letting his victims get away, and nothing is ever done? I mean, I'm surprised, just based on everything we've gone over, I'm surprised he was ever even convicted of anything, aren't you?
Oh, yeah.
The victim was taken to a medical center where he gave police an address and description of his assailant. No one bothered to investigate the incident. So the guy gave him the actual address of the guy that assaulted him. I mean, he did all the police work for the police, and they didn't even do anything about it. What do you make of this?
I don't know, Bruce. Like, to be honest with you, it sounds like, I don't know.
All right,
like,
well, get this. At about that same time, Jeffrey acquired... I like how this author just keeps calling him Jeffrey instead of like Dahmer or Jeffrey Dahmer, just like Jeffy. Jeffy acquired a 57-gallon drum of acid, which he purportedly brought home in a taxi, since he never owned a car, and muscled up to his apartment by himself. 2 men and a moving dolly were required to remove the drum. Well, because you did ask that perfect point. Like, how did he actually get it up to the apartment?
Oh yeah, like I never understood that part.
So two men
Like
couldn't even
even
do it.
even if like he filled it with the acid like later on, he still had to get the barrel up there.
Yeah.
Like
Dahmer's situation was not a unique one. Ed Kemper was supposed to have regular contact with both a parole officer and a social worker throughout his killing spree, but he never contacted either one of them, and no one was ever sent to check in on him. So I have a question, JR. I have a question. Why does it seem that only these serial killers with possible MK Ultra and government connections, the social workers and parole officers don't visit them, but they seem to visit everybody else, especially with these petty minor crimes?
yeah, I don't understand that at all.
In May 91, a 14-year-old boy was seen fleeing Dahmer's apartment by two young women who called the police to report the incident. The boy was naked, bleeding, and drugged into a near stupor. The responding officers chose to believe Dahmer's tale of a love quarrel, even though the witnesses who were still on the scene angrily informed them that they had seen the terror-stricken boy actively resisting Dahmer's efforts to restrain him, and despite the fact that the victim was clearly a minor. The witnesses claim that the officers told them to go away and refused to take their names. They opted not to run a routine background check on the possible suspect that would reveal that Dahmer was a convicted child molester who was still on parole from his previous molestation conviction. The victim of that previous molestation was the brother of the bleeding, terrified young boy in front of Jeffrey Dahmer's apartment. I still can't get past that.
Yeah, I can't get past that
You
either.
have over 1 million people in that metropolitan area, hundreds of thousands in the direct vicinity in Milwaukee, and it's the younger brother. I mean, statistically, what are the chances there?
Well, that's what I was saying before, Bruce. Like he should have played the lottery.
Amazingly enough, the three officers on the scene claimed that they actually accompanied the pair back to Dahmer's apartment and noticed nothing amiss there. That was in spite of the fact that there was a 3-day-old rotting corpse on the bed with the attendant smell of death permeating the apartment. There was also an abundance of morbid artifacts and photos lying about the home. Nevertheless, the officers reportedly saw nothing wrong and left the scene with the victim still in Dahmer's custody. As soon as they left, Dahmer killed the boy, then raped and disemboweled the corpse. The mother of one of the two witnesses called the police after reading a newspaper account of a missing boy who closely resembled the naked young man, but her concerns were dismissed. She then later contacted the local FBI office, but she was rebuffed there as well. The woman claimed that she was instructed not to talk to the press. So hold on a second, JR. So both the police department and the local FBI office is refusing to take her seriously. Does that strike you as weird, JR?
Yeah.
Dahmer's last intended victim was Tracy Edwards, a 31-year-old father of 6. Edwards had recently jumped bail in Mississippi on charges of sexually battering a 13-year-old girl. He escaped from his would-be abductor and went to authorities with a description of the assailant and his rancid-smelling apartment. Edwards told police that he had seen Dahmer undergo a sudden radical transformation. Quote, his face was completely changed. I wouldn't have recognized him. It was as if the devil himself stood in front of me, end quote. The apartment, he said, was filled with photos of male torsos. How many times do you think Dahmer actually watched The Exorcist 3? Like,
Well, I mean, if he was programmed by MK, or see, it wouldn't be MK Ultra. That was shelved before that, so it was like a variant. But like, I mean, if he was brainwashed,
supposedly it was never shelved with like random branch off programs, but
yeah. But if he was brainwashed, I mean, like, it literally could have been hundreds of times. Like,
yeah, it was.
I mean, like,
it was filled with considerably more than that. There were bloodstains on the bed. There was an extensive collection of photos depicting bodies in various stages of dismemberment. 4 intact heads were found, 1 in the refrigerator and 3 in a freezer. Another freezer was filled with wrapped, unmarked meat and a human heart. A file drawer was filled with bones. The barrel of acid was brimming with miscellaneous body parts. 1 kettle was filled with skulls and another contained severed hands and penises. 7 skulls in all were found. Gruesome photo albums were scattered about the house. So it wasn't just the one drawer. He actually had photo albums all over the apartment. Yeah, what is going on here? Dahmer was initially charged with 4 counts of murder, and his bail was set at $1 million. Prosecutors soon added 8 additional murder counts and raised the bail amount to $5 million. Another 3 counts were then added, although there were no body parts or photos to support the additional charges. Prosecutors claimed that one photo album had been destroyed. They also claimed that the bodies of the victims depicted in that particular album had been conveniently enough tossed out with the trash. Wait a second, are they alleging that the police threw out one of the albums? Jeffrey, okay, here's another thought. Did the police throw out that album thinking it was the only one and they were too incompetent to realize there were a bunch of other ones?
Let me ask you a question. Like, don't you kind of find it, like, intriguing that, like, Jeffrey Dahmer's father was a chemist and, like, MK Ultra was basically, like, purely about chemistry?
Yeah, that is odd, is it not? Not to mention all these other serial killers that coincidentally went to the same like training bases and stationed at the same hospital.
And his dad is older, right? So, like, when his dad was actually a chemist, like, MK Ultra was, like, going on. Like, the government has admitted that. And then, like, his father whisks him off to, like, a recruiter.
Jeffrey's trial began in January '92. His attorney, Gerald Boyd, who had previously set his sights on becoming the city's DA, had waived his client's right to a preliminary trial. Boyle had also allowed his client to give detailed confessions to his crimes during lengthy interrogations. Dahmer entered a plea of guilty but insane. He was given a 937-year prison sentence. By the end of the year, his apartment building had been destroyed. The 3 police officers who had unknowingly or otherwise aided and abetted the serial killer were cleared of any wrongdoing. There were inevitably questions that were left unanswered by the trial. 2 of the victims had been abducted from Chicago, and Dahmer did not own or use a car. How were those victims transported? The remains of some victims were never found. Were their bodies really disposed of in the trash? And if so, why did Dahmer choose to dispose of only a select few bodies? Some aspects of Jeffrey's confessions were completely unsupported by the evidence. To what extent did Dahmer's interrogators shape those confessions? One victim's grandmother reported receiving several phone calls during which she heard groaning, choking, and faint cries of "help me, help me, help me." Those calls came a few weeks after the disappearance of her grandson. Was he kept alive for an extended period of time? Dahmer, like all collectors, was obsessed with gaining control over his victims. He preferred means of doing so and of disposing of the bodies that accumulated from his failed experiments was through the use of chemicals, an interest that was acquired perhaps from his research chemist father. Jeff was reportedly working on perfecting a home lobotomy procedure that involved drilling a hole in the victim's forehead and then injecting various combinations of chemicals. Dahmer has been described as a dabbler in Satanism, but it is likely that he was more than just a dabbler. In his apartment, he had a detailed plan for constructing a satanic altar. The plan incorporated the human skulls and other artifacts that he had been collecting. He told authorities that he believed that by constructing the altar and by consuming the flesh of his victims, he would be infused with special powers and energy that would help him to succeed socially and financially.
Well, that doesn't sound like LSD at all.
Oddly enough, in March '99, the brother of one of Dahmer's victims was found stabbed to death. Police described the young man's death as a ritual sacrifice. So who is this? So do you think that's a coincidence?
I think there's so many coincidences. It begs the question of, like, like, where does reality end and the coincidences begin?
Okay, Dahmer served just 2 years of his prison sentence before he was inexplicably paired with 2 homicidal inmates on an unsupervised work detail. Only one of the 3 made it through the day. It was not, needless to say, Jeffrey Dahmer. After his death, Lionel Dahmer waged a macabre battle with Jeff's mother over preserving his brain for study. Lionel Dahmer is like a curious individual, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, he's a very curious individual. Isn't it interesting, like, how Jeffrey Dahmer kind of died like every other, like, really shady, like, CIA situation? You got JFK, like, same scenario, like, the killer gets, like, it's kind of like history just it seems to really repeat itself.
Yeah. Like, what is also the obsession with, like, stationing all these guys in, like, Germany? Like,
Well, like obviously, if we're going on this rabbit hole, Bruce, like obviously there's something like magical happening in the spring water over in Germany. Like I mean, clearly it's interesting that it's Germany too, like post World War II. Like they actually had like the infrastructure for like brainwashing over there, like already like set up. So I mean, like I don't know. I mean, like if we're gonna play completely as a agent of the government, if I'm going to play like complete devil's advocate here, like I have to say, like this actually makes the most sense out of all of out of all of the theories. Not to mention, I find the father like really interesting, and it's interesting how like they supported him after he was in prison too, like almost like like they knew that like he had been fucked with to the point where like he wasn't really in control of his own actions. I think it's weird that he was a chemist. I think it's weird that, like, he got sent to the recruiter that was the same recruiter as the other collector, like, pretty much. I mean, within 10 miles, you're going to the same recruiting office. This isn't New York City. Like, you're talking about fucking Ohio. Like, so, it's interesting that, like, they both were stationed at, like, the same processing centers. Like, I just think the whole thing is very convenient, Bruce.
So what do you know about the Phoenix program?
I'm not at liberty to talk about any like particular programs in detail, Bruce. I'm just simply saying, like, if I'm playing devil's advocate here, like, like, out of all the far-fetched shit we've discussed.
Well, let me just read it straight off the wiki, because this isn't classified here. The Phoenix program was designed and initially coordinated by the CIA during the Vietnam War, including the American, Australian, and South Vietnamese military. In 1969, CIA responsibility was phased out, and the program was put under the authority of the Civil Operations and Revolutionary Development Support. The program, which lasted from 67 to 72, was designed to identify and destroy the Viet Cong via infiltration, torture, capture, counterterrorism, interrogation, and assassination. The CIA described it as, quote, a set of programs that sought to attack and destroy the political infrastructure of the Viet Cong, end quote. The Phoenix program was premised on the idea that North Vietnamese infiltration had required local support with non-combat civilian populations, which were referred to as the VC infrastructure, and political branch that had been purportedly coordinated the insurgency. Throughout the program, Phoenix neutralized 81,740 people suspected of VC membership, of whom 26,369 were killed, and the rest surrendered or were captured. Of those killed, 87% were attributed to conventional military operations by South Vietnamese and American forces, and the remainder were assassinated. The Phoenix program was heavily criticized on various grounds, including the number of neutral civilians killed, the nature of the programs, which critics have labeled as civilian assassination programs, the use of torture and other coercive methods, and the program being exploited for personal politics. Nevertheless, the program was very successful at suppressing Viet Cong political and revolutionary activities. Public disclosure of the program led to significant criticism, including hearings by the U.S. Congress, and the CIA was pressured to shut it down. A similar program, Plan F6, continued under the government of South Vietnam. So that's just the basic background here. So the CIA was heavily involved in the inception. And some people believe that it was also intertwined with MK Ultra. Now, going back to this to the book, David McGowan's book here, Program to Kill, regarding Dahmer, chapter 19, conclusions. It's hard for me to believe that a human being could have done what I've done, but I know that I did it. Another Jeffrey Dahmer quote. With the possible exception of school and workplace shootings, nothing better serves to facilitate the promotion of a law and order agenda than the palpable fear aroused by the sociopathic killer, a fear that propels the population into an every man for himself mentality. Anyone, after all, could be a serial killer, hiding behind a mask of civility, a coworker, a friend, a neighbor, even a family member. The Phoenix program has been referenced a number of times in past chapters, and its relevance to this discussion cannot be overstated. Phoenix was, by design, a psychological warfare operation. Its goal was, quite literally, to scare the hell out of the Vietnamese people to such an extent that their will would be broken and that they would accede to the demands of their would-be oppressors. The techniques employed were barbaric. Victims of the program were not merely assassinated, they were frequently raped, tortured, mutilated, dismembered, and left posed in grotesque displays for their fellow villagers and family members to find. Does any of this sound similar to Dahmer's MO?
Yeah.
The crime scenes of the Phoenix program were, in other words, indistinguishable from the crime scenes of America's serial killers.
Yeah, but if you asked DIA agents that were like handling Pau Maya, they would tell you that like the Vietnamese did the same thing to United States troops.
But was
In
that in
terms of
retaliation, or did they do that first?
that, I don't know. That I would have to research further. But
In what Uncle Sam Really Wants, Noam Chomsky describes the type of training given to U.S.-backed Salvadorian death squads, which were modeled after the Phoenix program's death squads, which in turn were modeled after Nazi Unstaatsgruppen death squads active during World War II.
So now we're back in Germany.
Draftees were made to kill. Why does all of the occult always go back to Germany as well? Draftees were made to kill dogs and vultures by biting their throats and twisting off their heads, and had to watch as soldiers tortured and killed suspected dissidents, tearing out their fingernails, cutting off their heads, chopping their bodies to pieces, and playing with the dismembered arms for fun. Chomsky also quotes Jesuit priest Daniel Santiago, who described the tragic results of such training. Are you surprised they're bringing the Jesuits into this now?
I'm not surprised about anything anymore, Bruce.
People are not just killed by death squads in El Salvador. They are decapitated and their heads are placed on pikes and then used to dot the landscape. Men are not just disemboweled by the Salvadoran Treasury Police. Their severed genitalia are stuffed into their mouths. Salvadorian women are not just raped by the National Guard, their wombs are cut from their bodies and used to cover their faces. It is not enough to kill children. They are dragged over barbed wire until their flesh falls from their bones while their parents are forced to watch. Chomsky described one particularly macabre scene staged by the U.S.-trained Salvadoran National Guard. A peasant woman returned home to find her 3 children, her mother and her sister, sitting around a table, each with its own decapitated head placed carefully on the table in front of the body, the hands arranged on top as if each body was stroking its own head. Finding it hard to keep the head of the woman's youngest child in place, the assassins had taken the 18-month-old baby's decapitated head and nailed the hands onto it. The large plastic bowl filled with blood was tastefully displayed in the center of the table. I don't know if tastefully is the right word there. The goals of psychological warfare are no different here at home than they were in Southeast Asia or Central America, to scare the people, in this case the American people, into willingly surrendering their rights and accepting over increasing levels of repression, and to desensitize the people to horrendous levels of interpersonal violence. The ultimate goal, and one that we are rapidly approaching, is the destruction of all social bonds and the obliteration of any remaining sense of community, the complete atomization of society. Famed conspiracy researcher Mae Brussel made a telling observation nearly 3 decades ago in 1974, quote, "What we are now experiencing is the importation of the dreaded Operation Phoenix program into the United States through various created and manipulated acts of violence. The only solution to chaos, anarchy, and senseless violent acts will be a police state. We can expect the planned terrorization of the U.S. population to escalate rapidly." The terrorization has indeed escalated rapidly since the early 70s. Serial killers are now an accepted and frequently glorified part of the American pop culture. They have spawned a number of successful Flollywood movie franchises, and their biographies crowd the shelves of America's bookstores. Sensational workplace shootings have become so cliche that the media now move effortlessly from one to the next. And the police state, needless to say, has advanced markedly in the last few decades. So what do you think here?
We're not even talking about the school shooter.
Yeah, I mean, they went over. So obviously, we only focused on Dahmer here, but in the book, David McGowan actually goes over almost every single major serial killer and the coincidences in place with their crimes, their backgrounds, military connections. The same investigators who were lawyers in a lot of these cases overlap. I mean, it is really quite mind-shocking, wouldn't you say, JR?
Yeah, I would definitely say it's mind-shocking, Bruce.
So, what is the final conclusion here? Like, Lionel Dahmer is quite curious, is he not? Jeffrey Dahmer's father, and his background is also quite shrouded in mystery as well.
Yeah, I think that like he's like the shadiest, like father, like you know, like I not necessarily dad of the year type material there, Bruce. I would say that he's pretty fucking shifty on his own. I mean, like you could make an entire fucking documentary and movie franchise just around that guy. You're not even talking about his fucking kin.
What about the Hollywood Police Department? I mean, that could be like what is it, Reno 911, but the real
Yeah, Reno 911. I was just about to say either that or Super Troopers.
that'd be the real life version. I mean, come on. The guy illegally parks a van in front of the police station and abducts a kid in broad daylight with tons of witnesses, and nobody does anything. They don't even follow up on the tips.
Well, like yeah, and like you know, it was the '90s. Like they didn't even like have like a cop idling out in front that could identify the vehicle or like track it down. Like you know, like where are they from? Like it's like dog patch. I mean, like what is it? Andy Griffith and like Fife probably could have done a better fucking job than like you know that department. I don't know, Bruce. I don't know. I mean, I think we should let the Mind Shock audience draw their own conclusions. But like,
there's an interesting post here on Quora with an interesting title. Do you think Jeffrey Dahmer could have been an MK Ultra victim? And
oh yeah, I was looking at that earlier.
There's an interesting response here, which actually covers quite a bit of information that we're going to go over. The question should read, "What is MK Ultra exactly?" MK Ultra is not a was; it is an is. You will read many conflicting answers to your question, but those were written by either disinformation agents and/or those who use the term "I refuse to believe" when faced with harsh truth, aka coincidence theories. I get a little ranty when I write about the subject and sometimes sound like I'm going off topic, but I'm not going off topic. The subject is just huge. It encompasses every aspect of human behavior and how to control it, and was undertaken in a very compartmentalized fashion, which is how the totality of it was and is hidden. It has advanced by leaps and bounds from the humble beginnings when it was first envisioned. It is now, was then, and forever will be the ultimate conspiracy theory. Even the term conspiracy theory was spun out of it by the psychologists employed. It did not begin as a way to find a truth theorem. They already had that since the late 1800s, maybe even as early as before the pyramids were built. It began as what we discussed today with the Nazis in concentration camps, and before as experiments on mental patients. Dr. Joseph Mengele did horrible things in the camps, which were exported after the war and imported into every nation on earth. No one is immune. Operation Paperclip brought 50,000 or more Nazi scientists, psychologists, and intelligence agents into the U.S. as permanent residents, many of whom were war criminals. Russia also took their fair share, and by some accounts got 275,000, who they kept as virtual slaves and worked them to death. We allowed ours to pretty much have carte blanche and run agencies. The OSS was transformed into the CIA under their tutelage and became what it is today. DARPA is a direct offspring of the Operation Paperclip structures. MK Ultra.
Well, you know my feelings of DARPA, Bruce, and we're not going to go into any specifics there, but like, yeah.
MK Ultra began the mass manipulation of humanity. It was spun off into hundreds, if not thousands, of sub-projects. Operation Mockingbird was implemented to spread disinfo and propaganda through the news outlets. Every news outlet, be it newspaper, television, radio, or otherwise, was infiltrated and compromised to this very day. All of it. They all are either played off one another or are in lockstep. Anything that goes out from any of it for human consumption is pre-approved. Operation Chaos and COINTELPRO during the 60s and 70s are also ongoing today. These are programs that infiltrated political activist groups, militia groups, unions, student organizations, etc., and took control and steered them. From the underground groups that did actual violence like bombings, all the way to peaceful groups like the Quakers, and even quilting clubs, people suing quilt. We never got into the Quakers. We got to do a podcast on the Quakers. This is all documented, easily found with some research. Hurry, because a lot of it is being removed. Some of these underground groups were steered to and provided the means to carry out domestic terrorism as a way of controlling the population and gain support for things like wars and new laws. During the experimentation stages with individual subjects, torture was used to break the mind. I know this is what most people want to know about, the gory details. It has been known for centuries. Trauma bond. Trauma will bond the abuser and the abused. And if the abuser goes far enough, the mind of the abused fractures. It disassociates, it shuts down normal operation, and is in another place. And this other place can be programmed or taught things that will remain in the other place and can be called out under the correct circumstance. They used rape, whippings, dislocation of limbs, isolation, heat, cold, simulated drowning, and more to achieve their goals. They did this to men, women, and children. They found, I put in quotes because it was known for centuries already, that children could be programmed from very early age to carry out acts well into the future without ever knowing why. It can be done with adults too, but is much more difficult and not as reliable. What was also learned is that television and radio are powerful tools in their quest. Music is a very popular tool, as are the video games so many children are subject to today. Think about the mental concentration needed to play them. We haven't even touched on the drugs yet. LSD was dumped on the nation by the CIA in the later 60s like a flood. It was handed out by CIA operatives like Timothy Leary and a host of others. Google Timothy Leary's CIA connection. Many of those people who were leaders of the counterculture movement can be traced back to the military establishment. L. Ron Hubbard was naval intelligence, for instance, and he still exerts enormous control over the Hollywood elite years after his death. There are connections to the military and MK Ultra with people from the Grateful Dead to Sirhan Sirhan, from Jim Morrison, who was very interested in crowd manipulation, and The Doors, to Tom Arnold and Roseanne Barr. I know you're a big Roseanne fan, right, JR?
And like Tom Arnold, I mean, God, like
He's kind of all right in Exit Wounds. With Steven Seagal and DMX, another one of your favorites.
yeah, he was also really good in Moonlight and Mistletoe, Bruce. Let's keep rolling.
And if one were to take the time and research it, the list is huge. How did we as a nation get to the point where nearly 13% of the population is taking some kind of antidepressant? And these are old numbers, by the way. This is from a few years ago. Did you know that nearly every single mass shooter was on some kind of antidepressant? Gary Webb was an independent journalist who wrote a series titled Dark Alliance, which laid out how the CIA was funding their illegal operations with cocaine. They flooded the streets of America with cocaine and, in fact, began the crack epidemic. He committed suicide, in quotations, by shooting himself in the back of the head twice. Look it up. Heroin flooded the streets during and after Vietnam. It again flooded the streets again just in time to coincide with the pulling back of prescribed opiates by doctors here in the U.S. It would seem that the Taliban had killed or persuaded the opium poppy growers into shutting down their fields in Afghanistan, and the Bush family opened them back up, where they remain quite productive today. There is even anecdotal evidence that American servicemen and women stood guard on some. MK is and was trauma-based mind control, which brings us to the most traumatic events in history. Yep, 9/11, 2001. What happened on that day? First of all, the powerful tool of the television played the images over and over for months and maybe years, and then everything changed. Is there a segment of society or two that seemed brainwashed? MK is an ongoing mass manipulation. As an aside, if you've never tried, try unplugging your television for 6 months. If you've never tried, try shutting off your computer and social media for 6 months too, to see what withdrawal is like. It is so much more than the gloss over I gave it. The horrors are true, and it is not over. It was not shut down, and we are all affected. Shut off the television and keep your kids away from it. So what do you make of that post?
Well, I find it interesting that the guy like posted that on like an internet forum. But like, yeah, like I think that that's a very interesting topic, Bruce, and I think that there was a lot of little nuggets of very interesting, mind-shocking information regarding the MK Ultra program, and I think it was a very well-written piece.
There's another little short paragraph here, also on Quora. I read, how do they pick MK Ultra victims? I read through the Illuminati How to Create an Undetectable Mind Control Slave Handbook, and it looks like they pick people with childhood sexual trauma for reasons such as sexual slavery or trafficking. They could pick people with mental health and overactive imagination. The book explains the individual needs to be intelligent enough to comprehend these things to control them, because being too stupid would just allow the control methods to bypass. They need overthinkers, people who would focus and pay attention so that a way it gets lodged in a person's way of thinking. Being too stupid to see just bypasses every type of control factor they see. So the book actually explains they need someone at least intelligent enough. Childhood sexual trauma, intelligent, overthinker, loner would all be potential targets to MK Ultra experiments. And do you think it's fair to add also people with parents with ties to some kind of military or some kind of like billionaire companies with vast resources with
Well, billionaire companies that are like funding DARPA.
yeah. So Dahmer's father again, like we kind of come back to Dahmer's father. Like,
Yeah.
does the key to Dahmer lie with his father?
Well, let's just do like a quick recap on Dahmer's father. He was a chemist during the MK Ultra origins period. He was like pushing his son to join the military, and like he happens to go to the same route that like another collector. Um, Dahmer, by his own admission, Lionel was like there the day that he was pulling bones out from like under the house, and Dahmer happened to see that and be intrigued over the sound of the bones. So who's to say that he wasn't actually on LSD at that particular point in time, or being a part of the MK Ultra project at that particular point in time, giving him a heightened awareness to the sound of the bones. His backyard seems to be like a very exploratory, creative place for animal carcasses. I think the father's pretty shifty, Bruce.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not
Not to mention he was like cool with his son in the end, he didn't have any problem like visiting him in prison or anything,
you also want to
because like
explain after the fact. Yeah, I think so. We actually there's even more on Dahmer regarding his time in the military. Supposedly there was a lot of missing persons around that military base. Now again, if the military base is being used by some kind of top secret operatives for MK Ultra like experiments, it might not have been Dahmer because they might need, it might have been other guys, but it could also theoretically have been Dahmer.
or Dahmer's platoon, which is obviously a very interesting source. It would be interesting to track down his specific platoon, exactly what that base was known for doing, so on and so forth.
Yeah, some people think that Dahmer actually had like way more victims.
Would that really surprise you, Bruce?
It wouldn't surprise me at all. But there's so many unanswered questions regarding possible MK Ultra connections, and then once you start overlapping everything, it gets crazy. Actually, I couldn't find much, but on womenshealthmag.com, they they mention there's a question: Did Dahmer kill anyone while he was in the army? The military looked into 5 unsolved murder cases that occurred during his service years. Once his killings became known in public in 91, police in Germany reopened cases from Dahmer's time in the country but didn't find any connections. So again, just because they didn't find any connections doesn't mean there weren't any there. You would think they'd be more competent than the Hollywood, Florida Police Department, but who knows? And if the fix was in from MK Ultra, there would never be any connections found, even if he was guilty, right?
Yeah, well, that and that could have also been the embassy telling them to close the book on what was going on.
So, yeah, we went over quite a bit in what is probably the most comprehensive and exhaustive Dahmer podcast. And that is what the MindShock listeners have come to expect from the MindShock podcast. We'll obviously be going over other serial killers as well as this overlapping MK Ultra Phoenix Project nuances that might be part of a vast conspiracy to cause destabilization. As always, if you find the MindShock podcast interesting and informative, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure you subscribe to the channel, hit that bell for notifications. You can also become a YouTube member right here on YouTube. Support the channel that way. Like and share Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case topic, logical analysis, co-podcast requests. You could also be a guest in the podcast depending on your tier. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section. This is Bruce McGuire signing in.
And JR tapping out.
See you guys next time. Welcome to MINDSHOCK. This is your host, Bruce McGuire.
And JR.
And this is Jeffrey Dahmer, episode 2, Further Down the Rabbit Hole. If you thought we were a bridge too far in the previous episode, the most comprehensive and exhaustive podcast on Jeffrey Dahmer in existence, and we are continuing our investigation in a logical fashion into MK Ultra ties, Dahmer's father, the Adam Walsh conspiracy, that there was some kind of cover-up for whatever reason, to blame some hick without even a fully functioning brain who had confessed to hundreds of murders he didn't commit. There's actually talk that he might have not even committed a single one. But we'll get to all of that and more on the MINDSHOCK podcast. If you find the podcast interesting and informative and want to help support MINDSHOCK delve into more topics, true crime, the paranormal, conspiracies, in an objective and logical fashion, unlike any other media source, you could donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. You could also become a YouTube member right here on YouTube for access to exclusive streams and chats. Make sure to subscribe to the channel, hit that bell for notifications, like and share Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case topic, logical analysis, co-podcast requests. You could also be a guest in the podcast depending on your tier. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section. And all the Dunning-Kruger styles are welcome. I find them highly amusing and how all the coincidence theorists hallucinate that there's no chance that Dahmer could be connected to MK Ultra despite quite an extensive stack of coincidences, which, if you thought they were crazy in episode 1, you ain't heard nothing yet, JR. You ain't heard nothing yet. But to set the stage on the nature of Dahmer and his time in prison and his mentality from an outsider who met him after he was already a killer, we are going to the highly esteemed publication known as The Sun US. This is an article published recently by Tariq Tahir, October 8, 2022. My friend Jeff. I baptized Jeffrey Dahmer. He told me about eating victim's bicep, but here's why I helped him and we became friends. The minister who baptized Jeffrey Dahmer has told how the cannibal serial killer told him horrific details about his crimes, but they still became friends. Now, before I continue this, JR, would you become friends with a guy like that?
Like, baptized into what religion?
Christianity.
Okay. I just had to, ordinarily, I guess that would kind of just go without saying, but, not in this case, Bruce.
Well, I don't know the denomination, perhaps they'll get into it. But just in general, see, the thing that's curious to me, that if Dahmer really was some MK Ultra Phoenix Project subject, and he was thoroughly brainwashed into committing these crimes, or, more disturbing still, if he was specifically groomed by his father to become this military test subject, which we'll explore as well, technically, is it really his fault? I know that's a highly controversial position, but if all of this is true, and I'm not alleging it is, for all the triggered Dunning-Kruger goofs who immediately think I'm alleging something is true, for the billionth time on MINDSHOCK, I am not alleging anything is true or untrue. We're not going to fall for any kind of logical fallacies here. This is MINDSHOCK, where the only thing we know for sure is that we don't know anything for sure. So if it's true, theoretically, that can happen to anybody.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, see, here's my thing. Whether or not he was brainwashed by MK Ultra, whatever, how was he found legally sane?
Well, we went over that.
I mean, it doesn't really, see, for me, all that, minutia over, whether he came from an Oblivion Gate, Shadow People, was beamed down here by aliens, was, reprogrammed by MK Ultra, or he was just a normal guy. How was he found, sane at trial?
I don't know about you, but for me, that's actually the least surprising thing of his existence. For me, it's more curious the level of luck he must have possessed to leave his door open, dead bodies clearly visible in the bedroom. You know, this vat of...
Well, there was that, lady that cleaned his house, too.
I mean, the guy that he assaulted that went to the police with a description and exact address they never followed up on. The parole officer who didn't visit him a single time. I mean, just how many offenses he's getting off scot-free every single time. I
Well,
mean,
not to mention he's still an alcoholic, so like they normally draw attention to themselves, like generally, like when they're like completely drunk.
yeah, I mean, he's supposedly torturing his roommate on the military base. Which, by the way, if you think that was a bridge too far, wait until the new information I have discovered about his other antics at the base. So anyway, continuing on with this minister here, church leader Roy Ratliff. I mean, I know what you mean about the name generator. I mean, it's kind of
Yeah,
it's kind of in overdrive for this case as opposed to other cases. Church leader Roy Ratliff even revealed he felt a
and it's so '90s too,
yeah,
the names.
he revealed he felt a sense of grief when Dahmer was brutally murdered with an iron bar by fellow inmate Christopher Scarver. His savage death came just a few days after Roy received a Thanksgiving card from him in which the killer spoke of their friendship. Now, you know, yeah, we're not talking about a Christmas card here. We're talking about the Milwaukee cannibal sending a Thanksgiving card. I mean, again, is this whole thing a psyop? But anyway, so a Thanksgiving card from him in which the killer.
Was the guy white or black?
He was an old white guy with a balding head and a white beard.
That's interesting in and of itself.
This serial killer was serving a life sentence for the disturbing and gruesome murders of 17 boys and young men, but while he was behind bars, he claimed to have found God.
Yeah.
In an exclusive interview, Roy told The Sun Online about his conversations with the man he calls Jeff. He revealed the gruesome details the killer shared about eating part of one of his victims. You know what else is weird? There's a little advertisement here. Rest for the wicked. Dahmer's urn that held the killer's remains is for sale. Anyway,
You know what's also weird? Like this guy supposedly is like a minister that baptized him, but like he's like selling his story to the Sun. Like,
I mean, I don't
isn't
know.
that kind of like isn't that kind of against like the priesthood? Like aren't you supposed to like kind of like keep that information private?
I mean, there's also another advertisement here. Pieces of me, Britney Spears, gets totally naked for the most explicit photo shoot yet after Singer's sons begged her to stop stripping off.
Yeah.
I mean, this is a highly esteemed publication known as The Sun. Like, you know?
Aren't they like ranked lower than the Inquirer?
I mean, they're highly credible.
Yeah. Yeah. Available at grocery store end caps at registers everywhere.
Yeah, I'm looking through some of their other stuff. Yeah, it's interesting to say the least. Roy, 75, was working at a church in Wisconsin where Dahmer committed his crimes and was later jailed. He had been asked by another minister from Oklahoma if he would baptize Dahmer, who had expressed his wish to do so after finding God. After several balked at the prospect of being in a room with the mass murderer nicknamed the Milwaukee Cannibal, eventually Roy agreed to carry out the baptism. I said, okay, sure, what's his name? And the guy who had called me said, you might want to sit down for this. Then he told me, it's Jeffrey Dahmer, Roy told The Sun Online. Roy said at the time he was relatively ignorant of the details of Dahmer's crimes, and it was only when his wife said, you ought to learn more about him, that he began reading more on the topic. Wasn't a pre-internet, pre-social media age interesting?
Yeah, it was. It was also interesting how like a priest called another priest because he didn't want to like piss off God by baptizing him,
Well,
so he
I'm
had to
not
call
sure that
another
was the
priest.
case. It sounds like the other guy was in Oklahoma, so he was too far away, and he was just looking for people who were closer. That's what it sounds like, but I don't know. Aren't they like obliged to do it if they truly believe the individual has found God, like regardless of their past? if in the present moment they truly believe the individual has found God, then their path doesn't matter. Isn't that by the book?
I mean, I guess, but like, I mean, and I'm just reaching here, Bruce. I mean, I'm definitely not cut from like, the holiest cloth, but like, if I were in his shoes, I think I would have recommended an exorcism. Like, I don't really know if, a baptism would have, I mean, maybe after the exorcism, but like, I definitely would have gone with the exorcism first.
Well, knowing Dahmer, they probably could have made a movie out of that in his favorite series.
Yeah. Yeah, they probably would have thrown that script back at you.
When I first met him, I didn't know the grisly details, and I think it was better not to know, because it allowed me not to be prejudiced towards him. Roy made his first visit to prison to meet Dahmer in April '94 and was led through the doors where the banging was a little disconcerting to a room with just a table and chairs to wait for Dahmer. He had been warned to take off his tie in case it was used as a weapon and began to notice he was sweating while he waited. Then, in a few minutes, Jeff enters the room and closes the door and shakes my hand, then sits across from me, he said. I was impressed about how courteous he was and how willing he was to be cooperative. He was considerate, which I found surprising. Given that he had killed people, I thought he would be a rougher person, but he was gentle as far as I could see. For a moment there, I'm thinking I'm in a room all by myself with a man who's murdered so many people, and I was a little apprehensive. I was thinking, what's going on here? I mean, that was good of the guards, too, to just leave him alone there.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, no supervision of any kind. Like, and like they let him shake his hand too. Like,
Yeah,
I guess there weren't cuffs.
I believe if this, yeah, I know. I believe if this was a script, they would call, this is what's known in Hollywood as a Swiss cheese script.
Yeah.
There's a lot of holes here. I mean, there's actually nothing but holes.
Yeah, there's like more holes than there is cheese, Bruce.
Then we started talking about he wanted to be baptized, and after that, I forgot about being apprehensive. In fact, Dahmer had been scared of meeting Roy and heaved an unusual sigh when he agreed to baptize him. I said, why did you make that sound? And he said, quote, I was afraid of meeting you because I thought you would say, I can't baptize you because you've been too evil, end quote.
Like Jeff, I have to say, like, that's a pretty reasonable, that's a pretty reasonable thing for Jeff to say.
But if a man is seeking repentance for his sins, then I should help him. That's all I was thinking about. As they started talking, Dahmer began to open up about the dark aspects of his crimes, in particular, his cannibalism. He confessed to me that he ate a bicep of one of his victims. I knew there was cannibalism in his story. I didn't think he was playing around and that it was a genuine confession. There was no question in my mind that he hadn't done these things. In my mind, I think there was no one there to stop him, and one thing led to another and to another. Hold on a second, JF. I mean, I'm all for respecting the men of the cloth, but wouldn't you say one thing led to another is letting Jeffrey Dahmer get off the hook just a tad? Just a tad?
I think that that's putting it quite lightly, Bruce.
No one was there to stop him, so one thing led to another.
I mean, I kind of get the feeling that everybody's just like, oh, it was just Jeff being Jeff. Like, it was just boys being boys.
No,
like,
hold on a second. Hold on a second. I could possibly understand maybe even hitting somebody. Maybe even that one guy that he bopped on the head that escaped to the police and gave him Dahmer's address. That they
the one that was like, who had a hole in his head with hydrochloric acid and was bleeding from his genitals, and he was 14 years old?
I would say that's a little bit of a bridge too far when you're talking about one thing led to another. That's a bit far.
Yeah, well, especially considering that he was a minor at the time.
Well, not to mention preserving skulls and like painting. I mean, that's quite, I would say that's a step further than one thing led to another. I mean, the altar itself, I mean, I would say that's well beyond one thing led to another. I mean, I don't know what this guy's deal is. I mean, can you figure it out? Or do you think he went, he's buddies with like the prosecution and all the court officials and the court experts, psychiatry?
I think, honestly, I believe that, this is going to sound really weird, but like, I think Dahmer was ahead of his time. I think that, like, his, like, actual crime was so fucking twisted. I mean, this is if we're not gonna go the MK Ultra route. Like, if we're going the normal route, I think it was just so heinous and so out there, and it was like, you know, the 80s, like, you know, where like we still hadn't like fully like DNA and everything was still in its infancy, like to where they weren't like really like used to dealing with shit like that. I mean, he's kind of like almost like a storm of the century type killer. Like we've had other like Vlad the Impaler. Like there's been other people that are just as twisted, but like you have to go back through history to find them. You know what I mean? Like a lot of murders aren't the Jeffrey Dahmer type. Like he's really like in his own league of completely fucking nuts. So, you know, I think that, like, the people that were, like, prosecuting him and, like, the normal, like, detectives and stuff, I think they were used to just your normal drug deal gone bad type robbery. They weren't used to, like, someone who's devoted their entire, because, like, his entire life was devoted to his, like, I mean, this was, like, his real job. Like, I don't understand how he was actually employed, but, like, you know, especially because he was still an alcoholic as well, but, like, you know, I mean, this was like his full-time career, killing these people. So.
Well, if you're in the camp that he did it, I suppose some people are theorizing that he had some help and he didn't do it all on his own, which we'll get to. We'll get to that.
Well, I actually think that's a pretty good
well,
theory.
we'll get to it. So, this priest is saying, in my mind, I think there was no one there to stop him, and one thing led to another and to another. He's like the quote from Shakespeare about being so deep in the blood that you can't get out. Do you think this priest is making excuses for Dahmer? I mean, he's invoking Shakespeare now.
I mean, if anything, he's probably trying to do the whole "there's good in everyone" spiel, and like, I find it difficult to believe that, like, you know, there's any silver lining there. You know what I mean?
I would
like,
say if the MK Ultra theory is true, though, and he's got a split personality, and one personality is relatively normal, and then the other one is the tortured soul reenacting the torture, it kind of makes sense. But anyway, continuing
well,
the
he
article.
could have a split personality without being a part of MK Ultra.
Of
But
course, I'm
like,
just saying it seems more likely if he was in some kind of Phoenix program operation that it would become a split personality because that's the only way the mind could survive. Obviously, there could be other scenarios as well. Roy said his cannibal persona was part of Dahmer's self-image and something he used with chilling effect on those around him. I was told by one of the prison guards that he would say to a guard standing outside his cell, "I bite." It was close enough only for a guard to hear, and the guard would be shaken by that.
yeah.
He also had a poster in his cell that read, "Cannibals Anonymous meeting here tonight."
Well, that's him just like trying to fuck with people, probably because he wanted to be left alone. Like, I mean, like seriously, like.
Well, also, if he used to be this prankster in high school, he just can't handle boredom too well. I mean, you know.
Well, I mean, really, when you think about it, I mean, when they come to visit him, like, it's a conversation piece.
It was a means of attracting attention to himself, yet at the same time communicating, "Don't get too close to me, I might hurt you." Dahmer was baptized on May 10th in a whirlpool used to treat inmates when they hurt their back. So, like, how often do inmates? I mean, are there routine beatings and stabbings where they need a rehabilitation whirlpool in the prison? I've actually never heard of that before.
Yeah, I've never ever heard of that at all. That it's like, you know, I mean, was it like a Whirlpool brand, or was it just like,
It
did they
doesn't. I
call?
mean, it's not capitalized, so it's unclear. So, anyway, wait. Are you? Do you have your tinfoil hat on, Jr.?
Which one?
I just put all of them on for this one. In an eerie coincidence, it was the day, so he's getting baptized, the day another serial killer, John Wayne Gacy, is executed in Illinois for the killing of 33 young boys and men, and there was also a solar eclipse. So, I mean, All right, so we have John Wayne Gacy, also connected to MK Ultra through various means. We're not going to get into that for this podcast. Now, coincidentally, the number 33 is quite popular in Freemasonry and Illuminati symbology and numerology. So out of all the possible numbers, we have the number 33 here. So Gacy's getting executed on a solar eclipse, which is coincidentally when Dahmer's getting baptized.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, how quickly would this script get thrown
That was a
out?
big day for serial killers.
The pair began to meet frequently to study the Bible and struck up a friendship Roy thought would last until they were old. That's interesting phrasing because Roy's already 75, right? Some people. Some people. I mean, I don't know about you, but is it possible Roy's not operating with a full deck here?
I think that's very possible.
Some people are surprised about that, but we did. I anticipated us being friends until we were old and needed walkers to get about. At the last meeting we had at Thanksgiving, and he gave me a card in which he said, "Thank you for being my friend," and things of that nature. When I learned of his murder, I felt a sense of grief because I had lost a friend. We could talk about how he felt about his mother and his father, so developed a friendship. We think of him as an insane maniac and monster, but he was more human than we gave him credit for. Dahmer's prison Bible is currently on sale from Cult Collectibles, who previously claimed to have the world's biggest Jeffrey Dahmer collection. You gotta love the son, don't you?
I love how, like, that's, like, the end part, like, you know, like, because they probably get, like, a cutback of, like, when the auction goes off. Who would want to own any of that shit? Like, really, like, that's gotta be, like, that's pretty twisted to, like, want to, like, own, like,
In other
collectibles.
breaking news, right under this article is Kardashian cleavage with a K. Kourtney nearly busts out of plunging gown for stepson's birthday. I mean, this is cutting edge news, JR. Like, this is the stuff people wanna read about. Okay. So, another article here, Jeff's goodbye. I was given a Thanksgiving card by Jeffrey Dahmer. It turned out to be his haunting final message before he was murdered. October 10th, 2022. The minister who baptized Jeffrey Dahmer has revealed he was personally handed a Thanksgiving card just days before the mass murderer was beaten to death. In what became his haunting final message to him, cannibal killer Dahmer thanked Roy Ratcliffe for his friendship after they had spent hours together studying the Bible. And they actually have a photo of the card here. Thank you for your friendship and taking the time and effort to help me understand God's words, he said in the card. God bless you and your family. Sincerely, Jeff Dahmer.
It sounds like God killed him off pretty quickly because he didn't want Jeff, doing too much research into the Bible.
I mean, here's some more interesting quotes from this priest. Okay, so Roy is 75 now, so he was middle-aged back then, so he wasn't 75 at that time. It is significant to me because it reminds me of the last time we were together. It speaks of our friendship. This is important because I perceive that Jeff didn't have any close friends, and I am honored to have been one to him. So, I mean, how many people would... Now, it's one thing to do your duty to the good book and your religion. But how many people would say that they were honored to be a friend of Jeffrey Dahmer?
I think he's, like, obviously this guy, like, he was of the mindset that Jeff was just extremely mentally ill. You know, like...
Well,
this is also in a pre-internet environment. He probably didn't know all the details of anything.
Well, there's actually a couple more information here. Roy spent many hours talking to Dahmer and studying the Bible with him, and despite gaining an insight into his behavior, including cannibalism, believes the killer was changing. Quote, "It is easy to judge someone when you don't know them, but when you get to know someone better, you tend to see them differently. Jeff had changed from the murderer he had been into a better person." End quote.
I mean, I guess it's easy to do, though. To just be honest with you, Bruce, like, did Jeff have anywhere to go but up? Like,
Yeah, but he is kind of different than other complete unhinged psychotics. I would argue there's a whole slew of serial killers that would not be possible to rehabilitate.
Well, I don't think like he would like possible to be rehabilitated, Bruce. Like I think that like when he says that, it's kind of like Jeff had a purpose that wasn't killing people anymore. Like that's all we can all like it's kind of like a person with like a weak heart, right? Like let's just make sure that they're able to have a weak heart. You know what I mean? Like, we just don't want them to die. Like, in Jeff's case, I think that, like, the fact that he wasn't killing people and found a positive thing, like reading the Bible, as opposed to, like, watching The Exorcist and, injecting people with hydrochloric acid, was probably a really big leap for Jeff.
Well, you know what's kind of weird, though? If he was an MK Ultra and he had active handlers assisting him, in prison, if they didn't have access to him, he might have been left to his own devices, and he truly did seek rehabilitation.
You mean like they didn't have access to Epstein?
Well, at least when he was in solitary, obviously they did have access, or someone had access to him at some point when he was killed. But before that,
yeah,
or they were just using him kind of as a scapegoat for all of these operations they got going on. Anyway, here's another article, also from the highly esteemed The Sun, regarding the girl that ran away from the house during the seance in their house. I know you wanted more information about that, JR. So
yeah, of course.
So this article by Katie Davis, October 10th, 2022, Date with Death. I dated Jeffrey Dahmer weeks before his first murder. I left his house screaming when he tried to summon the devil. Jeffrey Dahmer attempted to summon the devil around the time of his first sickening murder, leaving his prom date terrified. Bridget Geiger was just 16.
As in the counter?
Yes.
Okay.
Actually, you know what? Let me see how it's spelled.
Any relation to the Geiger? That invented the Geiger? Because that would be interesting too. Like, he's got ties to, like, radiation.
Well, his father was a chemist. Yeah, it's actually spelled exactly the same, yes.
Oh, that's interesting.
Bridget
I just wonder if, like, she's related. I mean, like, just, like, that would be interesting. Like, ties to, like, nuclear and, like, radiation.
I mean, if you're writing the script, write that in. I mean, at this point, nothing's getting rejected. Bridget Geiger was just 16 when 18-year-old Dahmer took her on her very first date to their high school prom. So let me get this straight, Jay. On her first date, which happened to be the prom, Dahmer decides to have a seance and summon the devil on prom night. I mean, is any of this surprising to you, Jaya?
Well, I mean, that honestly sounds like a pure teen, like, horror movie concept, doesn't it? I mean, seriously. Doesn't it really?
She said, she said Dahmer...
That sounds like something that, like, Tori Spelling would be.
She said Dahmer was goofy and nerdy, but didn't appear to have a mean bone in his body. He was relentlessly taunted by other kids and didn't fit in, she added. Although 2 years younger, Geiger became caught in Dahmer's web as her best friend was dating his pal. She said she was talked into going to the Revere High School prom with him, but he didn't say 2 words to her all night. Geiger previously said, "We went over to the prom hall, but he disappeared. I thought he went to the bathroom, but the time got longer. When he came back, they wouldn't let him back in. He'd been to McDonald's because he was so nervous at dinner he hadn't eaten enough. He was still hungry. He did apologize. He felt bad." Now, I have a question. Where was he all that time? Are there any more unaccounted for assaults or murders on that night?
I don't know. That's interesting.
He was scared.
I thought McDonald's was like, I mean, that was back in the day, right? Like, I mean, McDonald's is like, like fast counter service. Like, why did it take all that time?
I don't know. He was scared to death of girls. He was scared to death I was going to kiss him, Geiger told Associated Press after Dahmer's arrest in 91.
I would beg to argue that Dahmer wasn't scared of death. He embraced it as a lifestyle.
No. Well, okay. So apparently the seance was not the night of prom. It was later. So let's follow along here. Weeks after her odd date with Dahmer, he invited her over to a party at his house. I mean, this almost sounds like it could be a sitcom. But it wasn't what Geiger expected, with no music playing and no food laid out. Dahmer had also only invited 4 people and said he wanted to hold a seance. To Geiger's horror, Dahmer told her the house was haunted, and then an evil ghost sometimes told him, quote, to do things that scare me, end quote. They all then sat around a low table, and Lucifer was called upon, sending her screaming in fear. Geiger told Times Daily in 1991, the flame on the candles snapped. It scared the crap out of me. I shouted, find the light, I'm out of here, I don't want any part of this. Dahmer showed no reaction to her terror, and he never saw Geiger again. According to Geiger, the seance incident happened around the time of his first murder. She has been haunted by whether it happened before or after he bludgeoned Stephen Hicks to death on June 18, 1978.
What happened to those other people?
According to Dahmer's classmates, he made repeated cries for help as a teen and turned to drinking, calling booze his medicine. Ted Lear, L-E-H-R, not like John Lear, and Dahmer attended, although at this point I wouldn't be surprised if John Lear fit into the story somehow. Ted Lear and Dahmer attended Bath Elementary together and were childhood pals before drifting apart during their high school years. The computer engineer said Dahmer was a funny kid who took a wrong turn as a teen.
Yeah,
is that how you would phrase? Is that how you would phrase it? A wrong turn where one thing leads to another.
He just becomes like this sadist serial killer. Yeah, like Jeff kind of he changed in high school.
Disturbed Dahmer would draw chalk outlines of fictional bodies, pretend to faint while crossing roads, and shout things out at inappropriate time. Lear told the Akron Beacon Journal in 91, he was weird, but I met a lot of weird people in grad school, too.
Yeah, but, wouldn't this, point to, Jeff is mentally ill?
I mean, I don't know. Or Lucifer's been grooming Jeffrey, and or other demonic spirits, and or his father was somehow involved in drugging him, or some kind of MK Ultra experiments, even as a kid.
Doesn't this point to, back to the priest? Wouldn't you recommend an exorcism in this situation, Bruce?
I mean, I'm not an expert in exorcism, so I cannot say, but continuing on.
Well, wouldn't you, at least try? I mean,
I don't know. I don't know anything about it.
He burn some sage or something?
He was funny. When we were kids, he would make funny comments about things. He was a fun kid to be around as a child. When he got to high school, he was kind of a solemn person. He wasn't as funny. Our paths diverged. There's actually a typo here in the Sun. It says out paths diverged. It's probably supposed to be our paths. So good thing they know they have good thing to know the Sun has good editors. He continued.
Yeah, especially with spell check and the fact that it's a national tabloid.
He continued along. I didn't know it was a tabloid. I thought it was a legitimate newspaper. He continued along with his craziness. Lear told how other kids made Jeff Dahmer jokes as he began to hit the bottle more and more and become a problem drinker by 18. He added, I remember in some science classes he was fairly out of control. He was an intelligent kid. He just took a wrong turn. Dahmer's drinking continued after he graduated, and he boozed his way through his first quarter at Ohio State University before dropping out. He then joined the Army, but before his 3-year stint was up, he was booted out because of his out-of-control alcoholism, allegedly. Dahmer's boozing fed into his callous murders as he would ply his unsuspecting victims with drugged drinks. He would lure his victims, almost all of them from ethnic minority or LGBT communities, back to his apartment, often offering to pay them in return for nude photographs. Once there, he would drug their drinks before carrying out his evil acts. He later told the court how once drugged, he would drill a tiny hole in some of his victims' skulls, just enough to open a passageway to the brain. Dahmer said he would then inject their brains with hydrochloric acid to induce a zombie-like state. Okay, so, and then it just goes over his demise. So, wow. I mean, what can we say about that? Just wow. I mean, does anything surprise you in the Dahmer case? I think I actually possibly might have a few things that will. So let's move on to another individual here. This is on another highly esteemed outlet of unsurpassed journalistic integrity, known as dailymail.co.uk.
Yeah.
I thought about killing him. I thought about killing myself. Male rape victims of Jeffrey Dahmer, one of America's most notorious serial killers, reveal why he stopped short of murdering them. So apparently the guy that he tortured that was his roommate, he wasn't the only guy.
Okay.
2 former soldiers have
And, like, how is this verified?
In the late 70s, early 80s, he served in the military in Germany. 2 former soldiers have revealed they were abused by Dahmer. Preston Davis was 20 and was drugged and assaulted by the serial killer.
That doesn't sound made up.
Billy Capshaw, well, they got photos of him. Billy Capshaw also suffered similar abuse by the sociopath. James Gordon wrote this November 2017. Serial killer Jeffrey Dahmer has been dead for almost 23 years, but the murders and dismemberments of the 17 boys and men he killed, and sometimes 8, still haunt the living today.
What do you mean, sometimes 8?
Well, supposedly he didn't eat all of his victims. Just some of them.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Two men have given interviews to reveal Dahmer raped them during his military service, are now speaking out about the murderer, who they call a sociopath. Preston Davis was 20 years old when he met Dahmer and was stationed in Germany as part of a stint with the U.S. military. I didn't care for him because of his racial overtures, said Davis to The Wrap. He was a very racist individual, and once he started drinking, he became a very obnoxious individual. Well, what's actually kind of curious is that this Preston was a black victim, and yet the other guy, Capshaw, was a white victim. So, I mean, it seems like Dahmer's equal opportunity torture. I mean, what do you think?
Yeah. Well, I don't think it, like, mattered. Like, I mean, just the way he was talking about people as objects, like, I don't think it really mattered. I think, like, it was more like just like a lust of some kind. I don't know.
Davis, who is African American, tells how Dahmer would
Preston Davis, the name itself sounds like it came from a fucking Steve Martin movie. So, like, yeah, like, I have no idea, Bruce.
Tells how Dahmer would often drink in his barracks and would boast about his first murder victim, Stephen Hicks, whom he had killed just a year before.
Jeffrey, so he, like, actively boasts murder?
Hold on a second, JR. Let me finish this. Jeffrey had killed his first victim a year before joining the military, and he would get drunk in the barracks and say, "I killed the guy in Ohio." And we'd say, "You didn't kill nobody." Okay, so I guess they didn't believe him. But going back to your point about Dahmer's luck factor, so he's actively bragging about killing people. He leaves his door to his apartment open, or unlocked at least. He uses a chainsaw with complete impunity in a crowded apartment building. I mean, he parks illegally in front of police. If he kidnapped Adam Walsh, he parks illegally in front of police stations and kidnaps children in the middle of the summer in broad daylight at a busy, popular mall. I mean, this is kind. Is this?
Well, maybe he gets away with it because, like, you know, he acts like a drunken idiot. I mean, like, here's the whole thing. Like, could it be that, like, I mean, because he keeps pushing the fact that he's an alcoholic. Could it be that he was just using that as a cover? Like, he really wasn't, like, an alcoholic? Like, he just pretended to be?
Okay, it's possible. But regardless, how do you get away with that when you invite police into your apartment with dead bodies in it, or park illegally in front of the police station? They don't really care if you're drunk. I mean, they're probably, if you're pretending to be drunk, they'll probably book you for being drunk as well. But even if you're not drunk, since when can you just park sticking out in front of the road, almost causing accidents in front of the police station while abducting struggling children?
I don't know. Like, I mean, you know, you'd have to ask the lady that helped him clean his apartment and the refrigerator with the body parts in it, like, you know, and, like, you know, just didn't notice anything was wrong.
He became a monster once he started drinking, Davis added. Alcohol is what turned him into a monster. Davis, now 58, tells how he was taking part in a field exercise in Belgium with Dahmer in October 1979. Their vehicle broke down with several days left to go in the training mission. Davis tells how he was drugged and assaulted. The reason he didn't kill me was that we were out in the middle of Belgium and he had no idea how to get back to Germany. Davis said that he blocked the entire incident out of his mind for 30 years, but his memory of the incident started to return. My mind had shut down that whole time, he said. He ended up having to undergo therapy for military sexual trauma. It only resurfaced in his mind after seeing Dahmer's name online. I didn't find out about his death until years later, said Davis. The only thing I can say is karma. I don't consider myself a victim, I'm a survivor. Fellow victim Billy Capshaw also suffered similar abuse after joining the Germany unit and served with Dahmer between 79 and 81. Jeff Dahmer was a sociopath, a psychopath, a narcissist. He was insane, Capshaw told The Wrap. And this guy doesn't even have a degree to make that determination. It took a long time to cope with what happened, and I only came out with my experience when my father died. It was too horrible, too embarrassing, and I didn't want my dad to know. Capshaw was Dahmer's roommate during his time in the military, and he was tortured, beaten, and tied to the bed many times over the course of 2 years. Capshaw's account is documented on a website called Surviving Jeffrey Dahmer. So we went over that.
Original.com there.
So we went over a lot of this. I'll just read a couple of more excerpts here. It was Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, Capshaw said. I was in a room I was scared to come out of. I would steal Jeff's money, thinking that if he didn't have any money, that he wouldn't drink anymore, and therefore wouldn't hurt me anymore. Does that seem logical to you, Jay?
No. It sounds like Jeff was like, you know, like he was using his programming drugs on the, you know, yeah.
He beat me so badly for that, and then to stop me from screaming, he hit me harder. Capshaw said he tried to escape through the window or the fire escape. I thought about killing him, and I thought about killing myself, Capshaw said. Dahmer was eventually discharged from the military because of his alcohol abuse and began his killing spree in 87. He killed a man he met at a bar, dismembered the body, and put it in the trash. After that murder, he began to seek out more victims at gay bars. Okay, and then it just goes over all of the information we already went over. Okay, so what do you think of these two victims? I mean, the story about not coming forward until his father died, that kind of sort of makes sense for the one guy. The other guy, I mean, I'm not sure. Is it possible someone else assaulted him and not Dahmer, and he just made that connection because he saw Dahmer on the news or whatever?
It could be. It could also be that, like, you know, like he wanted some sort of like reparation payment from like the military.
Okay, so now let's go to more mind-shocking content. So now we are going to SouthFloridaGayNews.com, SFGA. Serial killer Jeffrey Dahmer once lived in South Florida. May 10th, 2018, by Graham Brunk. That's the name of the writer. Jeffrey Dahmer, the cannibalistic serial killer, once lived in South Florida. With the recent release of the movie My Friend Dahmer, I thought it a good time to remind people that Dahmer lived in South Florida for a short while in 1981 after a stint in the military. The movie is based on the true biographical graphic novel by Derf Backderf.
Yeah.
Who coincidentally...
Yeah.
It's DERF and last name Backderf, also DERF, who coincidentally got his start as a cartoonist for the Palm Beach Post in the 1980s. You know, there's a lot of coincidences here, JR. I mean, there's coincidences over innocuous things that don't make that there's no reason for there to be a coincidence there. Yeah. So, unbeknownst to anyone at the time, Dahmer had already killed hitchhiker Stephen Hicks a few years earlier, but none of that was learned until after his notorious 91 arrest when police raided his Milwaukee apartment and found evidence of cannibalism, body parts stashed all over the apartment, some in jars of acid, others frozen. Most of Dahmer's crimes took place outside of Florida, but there has been speculation he killed people while he lived down here. We know so much about his time here in part because several writers have attempted to connect Dahmer to the kidnapping and murder of Adam Walsh, which took place in the summer of 81. For 6 months that year, Dahmer had been living just a few miles away in Sunny Isles Beach. Shortly after graduating high school with no real plan of action for what to do with his life and at the urgency of his father, Dahmer entered the U.S. military. In spring 81, Dahmer was discharged primarily for alcohol abuse. Because military officials did not feel Dahmer's issues in the military would directly affect others outside of the military, his discharge was deemed honorable. Offered a one-way ticket by the government to go anywhere in the country free of charge, Dahmer, not able to face his father and sick of the cold weather, chose Miami. Miami was probably far from what Dahmer had pictured. At the time, Miami Beach was mostly run down and full of low-income retirement homes. With no money, he had made a home for himself among many other drifters along Sunny Isle. One day, Ken Halpert, the manager of Sunshine Subs in the strip mall at Northeast 170th Street and Collins Avenue, noticed Dahmer digging through the dumpster behind his business. Halpert invited him in for something to eat and learned of Dahmer's recent discharge from the military. He offered Dahmer a job and even put him up in a room at the nearby Bimini Motel. Now, hold on a second, JR. How often do managers of sub shops not only give the guy who's digging in the trash behind their place of business a free meal, a job, but they also put him up in a hotel? I mean, does that sound normal, TJ? This guy's a vagrant, an old, like a whatever, mid-20s. I don't know how, he might have looked a lot older. This guy's a vagrant digging through a dumpster.
Well, Bruce, it kind of reminds me of the Helga and Olga Rudderschmidt crimes, where they used to put up homeless people in apartment complexes, take out tons of life insurance on them, and then kill them.
That's dark, JR. That's dark.
Yeah, well, I mean, Bruce, that's kind of like the pot calling the kettle black here, wouldn't you say? Like,
well, it's good. So unless, I mean, there's not a lot of information on Halpert here, but unless he was a vet himself and he often helped vets, okay, then maybe that's plausible. But if not, this seems kind of far-fetched, for lack of a better phrasing.
Well, it was also, like, I mean, based in the 80s, like, I mean, like, it was kind of, like, there were a lot of, like, ex-Vietnam, like, people struggling, like, they just kind of came out with PTSD, yeah, I mean, as an actual medical diagnosis.
If Halpert has a history of this, then it's not as strange. If he doesn't, perhaps it's a little strange. So, Halpert had difficulty with Dahmer as an employee. He often came to work looking very disheveled and sometimes even drunk. Often, Halpert would just send him home and try again the next day. Perhaps the most startling thing to happen during Dahmer's employment was the time Dahmer had approached Halpert to inform him of a dead body behind the sub shop. That Dahmer... Hold on a second. We got to cover this, JR. Dahmer had approached Halpert to inform him of a dead body behind the sub shop that Dahmer claims he had been stepping over all morning when unloading the trash into the dumpster. So he's going back and forth between the dumpster, constantly having to step over the dead body. Like, as if it's no big deal. I mean, would a normal person immediately inform their boss and or the authorities, or would they just gradually for hours stroll back and forth, emptying the trash into the dumpster, having to step over a body blocking the dumpster?
Well, it sounds like he was cool that there was just, like, like this body there. It was kind of almost like a nuisance. Like,
it says he's been stepping over it all morning.
That could also be a cover for, like, like why, like, his, like, DNA or anything, like, might be on the body itself.
Miami-Dade police records show that Dahmer did indeed report finding a dead body on July 7th, 81. This was just a few weeks. So again, is this one of Dahmer's staples? Like, he reported a dead body that he killed himself?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like, that's kind of interesting. Like, did they ever, like, go back and, like, see if, like, Dahmer was associated with that body?
I'm not sure. This was just a few weeks. I mean, I think they ruled it natural causes, but I don't know if there was a real investigation. We're going to get into that. This was just a few weeks before the infamous kidnapping of Adam Walsh, son of America's Most Wanted host, John Walsh. Adam was kidnapped from the Hollywood Mall July 27th, which was only a few miles away from where Dahmer was living. A few years ago, Hollywood police closed the case and pinned it on Jacksonville serial killer Otis Tulle, who had already died in prison in 96. I like the phrasing of this article. They pinned it on.
Yeah.
But was Tulle really guilty? True crime writer and former reporter for the Hollywood Sun-Tattler newspaper, Arthur J. Harris, had set out to trace Dahmer's time in South Florida and has written several books on the topic. He is the reason we know so much about what Dahmer did here. Harris is convinced Dahmer may have been responsible for this crime. Many witnesses reported Adam was kidnapped by someone in a blue van. Sunshine Subs owned a blue van that employees regularly had access to that disappeared for days on end often. I mean, what kind of operation is this guy running at Sunshine Subs? I mean,
I
there's
don't
dead
know.
bodies near the dumpster. He's hiring transients who come to work drunk and doesn't fire them and puts them up in hotels. His employees have complete unrestricted access to his van to do anything, anywhere, anytime, and disappear for days at a time. I mean, this almost sounds like some kind of drug operation.
Well, I mean, like, he might have been on blow. I mean, it is like South Florida, like during like the 80s.
Fair enough. So did Dahmer have access to this van? Could he have used it to kidnap Adam Walsh? Harris did present some interesting observations. Exactly 2 weeks before Walsh was kidnapped, a young boy named Terry...
You know who suffers here, Bruce? The customer. I mean, like, how much care was really going into the sandwiches? Like, when
All right,
you got
hold on.
dead
Well,
bodies,
how
you
much
got transients.
how much possible human pieces were going into those subs?
Well, I don't know about the human pieces part, but I mean, like, just like, I mean, when you got all this drama surrounding the sub shop, I mean, like, it's the customer.
Well, it's Dahmer, and it's Miami. I mean, there are probably a good amount of transients that were never even reported, and vagrants who were never even reported missing that nobody even knows about.
It would have been interesting, like, if they did, like, a Miami Vice, like, episode. Like, like, that would have been fun to watch. Anyway, go ahead.
Exactly 2 weeks before Walsh was kidnapped, a young boy named Terry Keaton was playing in a similar Atari display in the Sears at the Twin City Mall in North Palm Beach. Keep in mind, one of Dahmer's victims was last name Sears, and there's these two abductions that are taking place at a Sears.
Yeah. As well as, like, Kmart was bought out by Sears.
Well, the Kmart one might have been unrelated. Okay. A man attempted to grab him, and Keaton got away, but not without making quite a ruckus in the store. The attempted kidnapper also got away, but several people got a good look at him. Enough so that the North Palm Beach police were able to publish a police sketch which resembled what Dahmer would have looked like at the time. And you know what's curious? Because Tulle was a bit older. He's got a receding hairline. He's got a completely different structure face. He looks completely more like a vagrant hillbilly with a misshapen head and face. He doesn't really look like Dahmer. So, like, it's kind of weird how the cops think that it might have been this guy. It's just really weird. But anyway, Harris, along with Willis Morgan, a witness who claims to have seen Dahmer at the Hollywood Mall that day, looked into more about the man Dahmer found behind the sub shop. They located an abandoned meter room next to the dumpster where the body was found. Relatively untouched since 1981, there was an aged axe leaning against the wall and what looked like blood spatter. So hold on a second, JR. So, what is this? Almost a decade later or more, there's a meter room that nobody bothered to clean up with an axe and possible blood all over the place. So would it surprise you that if Dahmer happened to use that axe for either Adam Walsh or other possible vagrants or transients, he just left it there without even bothering to clean up? Does that sound like Dahmer?
I mean, yeah, it kind of does, but, like, at the same time, like, I'd also say, Bruce, like, if I was a tenant or I was, like, paying the utilities, I'd be pretty pissed off that, like,
Well,
no one ever checked the meter.
No, well, this was the sub shop. Oh, maybe they did check the meter and nobody batted an eye at the bloody axe. Or depending on where the meter is, if the meter is located in front where you wouldn't necessarily see the axe in the blood. So this discovery was so intriguing, ABC's Primetime even did an investigation with luminol, which did indeed prove there was blood on the wall. Let me guess, though, the blood was never tested.
Of course it wasn't.
I mean, no, that's my guess. It doesn't say whether it was or wasn't. I'm just wondering. So, is this perhaps where Adam Walsh was killed? Again, we may never know, but it is indeed an interesting coincidence. So, let me get this straight, JR. So, Dahmer is working in a sub shop where a dead body happens to be by a dumpster. He's working at a sub shop where there's a room where there's blood and a bloody axe, and where he has access potentially to a blue van that is spotted at the mall where witnesses place an individual who happened to look like Jeffrey Dahmer abducting Adam Walsh.
Oh, and by the way, he also has an obsession with like bringing like body parts and stuff to his other jobs. So like,
Yeah, that's
he's
a good
got a
point.
fixation of
That's
he's
actually a
got a
good point. I didn't even
fixation.
think of that. Yeah, he had him either at the chocolate factory or the other place he worked at. Yeah.
Yeah. So he's got a history of taking it with him to work.
It's like it really does seem he's doing everything he can to get caught. He doesn't. His whole place is littered with evidence. He brings the evidence to work and stores it there. I mean, what more can he do to get? I mean, his name is on the police report of dead bodies found. Like, what more do you want from this guy other than walking into a police station and giving a full confession? Although, from the details, he did admit to even drugging and handcuffing that other victim when the cops finally came up. But were those cops not? Were they not part of the whole government conspiracy MK Ultra program?
Well, he also like admitted to injecting them with like stuff into their brains, which he probably
no, that was
wouldn't have
after the
had.
fact. I'm talking about before he was caught. Because even before he was technically guilty of anything, he freely admitted, like the last surviving victim, he actually admitted to doing that to him, which he alleged to the cops that were right there. I mean, he didn't even try to hide it.
Yeah.
So he has a history of like doing all these things. Now there's also blood and an axe at his workplace. And a dead body.
And a body.
Yeah, and a body previously found there. Like, what more does anybody need here? I mean, this coincidence stack is a mile high.
Well, it's not just that. Like, when you think about it, Bruce, like, why was he like rifling around that dumpster?
I mean, he was just. Oh, you mean before he got his job?
Yeah.
Oh, he was probably just looking for leftover subs to eat, right?
Or he was leaving something like inside.
Well, maybe we'll never know. Dahmer was asked about the Walsh case in '91 after his arrest. He denied having anything to do with it. Hollywood police eventually dismissed him as a suspect since it did not fit his typical MO. Though in reality, it would be hard to tell if Dahmer was responsible for more killings than he admitted to. It is known that he very much did not want to be subject to the death penalty, which did not exist in Wisconsin, but did exist in Florida. Harris believes Tulle was spoon-fed information by police and often got a lot of information wrong before he got it right concerning the Walsh case. And also, don't forget, he was signing away his story right.
Yeah.
And since by the time police closed the case in 2008, Tulle had already died, it seemed easy to pin it on him. As for Dahmer, unable to make something of himself in South Florida, his father wired him money to return home by the end of the summer of '81. The rest of Dahmer's story is history. If you'd like to read more about Dahmer's time in Florida and his possible involvement in Walsh's murder, check out Arthur J. Harris's Jeffrey Dahmer's Dirty Secret or Willis Morgan's Frustrated Witness. Both offer great insight in the case and what South Florida was like at the time. According to the National Missing and Unidentified Persons System, NamUs, there are currently 6 unidentified bodies that were found in Broward and Dade counties from the summer of '81. We don't know who the victims were or what happened to them. Could these be additional Dahmer victims? At least 4 of them fit Dahmer's primary interest of young men. And again, can we really get past the fact that there's a dead body in a room with a bloody axe at Dahmer's place of employment?
Yeah.
I mean, does that sound like it could have happened with, I mean, what are the chances that has nothing to do with Dahmer? I mean, I'm just asking.
Bruce, I gotta tell you, this is one of the most mind-shocking episodes ever.
Yeah, there's actually plenty more to go over. In the next episode, we will be delving even deeper into the Adam Walsh case, and there will be even more mind shocks that I think will even leave you surprised, believe it or not.
Bruce, I'm gonna say that, I believe that.
So tune in next time for our ongoing Jeffrey Dahmer series, where we continue to examine everything that, of course, Netflix left out and doesn't want to touch, which is kind of their MO when covering so-called official stories regarding...
Yeah, I think we've completely blown them out of the water so far.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, there's just so much more. It's just downright mind-shocking and unbelievable. So tune in next time for our ongoing Dahmer series and check out all our other series on MindShock. We cover the most diverse content out there without falling for logical fallacies and remaining objective and neutral and considering all possible theories, unlike any other podcast out there. If you enjoy the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure you're subscribed to the channel. Hit that bell for notifications. You can also become a YouTube member right here on YouTube for access to exclusive streams and chats. Like and share Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section. This is Bruce McGuire signing out.
And JR tapping out.
Catch you guys next time.